Recording has begun. Good evening. This is the December 3rd, 2025 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:09 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Moving to quorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. As a reminder for members of the public who have joined us remotely or online, please note that we are not using the chat in the WebEx platform, and that is because individuals in the room with us or people using the telephone to join our meeting can't see what you're writing. We are not using the chat function in WebEx. Chair Yankee, that completes my announcements.
Thank you, Administrator Peterson. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes.
Okay, if you call the roll.
Calling the roll. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt, present. Member LaHood. Member LaHood, absent. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman, present. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson, present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland, present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel, present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf, present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein, present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee, present. 8 present, 2 absent. Oh, and ex officio member Adams.
Present.
Member Adams, present. 8 present, 2 absent. We have a quorum.
Okay. Are there any agenda changes that you're aware of?
No agenda changes that we're aware of.
Okay, and I'm not aware of any either. Members, any agenda changes? Okay. Just in case, let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item number 1, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the November 5, 2025 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting minutes.
Okay, members, do we have any edits to these meeting minutes? Member Pilpel?
Yes, a number of minor edits. I will be providing written submission on this. Some of them require a little discussion and clarification here. I'll just go through it, starting on page 3 at the bottom, public comment, Richard Nee. I think it should say former Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Chair. I don't think we have a designated head here. We're a multi-headed entity.
So do you see that one, Administrator Peterson?
Again, I'll be providing.
Okay.
Yeah. At the end of that public comment and the qualifications to serve would be body level. I would substitute should be body level. I think that was that's consistent with the should language earlier, and I think that summarizes his testimony. Moving on page 5 in the middle, the Nikki Moore.
Actually, let me
Sure.
stop you there, Mr. Peterson,
Yep.
or Member Pilpel. I'm not sure that that's what he was advocating for. I think he was talking I think he was saying that he believes they should be staggered, but may have been reporting on what the action that the streamlining task force took, which is to make them body level. I don't think
Okay.
he was advocating to make them body level.
Okay. Um,
So that's still unclear, but I don't think that was what he was saying.
okay. Then can you suggest an edit that better captures that nuance?
Maybe then the qualifications to serve should not be body level, I think is what.
That's fine. That
I
worked.
think is what he was.
Okay.
Deputy City Attorney Lopez is present at 4:14 PM.
Okay. I'll take that. Should not be body level. That's fine. On page 5 in the middle, the Nikki Moore paragraph, the second to last line, they'd be withheld because a local ordinance can't overcome the investigator record exemption. Is investigator record a good term for it? I'm thinking not. I don't have a better term. You want to ponder that one and we can come back to it?
Maybe just have it say investigator exemption. I mean, I don't know. I think we just drop the record.
Yeah, I think it's less about the investigator and more about the
Or
investigation.
maybe investigation exemption.
Okay, I can live with that. Okay. Plus, I didn't want to murder that paragraph. So, on page 6, in the middle, the Paul Kaniha paragraph, line 2, that communication by default is expected, not expect. And on line 4, to fire him and the mentioned complaint against him, something's missing there.
I think get rid of the word the before mentioned. I think that it's saying that he mentioned a complaint against him. That could
Okay.
be the reason.
So
I think the is extraneous.
okay, that works.
And member LaHood is present at 4:17.
Thank you.
Okay. Mentioned dropping the, got it. The next paragraph, starting with Caroline. Oh, actually, it's Caroline. Caroline. Sorry, misspelled. Celaya stated on behalf of the ombudsman, and that when the department responded initially, I think it should substitute for we. That kind of changes.
Mhm.
Ms. Celaya further stated that there actually had been a withholding. Is that, okay,
Yeah.
fine, we'll leave that. And then on the action paragraph, 5th line, starting with disclosure, I would just drop the and. Because there's another and later, it's part of the list. Okay. Sorry, page 7 at the top, the ayes have it. There were 10 ayes. Insert the number. Bottom of page 7, the last paragraph, I think in the first reference, it should be Lieutenant William Hepler. So just insert William. I could not remember what Corey stood for, and later on there's some other acronyms. So in the first reference, if we could spell out what Corey is, CORI, that would be great. On page 8, in the middle, the action graph. And further further requested codification by a department general order, comma, ultimately approved by the capital P, capital C Police Commission. It failed, so it doesn't really matter that much, but it's just a better capture of my motion. Page 9. The disclosure and recusal paragraph with DCA Lopez. Line 3 stated that she did not work with the Human Services Agency on this specific complaint, not with, and that at the end that she is therefore recusing herself this evening as counsel to the task force, insert on this item. Next graph, petitioner, second line in this paragraph, the first reference to Human Services Agency can have a parenthetical HSA. The second to last line where the autocorrect changed it from HSA to HAS, it should be HSA. And although the next paragraph correctly explains what CMIPS and CDSS are, the first reference to IHSS doesn't explain what that is. So we should spell that out. At the top of page 10, Jesse Latch, Program Manager for IHSS. I would insert stated that HSA follows the all-county letter, blah, blah, blah. And at the end of that graph, if there's an explanation for what an SOC 2301 form is, that would be great. If not, I guess we could just leave it. It's a form name. I have no idea what an SOC is in this case. On item 13, I would just add at the end, public comment, none, no action taken. And on item 14, first line, not that the item was advancing in Sacramento, but that it had passed. So substitute had passed. And the next paragraph, although the members acknowledged, I actually introduced that. So maybe substitute member Pilpel for the members. And then at the end, add public comment, none, no action taken. I'm sorry, that's all I have. And I will so substitute. I will so submit. And unless there's further discussion, I'm happy to move approval.
Okay, so motion by member Pilpel to approve the meeting minutes with those edits. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by member Wolf. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 2, approval of the November 5, 2025 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force minutes? Please, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment and take a vote on that.
Taking the vote on item 2. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood. Aye. Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 9 ayes. 1 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, let's go on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of orders of determination. File number 23085, Mike Spencer against the district attorney. File number 24015, Paul Kaniha against the Municipal Transportation Agency. File number 25057, Annie Gilbertson against the San Francisco Police Department. File number 25074, Patrick Monette Shaw versus against the Department of Public Health. File number 25077, Chakoti Chima against the Human Services Agency.
Okay, do we have any edits to these or a motion to approve? I'm assuming we probably have some edits, Member Pilpa, because I believe you made a few edits to the motions, and so it should be equally reflected in those.
Right. So, correct. So we should conform the orders to the edits that we just made to the minutes. Other than that, I think I have on 24015, the Kaniha matter. Once again, the vote count, that may have been the same from the minutes. I'm not cross-referencing them right now. Plus the font size got weird there at the end. Other than that, and conforming to the minutes, I don't think I saw anything. So
Anyone else have edits?
I will so move to adopt these orders with those edits and conforming to the minutes.
Okay, so a motion by Member Pilpel to approve the orders of determination with the edits to conform them to the changes that were made to the meeting minutes. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Taking public comment on item 3. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no hands raised. We have one individual at the podium.
Okay, let's go ahead and start public comment. We'll give the speakers 3 minutes.
One moment, please. Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yes.
Your time begins now. I'll give you a 30-second warning.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Battle, and I serve as the ombudsperson for the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, also known as SFMTA. The task force has asked me to produce all notes, documents, or other material produced, as well as all communications of all forms sent to or from myself or Vida Ogans regarding Paul Kaniha, whether explicitly named or understood to mean Paul Kaniha, since May 1st, 2022. There are 15 responsive records. Today, I am addressing the record for which the SFMTA is asserting the mediation confidentiality privilege. The other records are protected by attorney-client privilege, but those are not at issue here. Before I go any further, I'd like to describe the SFMTA's Ombuds Office and my role as the ombudsperson within this office. The SFMTA Ombuds Office is a neutral, confidential resource for employees to raise workplace concerns or issues. We are not part of HR, legal, or any formal complaint process. As the ombudsperson, I don't investigate or make findings. Instead, I help employees understand their options, inclusive of filing options and strategies, and addressing their concerns issues. These options include specifically informal mediation facilitated by myself. When I meet with employees, I take notes and may create follow-up materials to support this process. What employees share with me and what I generate during this process is considered confidential. I do not disclose unless withholding would risk life or personal safety. California law, known as SHIELD law, provides protections for the work I do under the mediation confidentiality in the Evidence Code. Under Evidence Code 1115A, quote, mediation is defined as a process in which a neutral person or persons facilitate communication between disputants to help them reach a mutually acceptable agreement. Under Evidence Code 1115B, a mediator is a neutral person who conducts a mediation. I meet both definitions. I'm a neutral person that facilitates communication between SFMTA employees engaged in a dispute to help them reach a mutually acceptable agreement, and more specifically, I conduct actual mediations. Under 1115C, a mediation consultation is any communication between a person and a mediator for the purpose of initiating, considering, or reconvening a mediation or retaining the mediator. This is exactly what happens when employees come to SFMTA Ombuds Office. We discuss their concerns and whether mediation might be appropriate to resolve these concerns. These discussions between SFMTA employees and myself are mediation consultations under the Evidence Code.
Sorry, Ms. Battle, I'm sorry, that concluded your time.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public commenters?
We have no hands raised.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and close public comment, and thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And we can actually have a discussion about that when it goes to committee, and you can work with the committee on that. Okay. So on that motion, I think we're ready for a vote.
Taking the vote on item 3, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Aye. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 9 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Mr. Chair,
Member
just
Pilpel?
a suggestion, if you don't want to take it, that's fine. Might we ask the administrator to send a brief email to Mr. Kaniha mentioning that Ms. Battle spoke and that if he wants to hear the audio. he's free to
These
do
are
that.
these are published, and Mr. Kaniha
Okay. I
knows
just
very
thought
well
you-
how to.
I just thought he might find that of interest. That's all. Okay,
No,
no
we're not
problem.
gonna-
Thanks.
Item number 4, Annual Supervisor of Records Report from the City Attorney's Office. Review and potential acceptance of the annual report for calendar year 2024.
Okay, I think we have someone here from the city attorney's office.
Yes, we have present Ms. Alex Barrett Shorter.
Thank you for joining us this evening, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Chair Yankee and members. My name is Alex Barrett Shorter, Deputy Press Secretary for the City Attorney's Office. It's a pleasure to be here. I know you may be used to my colleague, Jen Quart, but I will be presenting in front of you from time to time. And now I will present the Supervisor of Records report. So I'm here to present the 25th Annual Supervisor Records Report, which covers the 2024 calendar year. As a part of the report, we normally detail whether there were any court actions regarding determinations by the Supervisor of Records or court decisions interpreting the Sunshine Ordinance. There were no such cases during this time period. 13 Supervisor of Records petitions were filed in 2024. 5 petitions were denied. 2 petitions were beyond the jurisdiction of the Supervisor of Records. For the remaining 6 petitions, no determination was needed because the responding department either produced the requested records or responded to the petitioner's inquiry. With that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, members, any questions on this? I did have a quick question, not directly on the report, but just kind of out of curiosity as we were kind of discussing this function as it relates more broadly to the Sunshine Ordinance. Do you have any idea on the amount of time and or cost it takes the city attorney's office to compile this report and perform all the supervisor of record functions?
You know, I don't personally compile the report. So I don't know exactly how long it takes, but I can ask and get back to the.
Yeah, that'd be great. Not just the report itself, but also how long, you have attorneys working on petitions that are filed and the research that it takes and how long it takes. Just the overall supervisor of records function, I guess we'd be curious to know how much, resources it takes from the city attorney's office.
Okay, I can take that question
Great.
back.
Member Hood?
Yeah, sort of in that vein, and part of why we're asking this, I don't know how much, we're reviewing the Sunshine Ordinance and, everything it entails, including the supervisor of records role. 13 cases doesn't seem like very many. I guess our question to you and to the office that you represent is, does the city attorney want to continue in this role, or would they rather hand it off? Do they think there's value in maintaining this function as part of the Sunshine Ordinance, or would they rather say, let's hand this off? It's so minimal. What we're even considering is so minimal, it doesn't make sense for us to continue to do this, or yes, we want to do more. We just need to promote it so people know it's available. That's our question. So, thank you.
Okay, I'll take that back.
And I guess to follow up on that, and part of what prompted it is, I'm not sure how familiar you are, but a few years ago, we received a communication from the city attorney's office saying that even though the Sunshine Ordinance says that the supervisor of records can issue orders to disclose records that the city attorney's office believes that conflicts with their charter obligations, they will no longer be issuing orders. So we're not sure how much value might be added by the work that's being done by you guys. And so I think that's kind of prompting these questions.
I just
Vice Chair
say I thought about that in another context too, which is the Lataki case, which, when we looked at it, we thought information should be released, but I don't know if it was the same one that we looked at or a different one was also submitted here, and it was, they denied that these were records that should be public, but there was no description of why they denied it or anything like that. And so again, I felt like here's a case where we had two very different perspectives, but there was no real information other than that they just denied it. So I felt like there was very little value added in understanding why they denied it in that case too.
Agreed. And in particular, in those close cases where someone is both submitting a petition through the supervisor of records process and filing a complaint or petition with us, it's helpful, it may even be helpful contemporaneously to see the analysis and review from your office. I mean, that was intended to be part of the reason and the process, that one can avail themselves of either or both remedy, and that having that independent legal analysis and review from your office was considered at the time to be a helpful add to the process. Maybe it isn't now. That's something we're considering, but that was kind of the idea. Also, to follow up on a previous comment, if you could find out not just what the estimated cost of this process is, but if there's actually a separate index code or billing code for this project within the government team. Presumably that's where the function resides. That's different from advice and everything else. I mean, if they specifically do work on this that is, coded to, project 25087 or something.
So whether there's a billing code or what
Yeah.
the billing code is?
I don't care what it
Okay,
is, but
okay.
if there is, and that would help gather the financial info. I suspect that there may be. Anyway.
Member LaHood was next.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I just had one last thing. As I ask every year, since this is now an annual report that's on a calendar year basis, we're now looking at the calendar year 2024, and here we are towards nearly the end of 2025. If it's possible to complete this earlier in the year, capturing the past calendar year, that would be great. It never makes sense to me why it takes months and months to just gather and summarize this information from the previous year. It seems like that could be done relatively quickly. That would be good to find out. Thanks.
Anyone else? We typically then have a motion just to accept the report if someone wanted to make such a motion.
So moved.
Okay, so moved by member Anderson.
I'll second it.
And seconded by member LaHood to accept the supervisor of records report for calendar year 2024. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment if there is any.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 4? If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room and no hands raised.
Okay, let's close public comment and take the vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 4, member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, absent.
No.
No.
I am often absent, but tonight I'm actually here. I think if you met figuratively,
Member Highland, present.
somewhat,
Aye.
somewhat present.
And
think
aye.
Yeah.
Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 absent, 9 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. And if you could get back to our administrator with any information you can find related to our questions, we'd really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, Commission Streamlining Task Force update. Review recommendations from the Commission Streamlining Task Force and its staff, which may affect the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and potentially take action to communicate suggestions or concerns from the task force to the Commission Streamlining Task Force.
Okay, so members, we talked about this briefly at our last meeting, and now the decision log and meeting minutes have been released. So I think we can kind of dive in a little bit deeper if we'd like to about the work that the Commission's Streamlining Task Force has done as it relates to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So I know Vice Chair Stein, Member LaHood, and I offered public comments at their meeting where they discussed us. And Member Pelpel and I separately worked on a communication beforehand, and I sent a follow-up communication as well. So we did provide some input. Other members of the public did as well. I know we had several interested groups and members of the public write in our support, and so that was great to see. But I just wanted to kind of summarize where things stand now. So to start with, I know there were concerns because they wanted to lump us together with what they called an advisory body template. And it wasn't clear at the time when we saw the staff's report whether that turned us into an advisory body or not. I think the meeting minutes clarify now that they are not converting us to an advisory body, but merely used their template to help guide some of the other structural issues that involve us. And so I think that is good news should that continue. There was also some concern about term limits. So they are applying term limits to essentially all boards and commissions. So what they ended up adopting for us was a 6-term limit and keeping our 2-year terms. That'd be 12 years. In a subsequent meeting that was done after I compiled this for our administrator, I believe what they said is that anyone if and when the new ordinance and charter revisions takes effect, the current term will serve as 1 term, but they won't go beyond that to count them. So if someone like, let's say, Member Highland, who's been on the task force since 2012, they would just count his current term as one of those 6 terms, but not go back way to 2012. So he would have that 10 years remaining or another 5 terms. So it looks like that's the way they're going to do it. So if any of us
Nobody can retire.
So if any of us, yeah, so if any of us were to reapply, we would still have 10 years more. It wouldn't, all this time up until now wouldn't count, except the current one. So that's also some news. The staff had also suggested applying a sunset date to us. That was, I think, very concerning, because that would mean that unless the Board of Supervisors proactively took action to keep us, we would go away, I think, every 3 years. So they did eliminate that. But what they did do that I think is one of the largest changes is removed the nomination requirement for seats. I think it's 1, 2, 4, and 5, where it's an outside organization that makes nominations. And they made the seat level qualifications desirable, but not seat specific. And so it would apply to all seats. So for example, Member Sugarman has a journalist seat that would go away, and it would just, the general journalist interested in government, consumer advocacy would apply to all seats. I think that kind of summarizes where we're at. Since we are an ordinance body that was actually passed by the voters, this is something that even if the task force and the board moves to approve this, it would still have to go to the voters. And so they noted that as well. So throughout all this process, this is still up to a vote, which I believe would probably be in the November election of next year. I think largely they've moved on from us. They haven't noted anything to revisit any Sunshine Ordinance Task Force specific decisions, but nonetheless, if we feel very strongly about something, I suppose we could still do a communication, either on one of the decisions they made or any other outstanding issues. So with that, I'll kind of open it up. Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I just want to, I could be wrong about this, but what I read in the subsequent meeting on term limits is that they voted that past service counts as no more than 1 term, regardless of the actual length, and that future partial terms, meaning like if we're serving now, would be counted using a rounding up rule. So I think that means that it would be considered 2 terms if you've already been on the board in the past and you're on the board now. That's how I read it.
Yeah, I read it as if someone's appointed to a vacant seat, that was how they would count that particular term. Not necessarily, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a lot of their stuff isn't the clearest.
I also wanted to add that, because I think it's come up in this board before, or this task force before, that they're not planning on changing the way terms are staggered. So that's not an issue for boards that already have a process, which we obviously do. And then I also just wanted to say about deadlines is that they discussed this. I don't know. I guess we probably didn't come up today, but I wasn't able to attend that meeting that happened today. But today and then 12/12, they're having another meeting December 12th. They sort of reserve the right to reconsider any decisions they've made thus far. And on December 18th, they're going to review their draft report and make any remaining decisions. So I got the sense from listening to them that any of these things, even if they don't think there's anything outstanding, could come up again at any time. So I think it's still kind of worth monitoring what they might be saying. And if we did have any issue that we wanted to communicate with them, I would strongly urge us to do it before their next meeting, which is December 12th.
Go ahead.
Member Wolf can go first.
Do you want to go first, Member Wolf, and then we'll go have Member LaHood?
Okay.
Right.
On the term limits, are those consecutive terms or total terms?
So, yeah, so that is total term. So what they decided is that would apply for every individual to the body. So that's a lifetime 12 years, or in our case, right? So it doesn't matter if it's 6 years and then you take a 6-year break. If you were to come back, you could only have 6 more years. But it does not apply to other boards and commissions. So if we hit our term limit for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, one of us could apply to a different board or commission, and that would reset. So it's not term limits on all boards or commissions. It's lifetime term limits on each specific board or commission, if that makes sense.
And is this inconsistent with other boards and commissions around the city?
They are
Or
moving
is-
all the boards and commissions to this term limit template. So if for ones that don't currently have term limits, which we don't, but I believe some of them do, like the Ethics Commission currently does, what they're going to do is they're going to apply term limits to essentially all boards and commissions. And I think they're using the 12 years for essentially all of them. There may be some exceptions to that, but broadly speaking, that's what they're going to try to put in their report and suggestions.
Chair Yankee, a quick clarifying question. Maybe I misunderstood, but I thought I heard when you first opened, you talked about they would take the previous, however many years it was, however many consecutive as one and then plus 10, or did I misunderstand?
Well, it would be right. It would be 12 total, but they would only count, my understanding was your current term plus all past terms as one.
Oh,
So
that sounds contradictory to what you just read now about the 12 years total.
So if so your current term is the only one essentially that would count.
What's that?
So essentially what they're saying is your current term is the only one that would count towards that.
Even though it goes back 12 years.
Even though they would disregard everything beyond your current term, is my understanding.
Okay.
And I understood it as 2 terms.
Yeah. So,
I guess I'll get to test that theory, won't I?
yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's either 1 or 2. So it's either 8 or 10 you would get depending on how you interpret it.
Okay.
But they're certainly not going to count all the past ones. Remember the hood was.
Yeah. So how do we feel about the removal of the nominating for certain seats by organizations? And I happen to be in one of those seats. When I was giving public comment at the commission, I was sort of put on the spot and asked, and I will admit that I did not understand fully what I was being asked. And I did not intend to say that it doesn't matter. I think I was trying to articulate that I thought all of the requirements that they're trying to have within our body, yes, we should have all of those represented. I wasn't saying that we should remove the nomination process that happens with some of the seats. And I would like to hear what other people think. I believe that there are, I think at least with the SPJ and the FOI committee, there's interest in maintaining the nomination power for those seats as an assurance that there will be representation and having journalists and attorneys with media law experience on the task force. But I'd like to hear what other people think about this.
Yeah, that's a good point, just because I was also asked the same thing. So to add to that, so I know the chair, I believe Chair Harrington, asked you that and asked me that, and I think you said.
And I didn't know where it was coming from.
Right,
So
and I wasn't expecting it. And I think the question we were asked was specifically about seat level requirements, not nominations for certain seats.
correct,
Which is what I felt
and
like I
I
was
think
in-
it was conflated.
Yes, I think it was
Yeah.
conflating. So I gave an answer that essentially said, there's no current, I think, no problem with the current requirements. We seem to be filling those seats okay. So they're certainly not turning people away or making our seats empty. But that was a very different question than, do you think there should continue to be nominating organizations for
Right.
certain seats, which we were not asked about, but then later appeared in this motion
Right.
that they passed. So. What's you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, to me, these were the only 2 things that I felt like it would be important for us to think about further. And, I kind of tend to resist this idea of making the specific qualifications board level, because I think things can get left out that way. And I think it's actually really important that we have some, community advocates and journalists and at least one lawyer. And if it goes to a general requirement, then any of those could easily be kind of left out.
Mhm.
And that concerns me. I feel like I actually wanted to hear what other people had to say about specific nominating requirements, because I feel like on the one hand, it basically allows particular organizations that maybe have a stake in sunshine law and also have access to a lot of people that they can kind of vet who might really be knowledgeable about this area and interested in this area. But on the other hand, you could also say, well, why do those organizations get special treatment over any other? But so far it seems like it's been really good to have like League of Women Voters be able to nominate someone, or Society of Professional Journalists, and they're kind of doing part of that vetting process, for the Board of Supervisors in a way. So I did want to hear what other people thought about that.
Member Pelpel, then Member Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Comment.
And then Member Wolf.
On several topics, I think my thinking on this has evolved over the years. A long time ago, I used to think that the specific nominating organizations and the specific designated seats were less important. Not that the seats weren't important, but that the specific criteria and the nominating organizations were less important and may have created some impediments. I have totally moved to the other side of the equation there, in part because of the I don't want to say demise, shift in journalism and how it's practiced and what it means in society in general and specifically in the city. The value of an outside attorney, the value of an independent journalist, the value of a representative from the League of Women Voters or nominated therefrom, et cetera, in addition to the general public and consumer advocacy seats, although I've never been quite sure what the consumer advocacy, but never mind. In any event, I think that the general composition of the task force, the nominating process, all of that works. It works now, it worked then. Of all the issues and problems we have in the city and in the world, that's not one of them. So I am in support of the current structure. There are other things that we're looking at in terms of the ordinance, but changing the composition and the structure is not at all on my list. And if there's a communication to be sent about that particular thing, I am with keeping the status quo there. I am intrigued by this issue of term limits and how it applies. I also wanted to ask, what do we know now about health benefits and other things that may run with sitting on the task force? Has that been recommended or resolved?
I don't believe that has.
Okay.
My only understanding is that there was some reference that anything that was an advisory body would not be eligible for health benefits. And so if they did convert us to an advisory body, we would not get health benefits we currently do. It's not clear what happens if they use the advisory body template on us, but still consider us a regulatory body. So I think we need to monitor that very closely to make sure that that doesn't slip through the cracks.
Okay. And then just the last two things I wanted to say, I still believe that putting whatever measure on the ballot, if it goes through the Board of Supervisors, in my view, it would be subject to the single subject rule. And so I hope that any change to the ordinance and composition and structure of the task force would be a standalone measure and not part of some omnibus ordinance. This would not be a charter change. This would be a legislative initiative ordinance. And finally,
Just real fast, just to that point, I'll talk about it after we get through everyone.
Yeah.
They're also making, I'll talk about this, they want to make another change to the sunshine ordinance that has nothing to do with board and commission's seats exactly, and I'll talk about that, which is interesting.
okay, more heartburn. Thank you. And just finally, to the extent that we continue to consider amendments to the ordinance, if we're able to get that on the ballot either next year or possibly at a future year, in my view, that would supersede any change enacted prior, unless there was some superseding provision in the charter that precluded that. So, if they want to do something, whether or not the voters would approve that initially, the voters could always change that. And ultimately, that might involve not going through the board, but might involve an initiative petition, assuming that people can still do that whenever they're done. Whatever they're doing. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I have Member Anderson, Member Wolf, and then Member Schmidt.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot. I just wanted to concur with what's been said here regarding the manner in which appointments are made to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I think when this ordinance was conceived and eventually passed here in San Francisco, that those appointments for the various seats was put there to make sure that there were bodies who were involved in good government, League of Women Voters, and I do sit in that seat, for journalists, for those people who have a vested interest in making sure that government is transparent to the citizens of the city of San Francisco, and that they can access their government and are watchdogs for making sure that there is transparency for all the citizens of San Francisco. So I would definitely disagree with making any changes as to who gets to appoint members to this body for those particular seats. So that's my comment.
Okay, Member Wolf, you're next.
Yeah, so I also concur with many of the sentiments around the table here. I just want to say that I think it's important that there be a presence of journalists maintained because they are kind of the I don't know, the billboard, the megaphone for transparency in government, and the people have a right to know, and that is where a lot of people go to in order to get information that is that they're able to collect. And without transparency in this way, it doesn't serve them well. So it doesn't mean it doesn't serve us well, the rest of the public. So I agree. I think the way we currently are, we currently get chosen should remain. And, there could be some tweaks here and there, but I don't think much should change. I think it's a nice mix. It brings a nice diversity of ideology, of thinking, brain trust, and information, and experience and expertise to the table. That's it.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member Schmidt, and then Member Sugarman.
Yeah, I'm going to just mention that what I would fight hardest to preserve would be the disabled seat. And one of the other seats, which is the SPJ, I think it's phrased as a journalist from a minority organization. I think that to eliminate those I just don't see any justification for doing that. I think that those are, to me, even probably the most compelling concern I'd have here.
Member Sugarman.
So I've had a mixed experience with this specific set of rules, and I'm discussing not only the nominating bodies, but also the classifications of different seats for different people. Suffice to say, worth pointing out that I am a journalist, and I currently own an arts magazine where we publish things about the best places to poop in San Francisco and a really good place to eat a mac and cheese in the Bay Area, for example, or a really good road trip, according to scientists, to take across the country. Those are the three most recent ones that I've been looking at. I think that there's like a large divide between like a large definition of what constitutes journalism. I've been lucky to be in a career that's had many years of performing public records requests, of being interested in investigative topics, of covering more serious things. But the definition of saying, oh, we want a journalist to be on this body does not mean they have many qualifications, if any, that are specifically relevant to this. And I have found in the interview process, which did not start when I was appointed, but before then, the amount of limitations to be for better or worse, just noticeable. Like there were things that were brought up in my application process that I don't think really should have been. And so for me, I just want to like, as far as my opinion, I mostly just wanted to express that. I'm not sure I have like a specific opinion, yes or no. I do think that the process as it exists now is potentially too constrictive. I think that it would make sense in my own recommendation that the nominating bodies do remain, but that the restrictions around the other seats are potentially loosened in the way that the recommenders are saying that they should be. Because I just think that it is something that is prohibitive. I think if you look around this table, it is a lot of the same people who have been here for a long time. And I don't think that necessarily those restrictions are encouraging new people to come forward.
Okay. I guess I'll add my thoughts too. Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with everyone else that this seems to be a solution in search of a problem. I'm not sure that, I think the streamlining task force is supposed to be looking at things that are inefficient or problematic, and I'm not sure that these particular things meet that criteria. And what I brought up in the public comment that I made when asked the question, not about the nominating part, but about the seat specific requirement, is I think it's interesting that the seat that's remained vacant the longest is actually the one with the least restrictions on it. It's just the general I'm interested in government type of one. So it doesn't appear that any one specific seat seems to be holding things up or remaining vacant for a long period of time. So that's on that. The other thing to Member Pilpel's point that, and I think a concern that, I've had watching some of this is what Prop E said the streamlining task force should be able to do and what they seem to be getting into. For example, well, actually two things you brought up. Number one, I'm not sure Prop E talked about giving streamlining task force any say one way or the other for compensation or lack thereof for commissioners yet. They seem to have delved into that. But the one issue that they did now look into was amending 6716, which relates to meeting minutes. I actually kind of agree with them, but nonetheless, they want to change where it currently says the clerk or secretary of each board and commission enumerated in the charter shall record the minutes for each regular and special meeting of the board or commission. They now want to change that to, I guess what they're going to do is make now two broader templates of decision and non-decision making bodies, call them commissions and advisory bodies, and say that minutes need to be taken for every basically decision-making body. I don't think it's a bad thing, but nonetheless, that now includes making a change to the sunshine ordinance. So they're getting, one could argue, perhaps off track. And obviously we haven't, I think that's one of the sections you folks have been looking at in CAC. I'm sure there's parts of other codes out there that they're starting to touch. And so I think we need to watch and see how this goes. So I do have concerns that they're touching the sunshine ordinance. Whether or not we agree, I think it's a separate issue, but they're now getting into it. So there's that as well. Yeah, Member Adams.
One thing I want to touch on here
Is your microphone on?
is on.
Test your microphone now,
Testing.
please.
Yep, sounds better. One thing I just wanted to bring up here is like the broader context that's playing out. So like from watching a lot of these meetings, like it's not surprising that, commission finds nothing wrong with commission. And so like, of course, I've seen many cases where somebody's brought up, like some commission is discussed. The folks from that commission show up to say like, the commission is great as is, like you shouldn't change any of this. And I'm not interested right now in commenting on whether any of these changes are good or bad. I am interested in the broader context, which is overall across the entire commission system, we're interested in streamlining, which is to say a lot of what they're talking about is standardization. And so, yeah, I guess I'm just curious how like the politics of this play. Like, of course, we could go and ask them to make exceptions and to maintain things. this is a full task force. It seems to be doing its job. So it's not, doesn't seem to be the case that anything isn't working now, but going and requesting to not conform to these templates that they're trying to roll out is not like a free ask. It's asking them to sort of change their plans. And so I'm wondering about, like, if you're going to advocate to keep something or change something, like, when is the most appropriate time to advocate for that? And how do we want to think about plugging into this overall commission reform process, which was something that was asked for by the voters, and we should, you know, try to support their effort to the extent that we can. So no particular directionality to that, but I do feel it's important to think about.
Vice Chair Stein?
I completely understand that perspective. I still think the overall point of Proposition E was to improve the workings of appointed boards and commissions, and I'm not sure in this case that getting rid of the specific seat requirements improves the workings, and I worry that it may attenuate or weaken the workings in some way. And because they're discussing now what's going to be in the final draft report, I feel like if we do want to intervene, like, now is the time and not later.
Member LaHood?
I'll say it quickly, just to echo something Member Sugarman said. I do, as much as I think there's, you know, having institutional knowledge and having people stick around for a long time, I do think we need to think about the pipeline. And in that sense, to me, a 12-year limit is probably a good thing, because it will make sure that there are always, you know, opportunities for, you know, new people to come in and get trained. That said, I mean, I'll be honest, it took me 2 years to get up to speed. And so I think if you're really going to stick with this, I think it is good to stay with it as long as possible, just because it does, like, just to wrap your head around everything that's in the ordinance takes a while.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
to that point, you know, since I've been on here since 2018, I think a couple months after
Yeah.
you joined, I think only for a period of maybe 3 or 4 months have I ever seen all 11 seats filled.
Yeah.
So it's
Good
not
point.
like there's a pipeline of people who are trying to get on this body who haven't been able to get on because people are not leaving their seats. So it's actually the opposite, that if some of us decided we had enough, we would have, actually, I think the biggest concern, I think I was on here with you, remember, when we were, I think, down to only 6 or 7 members.
Yeah.
It meant, like, if one person got sick, we couldn't meet. So
Correct.
that's been actually
Yeah.
a bigger concern rather than people not being able to join. This last vacancy has been on there for a year and it's still there. I think, remember, Papa was next.
Again, briefly, in part to Member Adams' comment, I think that there are at least 2 good times to comment further. One is now, before they, while they're considering a draft report and ultimately making their recommendations to the supervisors, and the other is after they've made their report. I think how this lands at the Board of Supervisors and the politics around that, as you suggested, will be very interesting. And, you know, maybe some of that was, what's the word, foreshadowed a little bit yesterday with the vote on the housing plan. But, you know, there are certainly things happening around the building with regard to the politics of the moment. And I think hearing from voices, including ours, about what this really means may be useful. It may be completely ignored, and it may be that, you know, we're just going to get washed over like people around the world and whatever's happening at that level. In some ways, it's actually quite frightening, some of what's going on, but I'll try not to broaden it too much. I think saying what we need to say is useful. I think including somewhere in a communication that the purpose, in our view, of Prop E was to look at those appointed bodies, boards and commissions in the city, and look to those to keep, those to get rid of, those to cluster, was the point of it. That these other diversions and distractions with regard to templates and benefits and minutes and whatnot are at best a bit of a reach. And that's what I think is causing concern among some of us here and elsewhere in the world. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
I mean, if we do want to make a communication, which I agree is just our perspective, just more information, they can ignore it or consider it, whatever, it's their choice. I wonder if we could, I mean, another way to think about it is, well, if you want to make it not seat specific, maybe have something in there that like highly suggests that these different things are represented somewhere on the board. They've kept it in the language that they want to use for us. I forget what section but I saw like a draft of what they were going to say exactly. And basically they just take all those same things that we currently assign to specific seats and they say, oh, in general, we're looking for these qualifications. But maybe there could just be like an added emphasis that the range of qualifications should be represented on the board or something.
Another thing I'd mention is looking through the public communications, and there's been a lot. It seems actually to be the exception rather than the rule that boards and commissions are writing their own letters as the board or commission to it. It seems to mainly be individual members or peripheral organizations that are interested in that particular topic. I think kind of getting to Member Adams' point that I think every board and commission is going to advocate essentially for themselves and think it's great. And so I wonder if we were to send suggestions on what would be the best way to do it. Is it most effective to do it as like a motion we say as the Sunshine Order Task Force, or is it better to do through either as individuals or through the organizations that are stakeholders such as SPJ or the League of Women Voters may have more of an impact when we say, we looked at ourselves and we think we're great. I'm not sure that has much of a impact maybe as SPJ and League of Women Voters sending such a letter. I think we kind of all agree with that concept, but I'm thinking that taking into consideration his comments, I'm thinking SPJ or League of Women Voters authoring those letters or those individuals on the task force here who are in those seats may make more of an impact than us just basically evaluating ourselves and saying we think we're great the way we are. I don't know.
Comment.
Go ahead, Member Wolf, and then Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, just on that point, I think, I don't think, I don't think there's a problem in advocating for ourselves as a body if we believe that what we're doing is benefit to the public, which I believe we all agree on. But I think it's also, I think it's important that we as a body point out where the streamlining task force may have some either misunderstandings or misconceptions about who we are and what we do, and that we should try to make corrections to them as a body, so we speak as one voice. That's it.
Vice Chair Stein?
I don't know if I'm going to remember everything. I agree with Member Pilpel that I think the best times, if we're going to give any feedback, would be, right now when they're making the decisions or right after the report. That means, of course, that if we were to write a letter as a task force, we really couldn't write it and all look at it again and agree to do it in time, but we could do it separately as independent members. I agree with your suggestion that, something coming from the Society of Professional Journalists or League of Women Voters separately could be more powerful than, something coming directly from us. And then I was going to say on this issue of, how they understand us and what kind of organization we are, I think in some ways we're fortunate to be looked at as an advisory body because there's less questions about kind of who has the power to appoint us. And I feel like in some ways what's happening with the governance bodies is creating greater changes in their just how they're positioned and the powers that they have than being considered an advisory body for the purposes of having a template applied. I will say, I've been tracking things pretty closely. They seem to understand really early on that we're kind of like a regulatory body, but then because they didn't make a template to address regulatory bodies, they threw us in the advisory category. And just based on having looked at the templates and the changes that are being proposed for governance versus advisory bodies, I'm glad they think we're an advisory body. So put that out there. I'm not sure I want to correct that.
My only concern would be if we're classified, moved from regulatory, I don't have a problem. I don't know they, well, they are, because I think there was another thing where they actually are still classifying bodies. And they're talking about whether it's decision-making or non-decision-making. My concern would be they lumped us into the non-decision-making. That means all the time we spend to hear complaints and issue orders, they're now saying that that's advice and no longer an order. And I think that, for me, was, I think, one of the biggest concerns I had was that what we spend most of our time on is issuing orders would be taken away for advisory.
Wait.
Right. So I think you're right, though. I think they are still calling us regulatory and still recognizing that we do have some decision-making authority and to issue orders. But I would be really concerned if they tried to strip that away.
I would too.
Just briefly, I think the fact is that we're actually a mixed body and they don't have an easy way to deal with mixed bodies.
Yeah.
We make decisions on complaints / petitions. We also give advice. So, you know, we want our orders to have the effect of orders. We want our advice to be taken as advice. I don't think that neatly fits into their worldview. And I'm sorry about that, you know?
Yeah, as long as there are no other ramifications, as
Yeah.
you know, Chair Yankee says, I'm totally fine with it as a classificatory scheme, as long as there's not, you know, other substantive changes that would be applied down the road because of that.
Last point from me.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
On the point of whether regulatory or advisory, I mean, we're a compliance body. How I think that leans clearly more towards regulatory. And then there has to be some definition of what regulatory means. And I don't know what definition they were given and who gave it to them. But I think we take ourselves to be a little more than just advisory, because we're not really reporting to anyone.
Right. Yeah. So Member Wolf, that's what they did. So regulatory, I think they, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was essentially a board or commission that oversees a particular law or set of laws, but does not oversee a department as well. So, for example, we obviously oversee the Sunshine Ordinance, but we don't select our own executive director. So that's why they kind of put us as regulatory, whereas ones like the police commission are governance, because they also have hiring and firing authority and so forth. And then there are ones like, I think they also made an appeals body that's like assessment appeals.
Appellate and rate setting bodies.
Yeah, so there were 4, and we got lumped into the regulatory. What made it odd is that regulatory were the only one of the 4 they didn't make a template for. So they had to figure out how to deal with ones that were considered regulatory. And that's where a lot of this confusion lies.
And I'll just,
Yeah.
if I can just add that in my notes from when they discussed it early on, someone from the controller's office basically said regulatory bodies uphold and enforce existing law.
All right. So great discussion.
So that's where we're at.
What do you want to do
So,
with this?
yeah, so do we want to do anything? Or not as a, you know, as a group? I think there's a few things we could do. We could, we have a lot of stuff on record now. I think we have a lot of good opinions. I think that the members who are part of those organizations could take that feedback back to them. And
Yeah,
that,
I will take this back to SPJ NorCal and in fact, there is a letter from the FOI committee in there, but I'll ask them to take in this information and perhaps propose something further.
I think that's great. Obviously, any of us as individuals or even groups of individuals, as long as we don't have more of us than 5 co-signing, keeps the quorum thing. So if in fact, if all of you who are appointed by those organizations wanted to get together and write something as a group, that would stay under quorum and you could do that. Or we could just make like some type of resolution expressing our interest on record. Or we could also authorize some type of letter from the task force, but to, I think, Vice Chair Stein's point, obviously we can't see it, so we would have to authorize a particular individual to write it based on the feedback that we've just thrown out there. And then assume that that person would write it to those standards.
I was just going to say that some the members who were appointed by specific bodies could maybe also help those bodies, if they're interested, draft a letter, right? Because you have the expertise. I mean, I'd be happy to write a letter, just sort of summarizing, like, I think where we are in agreement, but just have it be from me. And then if anybody wants to sign on that's less than quorum, they can or not.
I've written to and testified once, so I think they've heard from me more than anyone else. I'm gonna take myself out of it because I think hearing from the same person over and over again isn't as beneficial from hearing from others. So I think those who haven't testified or written a letter, I think would be more meaningful to show that there's more voices out there than just me and the few of us who talked.
Well, I have testified,
And you have,
but I'm.
yeah, you haven't written a letter.
Yeah.
Member Popo?
I think, Member Anderson, it would be great if League of Women Voters sent in something either just on this or on this and ballot simplification, maybe looping in Kristen Shu, who served here and on the Bond Oversight Committee. Anyway, just a thought there. I'm happy to consult further because they're going to put out a draft report that, you know, for all I know, could be 100 pages or whatnot before they adopt it. We might want to just continue this matter to January and see where things are at there. I mean, this is, I'm tempted to compare this to a rash that just won't go away, but it just seems like it's a thing. And somehow I think it really would be worth communicating in some way this idea that they've really sort of strayed from what Prop E asked them to do. That's my biggest concern. It's not so much what the substantive recommendations are, but just that it really isn't looking as much about, you know, collapsing. If we were having a big discussion about whether we should be combined with the Ethics Commission or become a function of ethics or have our, you know, entire staff support be moved to the district attorney or something, that would be an interesting discussion. We're not having that. We're talking about, you know, removing SPJ as a nominator, which, you know, seems like it's not well placed. All right, I've said enough. Anyway, at least if we could continue this to next month, that would be great.
Yep, I can continue to put this item on the agenda, and as more things come out of the streamlining task force that may be pertinent to us, I'll add them to the packet.
I think that's a great idea. Thanks, Member Phil Pell, for speaking words out of my mouth about the League of Women Voters. But yes, I do intend to contact the League about responding to what is going on with the streamlining committee task force. I believe they have overstepped their mandate in the things that they're doing. So thank you.
Okay, so I'm not really hearing a motion, so I think we're just going to continue to put this on there and monitor it. And obviously, when it goes to the Board of Supervisors, we can always, perhaps that's a new, you know, entity looking at me, we step in there. But let's take public comment and then we'll move on to our complaints. So let's do public comment when you're ready, Administrator Peterson.
Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room. We have one hand raised. Hello, caller. Are you here to make public comment on item 5?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. One moment, please, so that I can set the timer. You'll have 3 minutes. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
Okay. Can we ask Mr. Wolf to turn off his camera while he's eating? It'd be helpful, kind of distracting here as I try to look at the body while I address him. I would just say that it seems to me that the people who were behind Prop D are still trying to win. And this is wrong. They got voted down. And so Prop E is having some troubles here being implemented as it was intended. I appreciate you guys talking about this. I think your body is very important, as a regulating body with the ability to issue orders and hopefully have them complied with by these city departments that, in my view, do not like the Sunshine Ordinance. It infringes upon their little departmental territory where they would like to keep secrets and they don't want to be transparent. And it's like pulling teeth to get documents. In my experience, they call you on the phone and they try to talk you into tapering down your request, all kind of sneaky stuff. Really not what the voters wanted, certainly. And that's what I mean, the difference between D and E. The voters want this. They want you. And I believe this is an attack on you guys. So I hope you prevail. Now, as far as who should be the constituent participants on the panel, I think it should be updated. This is an old ordinance prior to the internet age, you need to have people on there who are from the media, reporters, but also the new media, the alternative media, not just legacy media, because they're kind of compromised too. They've got them holed up on access. They don't get access. They don't have any stories. It's bad for the paper. But with the alternative media, there's no such barriers possible because they're not given to the legacy constraints. So I think the body needs to be made up of these sorts of people. So I think I like the 12 years term limit aspect of it, so that we can keep up with the times. Okay, so I think the Sunshine Ordinance needs to be updated, and as well, the body needs to be updated. But it's a complex thing. So I think 12 years is enough. And then, of course, the training to pass on the knowledge to the next generation, I think is
30 seconds.
So continue. We need you. A lot of people want to keep secrets in city departments, and you're about the only thing we got for transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Would you mind sharing your name for the record?
Oh, yes. My name is Aaron Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
My pleasure.
Okay, do we have any other public commenters?
We have no one else in the queue, no one at the podium.
Okay, we can go ahead and close public comment. No action taken on that item. We will come back to the administrator's report later, but here will be the plan. We'll move on to general public comment, item number 7, and then we'll take a brief recess and then move on to hearing the complaints. So that'll be the plan.
Can I just make a
Member
quick
Popo.
comment? I just noticed for item 8, which we're not at yet, the consent agenda, there is no explanatory italic paragraph. So I'm not sure what the recommendation is, and I'm not sure that we can act on it if there was a recommendation. So.
Oh, that's a good point. You know what we'll do is we'll handle that, then we'll take our recess. Let's just do number 7. We'll handle that, then we'll take a recess.
Okay. And we just heard from Mr. Wilson, so he may be interested.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Item number 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you're in the online community and would like to make public comment on item 7, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment for item number 7 and move on to item number 8. So if you could read the whole consent agenda preamble and then item number 8 into it.
On the consent agenda, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file number 25080 to affirm the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and, if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refer matters to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondent are not required to attend this evening's December 3, 2025 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during the public comment period for the item related to the determination listed below. Item number 8, file number 25080. This is regarding request number 25-6968. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against the San Francisco Animal Care and Control for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.26, by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and Section 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of withholdings.
Okay, so to Member Pilpel's point, Administrator Peterson, it looks like the complaint action was not included on the agenda. Was it included by chance as an attachment? Is it anywhere?
One moment, please.
As chair of that committee, let me just say that our recommendation was to find no violation on this matter. But I know it's not listed, so we're trying to figure out what to do.
So that was going to be my then. Yeah, thank you very much, Member Schmidt. So to my question to the DCAs. So if we did not put the specific recommended action, but if we can verbally have it read into the record by the members of that committee and consider it, is that appropriate, or should this be continued and put on a new agenda with that written down? Because I don't believe even the draft minutes from complaints are online.
Confirming that the recommendation of the complaint committee is not in the packet.
Okay, so it is not anywhere written. I'll turn over to you, DCA Lopez.
Chair Yankee, can you please repeat the question? Thank you.
Yes, so ordinarily what we do on the consent agenda is each item on the consent agenda is something that has gone through our committee, and the committee makes a recommendation, and it's included as a recommendation on the agenda, and then the task force decides whether or not they want to adopt that as the recommendation or as the action of the entire task force. So in this case, that recommendation wasn't written below item number 8 as it ordinarily would be. Like you can see on item number 9, there's an italicized part in parentheses that talks about the history, but that was not included for item number 8. Now, that being said, we can get a verbal recommendation of the members of the complaint committee. They're all here and they can say what the recommendation was, and we can talk about whether or not to adopt this. But it wasn't written as part of the agenda. So I guess my question is, legally, could we even consider going down that route of hearing the verbal recommendation and taking action? Or is it the fact that it wasn't written on the agenda enough that makes it where we should not be taking any action here?
DCA Lopez, in regards to just an example, number 9 doesn't state, number 9 states background information. So are you saying when it comes to number 8, the italicized information would have background information? Or
Yes, because it's not because it's a consent thing. What they would have said, they would have passed a motion that says, we recommend putting this on the consent agenda and the task force adopt a finding of no violation. That's what I believe came out of there. So that would have appeared on the agenda, but got omitted.
Here, since if it's up to the task force discretion here, what the folks want to do, but if the members of the committee that made the recommendation are all present and want to discuss it, this has in fact been noticed to the public. So I think if the committee wants to reopen what the issues were and put the vote to the members, I don't see any issue with the committee, the task force moving forward.
Okay. So I think we can move forward if we want to move forward. I think, and it is noticed, the packet's all here, and we do have all members of the complaint committee here who can vouch that that was what it was. So do we feel okay moving forward?
I'm uncomfortable. I feel like if someone else had done it this way, we would have an agenda disclosure issue with it. I just think it's inadequate notice. It's not so much about us, even though I couldn't tell from looking at it, what the recommendation was. It's not so much about the complainant or the respondent. It's about third parties, that any member of the public reading the agenda would not know what the recommendation is and would not know whether to attend. If someone had looked at this and said, oh, they're recommending no violation, that's fine, I don't care. That's one thing, but it doesn't say that. So it just seems inadequate, and it doesn't seem like there's a huge timeliness concern with making the determination. It was an error on our part somehow. So I would prefer to move to continue the matter on the consent agenda to next month with the explanatory paragraph.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second, Member LaHood.
If we're going to do that, since Mr. Wilson is here today, I think we should invite him to offer his comment because we don't know if he would be able to attend the next meeting.
I thank you for your consideration on that, ma'am. Absolutely. I'll be here. I'll be with you guys on this one. What are my rights here? Is there any way I can get an appeal on a rehearing on this one? Because if
No. Okay.
Okay, just asking. No, okay, no. But yes, I'll be here to answer your question for whatever date that you pick. I'll make a point of it.
Okay.
Comment.
Okay, so there's a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Wolf, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. I was going to bring this up if nobody else did, because reading through the agenda, I had no idea, no information about what the question is that we would be resolving at this point. And so I also feel it's incomplete, considering that the agenda, if we're going to take action on items, there has to be a question before us.
Member Schmidt.
Let me just point out something that will give some context. In our committee meeting, we actually heard four separated cases, all involving the same parties. Mr. Wilson brought four cases. I raised the question, and we didn't do it, of whether we should consolidate, but we didn't do that. There's still four separate cases. This is the only one where we made this recommendation. The others we passed on to the task force to have full hearings on. So just to give people context on this, I think there's going to be another hearing at some point where we're going to hear at least one of those cases. So we might as well put this on that same agenda, so that Mr. Wilson both parties can be present for, multiple cases, whether it's 2, 3, or 4.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to continue this to the next meeting's consent agenda. So let's go ahead and take any public comment on that motion.
I have comment.
One moment, please, Mr. Wilson. Anyone wishing to make public comment, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We do have Mr. Wilson with his hand raised.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready.
3 minutes. One moment, please. All right, Mr. Wilson, your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, I was very saddened at this, the fourth leg of this matter. I think they all should be put together so we have a really solid platform. This is about records that should be there and aren't. And let me just point out that I was bitten twice by dogs, 2 separate occasions on city property.
Okay, hey, I messed up real fast here. If you pause the clock. The motion is whether or not we should continue this. We're not having a discussion on the merits. And so we need you to make public comments pertinent to the item that's being considered. So in this case, it's whether or not this item should be continued to the next consent agenda. We're not going to.
I'm all for it. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I concur with the findings of this body, and I thank them very much for doing so.
Okay.
Thank you. Does that conclude your statement?
Yes, ma'am. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public commenters?
We have no other hands raised, no one in the room.
Okay, not seeing any other hands, so I think we can move to a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 8, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 9 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson, for joining us, and we will, our administrator will be in touch when the next time this appears on the agenda. So before we start our complaint, let's go take about a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 5:55. And we will hear items 9, 10, and 11.
The meeting is in recess at 5:44 p.m. Microphones are off.
You figured it out?
Microphones are on. The task force is back in session at 5:56 PM. Noting member Highland is absent.
Yep. I believe he's still here, so we will note him present when he returns. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item number 9, if you could call that.
One moment, please. Item number 9, file number 25063, complaint filed by Hanley Chan against the Department of Information Technology for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 15, 2025, the task force found that it has jurisdiction in the matter and found that the Department of Information Technology violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The respondent is to provide a written response by November 19, 2025, explaining why the department feels it is neither the custodian nor in custody of the requested records as described by the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, and let's see if we have the parties available.
While we're doing that, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
This was,
Hello, Ms. Hong. Are you here for item number 9?
this was determined by the task force. Yeah, she's checking, that's fine.
Hello,
I
Ms.
am
Hong.
present. I'm present.
Yes, thank you. One moment, please. I'm promoting you to panelist. You will be able to control your telephone and your microphone. One moment, please. Mr. Chan, are you present? If yes, would you raise your hand in the app or press *3? We have no response. Mr. Chan appears to not be present.
Okay, so a few things on this one before we get started. Number one, we did hear this at the full task force already. So I'm not sure that Mr. Chan needs to be here. But if someone wants to make a motion to continue, we could, or to close, we could always do that. But he gave quite an extensive presentation at this meeting. So this is one that went straight to the task force and bypassed a committee because we had room on the agenda. I just wanted to keep things moving and clear out the backlog. So that's where it was. So the way that this ended for those members who were not available for that special meeting in October is that I believe there were 2 lingering issues. Number one is that to back up, Mr. Chan sent an email to, I forget which department it was, but it was some other department. And the Department of Information Technology essentially asking for the same email records. Department of Technology couldn't find his initial request. So that was kind of the first issue we dealt with about why didn't he receive any response from the Department of Information Technology. It looks like subsequent to our meeting that they did find that it went into their spam or junk folder and that was set to delete after 30 days. And that's why they never responded to him. So that was issue number 1. Issue number 2 was, does the Department of Information Technology, are they the custodian of records for anything that is an electronic or email communication? And so, for instance, if, let's say there was a Sunshine request to Ms. Peterson for all the emails she sent yesterday, and then someone sent the exact same request to the Department of Information Technology and said, give me all of the emails that Administrator Peterson sent yesterday, would both Ms. Peterson and the Department of Information Technology have to comply with that request? Or would the Department of Information Technology say, we are not the custodian of records of Ms. Peterson's emails, you need to get them from Ms. Peterson? So that was the unresolved question from that meeting, beyond where did the emails, the initial request go? I was going to give each party 3 minutes to give us an update of where things stand. But Mr. Chan's not here. I'm inclined to let Department of Information Technology, though, have their 3 minutes if they wanted to do so. There's no, Vice Chair Stein?
My understanding too is that the way we left it is that we had asked for a response or for a letter from the respondent by November 19th for them to explain in more detail why they consider themselves not to be custodians or to be in custody of the records. I wondered, did we receive a letter?
I know we did. It should be in the packet.
It was in the packet?
Yes, let me check the pack.
I know I saw.
Page 93.
Okay. All right, that's all from me.
Okay. And we also, to everyone, we also asked for legal advice on the question of who's a custodian of record. Everyone should have that in an envelope, and Member Wolf, you should have that forwarded to you via email. Obviously, this is attorney-client privilege, so it's for us to review, but please don't read it or discuss it out loud. Member Pilpel?
Thanks. I appreciate the background. My other question was, if we did this at the October meeting that I was not at, have we not yet adopted an OD? And if so, where's?
Because we continued it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that we found a violation. Didn't you say that you found a violation at the October meeting?
We found a violation, but we didn't conclude if there were other violations. So it was a two-part.
Okay.
Yeah. So right. So the first, that's why I said there were two parts. The first part was they didn't provide a response. And so they admitted they didn't provide a response. We found a violation on them not providing a response. They since clarified why they didn't provide a response because it went to junk and all that. But
okay. So we're still in the middle of it. We're
still in the middle of that. Okay. So the second part was, are they obligated beyond a response saying we received it? They would have responded and said, or I think what they eventually did respond and say is that once they were made aware of it, said that we are not the custodian of records. We have no responsive records. So the second part is, do they have any records that they need to turn over?
Okay. I feel better. Thank you.
We didn't conclude. So we're kind of stopped in the middle because of that.
At least on that point, I feel better.
All right.
Thank you.
So I think we're up to speed. So let's if the representative from Department of Information Technology wants 3 minutes to speak, we could certainly grant that.
And it's actually the Department of Technology.
Department of
so
Technology.
We should drop the information. It's just Department of Technology. That's their name.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Hong, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you.
All right, one moment, please. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Yankee and members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Karen Hong with the Department of Technology. I am the Chief of Staff and Custodian of Records for the department. I have submitted a response to the complaint with the additional documents that I also responded to Mr. Chan, the petitioner, and the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force as directed to do so in the action items on November 19th. So in my response to the hearing today, I also requested a reconsideration of the finding of violation of section 67.25 based on new findings, new information, and supporting documents that were included in tonight's package. So in that package, I've provided, and in our response to Mr. Chan and this task force, we provided the policy from the Committee on Information Technology that defines the roles that the department has in terms of data, as well as the Department of Technology, what our role and purpose is. So I've provided that as the detailed description. So in producing records, we do follow this policy that the departments are the data owners. So in reference to the example of Ms. Peterson's emails from yesterday, we would not be searching Ms. Peterson's email box. We would direct a requester to contact the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to request a search of Ms. Peterson's email records that are responsive to the request. So that is the policy that is in place, and we do follow the policy. We do review for exceptions to kind of like what can be released on a very narrow basis. So that is the explanation as to who owns the data, meaning who can release the data.
Okay, and does that conclude your statement?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we were in the deliberation stage here, so that's where we will pick up. Although if any member has questions for the respondent, certainly feel free to ask.
Question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, question from Ms. Hong. Thank you for attending tonight. When was that policy created and approved?
That was created and approved. I believe the version is 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Where's that in the packet?
Member Pill.
There's a link in the letter you talked about. Is that what you're talking about? The data custodian and stewardship policy?
Yeah.
So there's a link to it. Yeah. No, would you like to see it on a website?
It was only referenced in the letter. It's not here in full. Okay, that's all I need.
I'm sorry, it was provided as an attachment in the November 19th, as well as a link provided within the response.
Okay.
It doesn't look like our administrator printed it. If it was an attachment. But nonetheless, I think most of us here can find it through the link if necessary.
I'm sorry, now I'm confused again. So what phase are we at?
So
now? Are we doing questions?
Okay, if you have questions, I said where we left off is we were in the deliberation phase. Now, we had 6 members, and so we did our best to come up with something that was there. We had a lively discussion on the custodian of record point.
Okay.
I think we all were of the opinion that the email was indeed sent. Mr. Chan had witnesses that testified that they were, I think, carbon copied on it and that they did receive it. I think the subsequent response from Department of Technology says they did receive it, but it went to the spam folder. I think ordinarily we have not accepted that as a valid excuse. Someone wants to discuss that, we can certainly go back and revisit that. But where we left off is, I think some members at the time may have felt that the Department of Technology should have also turned over the requested emails. So should we issue an order that they do so or not? Vice Chair Stein.
So it's interesting because they have a policy, but the policy doesn't fit very well, or in some ways appear to comport with the Sunshine Ordinance. They basically say, we're not going to touch stuff that we're not a data owner of, even though we are the custodian. Their policy statement calls them the custodian of this information, but they've developed a process where if they don't feel that they're the data owner and know, what might need to be redacted or something else, they don't want to give that data or they don't want to give that record. But they could also have a policy that says, we are custodians, we have this record, we're now going to share it with the original people and then release it after it's been properly redacted or, put into its context, having us understand whether we need to, withhold, redact or whatever. So it seems like they do say they're the custodian of this information, which is all that the Sunshine Ordinance really speaks about. But they're kind of hinging not wanting to provide it because they're not the owner of the information.
That I agree with you, Vice Chair Stein. That's of no consequence. whether they own it or not, if they're in custody of it, they have possession of it. That's all that matters. That's the description of custodian.
Do you have something, Member Popo?
I'm just thinking about this. I assume it was discussed last time that Hanley Chan is a former member of this task force, and kind of knows the law a bit. We have in the past, on rare occasion, and Member Wolf will perhaps remember this, perhaps Member Highland as well, asked DT to go back and pursue email from deleted email from backups and servers where departments had deleted them either timely or untimely pursuant to their record retention policy and schedule. But my recollection is that we have generally not looked to DT for current use of email, that is the purview of the operating department, and that DT is merely the host or platform for the email in roughly the same way as if a department contracted directly with Microsoft or some cloud entity or whatever to host their email. But again, that's varied a bit. And if we're looking to determine what the Department of Technology's responsibility is with regard to a request for email that they receive, that's email that's primarily held by another department, is that kind of where we're at?
Yeah, so this, I believe, is where it was, is that Mr. Chan wanted certain email communications from, I forget who it was in the
War Memorial.
Okay, War Memorial, right? There's a specific person there, right? He sent the request both to that individual and to Department of Technology. That individual responded with the requested records. I believe the thought was, did that person perhaps hide or redact something? So let's double check and send an identical request to Department of Technology and see if they provide more, less, or the same records that they received, that Mr. Chan received from the initial person. So it would be, going back to the example, if I requested Ms. Peterson's records, whatever emails, she turned them over to me, but I thought that she was hiding some. Could I go to Department of Technology, submit the same request and see if they send me back the same thing that Ms. Peterson sent back as a response? So we're not talking about someone who's no longer with the city or unable to get that.
Right.
It's investigative type of.
And I'm not sure where it's buried here, but it seems to me in general that a response from DT, a good and timely response from DT saying that if you're looking for records, email records from War Memorial, you're better to seek them from War Memorial, that's a good response under 67.21C to advise a person what the best department is to get the response from. And only if they say we don't have it or whatever, would one go back to the DT, or would DT have some obligation to pursue the matter further? That you really go to the department that is the primary user first, and that any other department, I mean, it's like asking the mayor's office for police department records. The mayor's office would be good to say, thank you for your request. You're better to direct this to the police department. Here's their contact info.
Well, and Member LaHood, I think I like the example perhaps that you brought up is, could, for instance, you send a request to the sheriff's deputies or facilities people and say, you have access to room whatever, because you have the key to it. Go in there and get me a hard copy of the paperwork because you have access to that document because you're the facilities person, you have a key to that room, right? So that's the type of discussion that we had. I think members, well, there were 6 of us then, and I don't believe all 6 of us were on the same page. We couldn't come up with.
Fair enough.
So I'm assuming that's where we're going to end up here. Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm kind of where most people are, but except that I'm stuck. And I think this may be the significant thing for me is in Member Stein, Vice Chair Stein just mentioned that they actually use that word custodian. And to me, to have someone say that they're a custodian and then say that they're not custodian, if that's what's happening here, I don't know, maybe they shouldn't call themselves a custodian, but if they're going to call themselves a custodian, it seems like they've taken on an obligation, even if it's someone else who could also produce the records, in fact.
Member LaHood.
I'm thinking about this and the different ways that this could be interpreted and what might make sense. I think if we were to find that the Department of Technology is responsible for all of this, I think they could possibly get flooded by requests, by people thinking, oh, that's the easiest way to go because they have access to everyone's email. That said, it might make more sense if people have complaints and think that they've filed, they've filed a records request, they got information back, they don't think it's adequate. It seems that they could come to us and we could say, we agree with you. We think an additional search should be made, and perhaps could, in our order of determination, we say to a department, you must go to the Department of Technology and request this additional search because we are not confident that your initial search was adequate. Do we have the authority to require that for compliance without saying that Department of Technology must respond to all records requests for emails because they happen to have access to everyone's email?
We actually had that topic before. I recall we have done that. We did that in the redistricting task force.
Right, because there was like the chain of custody had been broken.
Well, right, because redistricting task force members were no longer task force
Exactly.
members. So there were these email accounts that were no longer, you couldn't send it to the person, they couldn't access it.
Right, they couldn't access
And
it.
where
Yeah.
did it go? So we sent orders to elections, clerk
Yeah.
of the board, Department of Technology said, whoever can get into this email, and it ended up being actually elections who did it. I think
Right.
the elections department got into it. So yes, we have done that, but it wasn't unanimous at the time. So we've kind of had different thoughts about this.
Yeah. It seems, yeah. The other thing that perhaps could be done is that when a request goes to Department of Technology, maybe they have to perform the action, send it to the department, and then let the petitioner know, we have done the search you requested. We sent it to the department for redaction. It's now their responsibility to hand things over to you. I don't think our ordinance currently says that needs to happen, but that seems like a good solution.
I just want to quickly comment that I think that makes the most sense of this discussion.
That's what I was saying early on. They've chosen a policy to deal with the fact that they are custodians, but they don't consider themselves the data owners, but they could choose a policy where they say, yes, we found these documents. Here's how many documents we found. We've released them to the department. They're going to withhold or redact or decide whether they can be released or not because they're the ones who understand the context. That would be more in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance as it's currently written. And I'm kind of just reluctant to start interpreting custodian to mean something different or to be something different than it is in the ordinance right now. I think it would be better for them to change their policy, frankly. The ordinance doesn't talk about who owns the data. And that doesn't seem like that's the deciding factor for that reason.
I'm gonna go real fast, just want to get that.
Next is me.
Okay, I have me, then member Pilpel, then you member Wolf. I read two things. Number one, just to me, I'm not convinced that just because a policy that someone in Department of Technology wrote and used the word custodian necessarily now means that since one staff person wrote that in the policy, that they've now somehow taken on responsibilities from the Sunshine Ordinance. They may have inappropriately used the term, and we've seen that before. And so I'm not saying that it is or isn't, but I don't think just because the policy says that they've now suddenly taken on a legal obligation that otherwise wouldn't have been there. I'm not sure they've done that due diligence to know that using that word may have other legal ramifications. So I'm not 100% convinced on that just because the policy says that. I do think that the legal advice that we received is compelling. My concern, I think it's to what Member LaHood said before, is that I would hesitate to open the door and say that anything that deals with electronic records, you can go to Department of Technology for. Because not only is this going to be email, but this is going to be police records that may be stored in a database. This could be for health records that somehow is a database maintained or supported by Department of Technology. There's a lot of records besides emails. So much is done electronically now. And I'm not sure that I would want people, I don't think it's the best way to handle these even is if people were to request, say, police records and go to Department of Technology, and I think Department of Technology would know how to appropriately respond to those because there's so many nuances to that. Just because they touch it or have a role in facilitating electronic documents, to me, doesn't necessarily mean they're the custodian of records as defined under 6721. That being said, I think they could play a role, particularly in matters where there's no other way to get that record, like we've talked about, where the custodian is no longer there or they can't access because it's deleted or so forth and so on. I think they may have a technology related part where they can facilitate it, but I'm not sure that makes them a custodian or co-custodian of the record. That's kind of where I'm at. But Member Pilpel, I know you want to go next, and then Member Wolf.
Yeah. Ms. Hong?
Yes.
Hi, nice to talk to you. It's been a while. Since the communication from DT on page 94 only has a link to this data custodian and stewardship policy, if you have access to the policy at length, can you just give us a moment on, as you say, describing the roles of custodian, infrastructure manager, and data owner, and how that correlates with the Sunshine Ordinance? Because it seems like where we're going is that that policy may need to be reviewed and revised by COIT.
Yes, thank you so much. Actually, the full policy is on page 72 of 143 on this item.
Excellent.
So it is included. It's just a lot of pages.
Okay, all right. Okay, while I'm perusing that, can you just give us a moment on where that policy puts DT as relates to those roles?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Yankee. I think your assessment of the use of the word custodian in this policy is right on. I don't think it was written to align with the definition of custodian as it relates to the Sunshine Ordinance or the California Public Records Act. This was written at the time with the Committee on Information Technology. So it was written from that perspective. So in the policy, it defines the Department of Technology as the infrastructure manager, and that is what we are defining as the custodian. So what we do is we perform the data processing. So we're the infrastructure manager of all DT managed IT assets. And then we designate the city departments as owners of the data that resides in the systems that DT manages. So we're responsible for transport, we're responsible for security, we're responsible for backup. We perform all of the IT duties on the platform to ensure data is the integrity of the data, the security of the data, backup of the data, and on multiple data centers and cloud platforms exists so that we do not lose the data. However, we do not feel we have the authority to go in and view the data, to manipulate the data, to release the data, to dispose of the data. That is owned by the department. I mean, a lot of the data falls into HIPAA and PII, CGIS, I mean, all sorts of protected categories that DT is not a subject matter expert nor cleared, right, to handle. Owners, as we defined, is the city departments, and so as departments utilize our platforms as a tenant, right? So it's very much like the example of, let's say, an apartment building. You have the building owner, you have the property manager. You have your apartment, you have your key to go into the apartment, right? And everything in the apartment is yours. You decide how you want to maintain your items, your apartment. You dispose of things, you move things. But as kind of like the building manager or the landlord, I don't have that right, or DT does not have that right to go into your apartment and touch anything without notice to you. So if we get a, let's say law enforcement comes and, to the apartment, say they have a warrant for your apartment. So as a, building owner or as the property manager, we would review it and we say, okay, we will unlock the door, but we're still not going in to retrieve any items for them. If they have the authority, they would go in and they would search their apartment under the warrant to seize or collect items that they're seeking. So that's kind of how, we see it as well. And that is to balance the need for departments to trust that we are not in there manipulating, reading documents that we shouldn't have access to, but because it lives within our, environment, that those other things that we provide are there for them. So that's the position. And you're right. I think we do need to clarify the policy and align the definitions of the roles.
Yep. No, that explanation helped for me, and I think it really does suggest to you that a rewrite at COIT, consulting all the various departments, city attorney, looking at current use of technology and where things are moving, et cetera. I mean, as you were talking, I was thinking about this in the context of ICE and border protection and justice data and all kinds of other things. So yes, and it may just be removing the word custodian and saying something like on behalf of city departments, blah blah blah, whatever. But I'll leave that to you. I think we pointed out some need to clarify ambiguity and clarify process as to what DT does and what DT doesn't do in regards to systems and data. Thanks.
Okay, thank Member Wolf and then Vice Chair Stein.
Thank you. Ms. Wong, you said DT manages the city's backups. Are these backups in your possession?
In our possession is kind of an interesting question. I mean, we do provide backup systems. Each department has their IT administrators who work specifically for those departments, and they would perform the necessary backups. So again, we provide the platforms, we provide the tools, we provide some consultation services if they don't know how to set up, let's say, automatic backups or purging backups or setting up additional backups or migrating to different platforms, because we have several options for backups. So our IT is a federated system, so we provide like enterprise agreements and enterprise platforms for departments. Departments can choose to utilize the enterprise applications we provide, or they can go obtain their own contract. So we don't manage everything that the city utilizes. We don't manage all of it. So there's in fact more than one email system in the city. So when you say we can all go to IT and get everybody's email records, that's not true. So there are other departments that have their own email systems.
Okay, second question.
Yes.
You brought an example involving law enforcement. So let's talk about chain of custody. If you were to receive a subpoena to produce emails from a backup, would you have direct access and or would you have possession of the backup, first of all, and then access to it?
Thank you for that question. So yes, if we received a subpoena, we would consult our city attorney to ensure that the subpoena is properly executed and that we are to comply with the subpoena. So we would see if we had access to what's being requested. If we don't have access to what's being requested, then we would advise our city attorney that, let's say, War Memorial's IT administrator would have access and that the subpoena they should comply with. We would produce, if we had access, we'd produce whatever is being asked for in the subpoena. We'd provide it to our city attorney for review before complying and releasing the what's being requested.
So what I'm trying to ascertain is whether you have possession of the backups on your own servers.
Very few things are on our own physical servers anymore, like what we call on-premise servers. Most of our infrastructure is now cloud-based, so they are subscriptions.
It's just semantics. It means the same thing. Whether it's on a cloud server or a physical on-presence, bare metal server, it's one and the same. Is it in your possession? Is it in your ownership?
I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not an infrastructure specialist. I would say that we manage the platform. So to some extent, we are the administrator from kind of like a foundational level.
Let me put it to you. Let me ask it in a different way. If you received a subpoena to retrieve emails from a backup, would you have the backup available to you directly? Or do you have to go to somebody else's server or instance or location to get it?
I would not have access to the city's email. So I would have to go to the city's email administrator. So for our instance of Microsoft Outlook, I would need to go to our email administrator, and they could retrieve from, let's say, backup, whatever email box exists in our instance of Microsoft Outlook.
Okay, are the backups stored in that same instance?
We discussed the technical parts of this a lot in our prior meetings. I really want to make sure that we focus on the core questions.
Well, I'm just trying to get to a point based upon her testimony.
Well, I know, and we spent well over an hour at this in October.
I know, but I'm not getting the answer.
Well, I think we can discuss that, but I don't think rephrasing the question over and over for a second meeting in a row is going to get us anywhere. I think we need to move on. And you may feel a certain way, Member Wolf, but I don't think this is productive at this point.
It's not a feeling. I'm trying to get an answer. Nonetheless, I agree the word custodian should be changed. Maybe curator is a better word, but I think custodian is too much of a trigger word for our city with regards to the sunshine.
I have Vice Chair Stein and Member Schmidt also. Then I think we need to start to think about getting to a motion on this one.
Yeah, so in the policy statement that you shared with us, it says that Department of Technology makes the exception that they will share and transmit information in response to requests from the city attorney, the controller, or the ethics commission related to an investigation or request related to litigation. Can you tell me what your process is in that case? If ethics comes to you and asks for information, what do you do?
So thank you. So if we get a request from the Ethics Commission and it's related to an investigation, that request would actually go to our Chief Information Security Officer. So that would be our cybersecurity group. So they would pull the information that's being requested, and it would be provided to the Ethics Commission, and they would be the ones to release those records. We would not be, reviewing them. We would just merely facilitate the procurement of what's being requested.
Thank you.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, just hopefully quickly, there was a mention in responding to Member Wolf of the city's email administrator. And I'm not quite sure if I know what that is who is that?
Thank you for your question. So for every platform we do have an enterprise application administrator. So for the city's email system that DT manages, we have our Microsoft Premier Support Administrator. So we manage the platform on an enterprise level. So we set policies, meaning technology policies, right? For our email platform, we set securities for our email platform. We set retention periods. We set the size of email boxes. So somebody has to manage that. We do apply patches, right? Whenever Microsoft, let's say, has updates, we apply the patches to keep our email system secure. We make sure our email system is running 24/7, that it doesn't,
And so
we
that's
don't
what
have an
the,
incident. So
that's what the email
some of their
administrators
duties
do?
are.
So there's multiple people who are administrators, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's a team.
But they work in in the Department of Technology, correct?
For the instance that we manage, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, anyone else? Very briefly, Member Pompeo, you've had several chances at this.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where we're going with this. There was a motion that was passed to find a violation of 67.25.
Correct.
I'm not sure in the pile here if there was a subsequent communication from DT to Mr. Chan that essentially said the information you're looking for should be with War Memorial. Here's where to go. That, if there was, great, and if someone can point me to it. If not, then it seems to me like there may be a 67.21C violation, and in the future it would be good for DT or other departments that get a request for information that is principally held by another department to say, we're not, the custodian, or we're not the holder, we're not the agent. The correct department to go to is blah, and here's where to get to them. So
let me just stop you. So that was part of what the violation we found, is that Department of Technology never received the email. This was all brought up in here. And that's what they said they would have done had they received it, but went to spam. That's where we did the 6725 violation. They did not receive the email.
So do we not need to do a 21C violation because it's subsumed?
I mean, I would suggest that there's no, I would vote against that because I think that's
right
where we're at.
And then I think we've already talked about the policy and needing to bring that back to COIT. And I'm just also thinking, not on the technical side, but on the sort of migration work, that because the city is going to have to change all of its email addresses in the next few years to a .gov rather than a .org, that's a massive project, and I can only begin to imagine what DT and the city department IT work plan looks like on that. But if that's done consistent with this policy, that may have some problems. And so that's why I think rewriting the policy before that work gets heavily underway would be timely. I'm not sure that we need to make that as a motion, but I think the point is made. I guess I'm not feeling any particular need for another motion at this point. I think this has been a fruitful discussion, and unless there's a need to send this to committee to see where it's at in the future, then, maybe we're done with it.
Yeah, I think if no motion is made at this point, the finding of the violation for 6725 stands, and the file will then be closed since the department filled the obligation under the rest of the motion that was passed. If someone feels compelled to make an additional motion, now would be the time to do it.
I would support a motion finding a violation. I think reading the policy and its use of the word custodian, I believe that we ought to be finding a violation, and until they rewrite this policy. Also, the fact that they're able to share with the Ethics Commission, with the City Attorney's Office, so they have access to share. And I know that we're not those bodies, but it seems to me that there's their claim that, oh, well, we can't give you that, but we can give it to the city attorney, we can give it to the Ethics Commission. It doesn't make sense to me. I think they've got to rewrite it, and I think we've got to find a violation. But I don't know if there's a vote for that here.
Okay, so motion to find a violation of.
Well, okay, I'll make the motion. Motion to find a violation of. Well, there was a 6725 violation, but I thought that was just about timing.
Yeah.
And so in addition to timing, a violation of 6725 for failure to produce the requested documents.
I would actually second that.
Is your motion including an order to produce them then?
Yeah, order to produce under 67.21. I think that's where the order has to be from.
Yeah. And then a committee, is that part of your motion as well for follow-up? We usually do for.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Follow up with the compliance amendments committee.
Okay, yeah.
Are we saying that these need to be produced to the petitioner or produced to the department with the petitioner told they are?
No, this would be to the petitioner.
Okay.
If this motion passes.
Okay.
You said you seconded, Vice, any discussion? So that's seconded by Vice Chair Stein, Administrator Peterson.
And can we say to a committee for follow-up?
Yeah, it would be a follow-up.
Right.
Any discussion on this motion? Okay. I'll add, I'm very uncomfortable with this motion. So I think this moves Department of Technology to an entirely new role and would leave them potentially be the centralized place for anything that's electronic in the city. And I think there's privacy issues that this could bring up, staffing issues this can bring up. I think that this, making a consideration that anything electronic in the city, if you go to Department of Technology, they need to respond to a petitioner, I think is problematic. I think it's different if it's part of investigation and they're subpoenaed for it. I found the example that they presented about the landlord and to be very compelling. That, if they're compelled by an order, and they've even assisted us before when we've issued orders, but to say that any person in the public can get anything electronic in the city, which could be health records, police records, emails, files, video, anywhere, and have Department of Technology now going into people's email boxes without the department knowing it and potentially getting emails out. I think there's a whole bunch of privacy things, and I think that the city also, for as much as we want to promote public access to records, also has a privacy component that this, I think, may conflict with. I absolutely think the Department of Technology should, if they receive this type of request, should forward under 6721C to the department who is the owner of the data. But I'm uncomfortable saying the Department of Technology should be the ones to be going into each department's electronic records and independently getting this data, perhaps without even department knowing.
Mr. Chair?
Member Sugarman, Vice Chair Stein, then you member Wolf.
Again, just a quick comment that I said something very similar to that at our last meeting on this, and I still support what you just said. And I also support what Member LaHood said, that it could be done, not in this motion, obviously, but in another one where the records were retrieved and then sent to the appropriate department for consideration, as I would consider them the custodian of the documents.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand all of your points, and I would hope that if this were to pass, that it would encourage them to develop a policy, which I think would be the appropriate policy, which is the one that has already been mentioned here, where the documents could then be shared with the department to redact to them appropriately, and then they could forward them on.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Vice Chair Stein on that. And to also say the example given about, landlord, there's a big difference between private property and public property, and these are public records. And there are appropriate laws, as we deal with all the time, that protect whether certain information can be disclosed or not. So the protections are already there. Somebody would have to review them before they were disclosed. I think it's a misnomer to try and equate a landlord-tenant situation versus city government, which is of and by the people.
Member Pobel.
I agree with the concerns that Chair Yankee and others mentioned. I would also note that DT does not actually control the email for at least some of the enterprise departments, the airport, PUC, MTA, et cetera. So to make them somehow responsible for some city departments, but not others, is problematic. And I agree that it just transforms their role in a way that was not anticipated. It does also, this discussion also does suggest to me that, back to streamlining, that it would be great if we had a member of this body that either sat as a voting member or even a non-voting member on COIT, because there really are very real record keeping and technology issues related to their policies, for which we only hear about, in this case, 4 years later, and there may be other things floating around. Thanks.
Okay. I think public comment now on this one.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 9, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room. We have one hand raised. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Do you wish to make public comment on item 9?
Yes, I do.
All right. You have 3 minutes. Are you ready?
Ready.
Your time begins now.
More complexity is equal to less transparency. I 100% agree with Mr. Wolf. The analogy is completely ridiculous. And I think Hong and DT are being evasive, deceptive, and confusing, and absolutely counter to the interests of the voters and the Sunshine Ordinance. This policy is essentially a workaround the Sunshine Ordinance. They don't have the right to do that. They don't have the power to do that, but that's how they are. And I 100% agree with Schmidt and those others on the board that agree with him on this violation, and this should go forward. This is a very dangerous situation where there's policies can be come up with, and all of a sudden they're not applicable to the Sunshine Ordinance. If that's allowed to stand, all departments in the city will come up with a policy, and we will have no transparency at all. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have no one else in the queue.
Okay. Public comment is closed on this item, and Administrator, if you could take the vote on this one.
Taking the vote on item 9. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
No.
Member Sugarman, no. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson,
No.
Member Anderson, no. Member Highland,
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel,
No.
Member Pilpel, no. Member Wolf,
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee,
No.
Chair Yankee, no. One absent, 4 noes, 5 ayes.
Okay, so that motion fails. Any other motions? Okay,
Can you make?
Could, could we make a motion to require that the information be turned over to, well, actually, I don't know what happened with the petitioner's request to the original department.
it was fulfilled by the original, so they have it. He was just double checking it.
Okay,
So
then
he
if he has a further complaint, he has to go to that department and ask them to ask Department of Technology to do another search. And then if they say no, then he can come back to us and then we can.
Right, this was to
Proceed.
try to get a duplicate copy of what was
Right.
already turned over
Right.
from the original
So
department.
I think he could go back to the, it was the War Memorial and say, I don't think this was adequate. I'd like you to do another search and ask Department of Technology to help you. Okay. And then if it comes back to us, then perhaps we can act further. Okay.
We've received no complaint from Mr. Chan against War Memorial at this point.
Not that I'm aware
Right.
of, no.
Okay.
Which to me would be, I think, if he feels that it was insufficient where the complaint should have been, not against information technology.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a footnote to Member Pilpel's reference. That was the Wooding versus Department of Park and Recreation case where it was dealing with an outside entity and communications between the city and an outside entity. The outside entity had an email. The city said they didn't have it, and then proceeded to request through DT to go through backups to find that email, which was found, and thus corroborating evidence. So that's that was the background on that case.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can move on to the next item. I'm not hearing other emotions. So let's go to item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 25033, Judair Gaines against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On September 23rd, 2025, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee continued and forwarded the matter to the Complaint Committee and asked that the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency provide a point-by-point response to each of the requested, the items requested listed in request number NR-24-6646, located on pages 3 through 8 of the meeting packet. On November 18, 2025, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force with no recommendation.
Okay, do we have the parties here?
Mr. Gaines, if you are present, would you raise your hand in the app or press *3? We have 2 individuals from SFMTA. Would you please raise your hand if you are speaking in this item? Mr. Edwards, one moment, please. Mr. Edwards, you are a panelist. We do not have a response from petitioner.
Okay, so it looks like the petitioner is not present. I would recommend then that we close this under 7B, Complaint Procedure 7B. gives the petitioner obviously the chance to reopen it should they appear.
Did we hear from the petitioner this week?
We received no response.
You moved to close it?
I'm suggesting that.
Oh, okay.
I could make that motion.
Okay. I would second it. We did hear this in our committee, and it was kind of an iffy case, and I didn't feel like there was anything that was that compelling in the matter. So I wouldn't feel that bad putting it over.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to close this file under complaint procedure 7B for non-attendance by the petitioner.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Just to be clear to those listening, if the petitioner requests that it be reopened,
They
it
can be reopened, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if there's any public comment on that motion.
Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment on item 10, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Give you a moment. We have no one in the room. We have one hand raised. Mr. Wilson, do you wish to make public comment on item 10?
Yeah, just a quick one.
You have 3 minutes. Your time begins now.
Okay. Well, I think that they should have respect, petitioners, for this body. You guys are very serious, deliberative, and I think that person did wrong by not showing up. So I believe you guys should be respected, and this person really missed out on participating in San Francisco government. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, I'm lowering your hand.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We have no other hands raised.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we can take the vote on the motion to close this file under 7B.
Taking the vote on item 10. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 1 absent, 9 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, let's move on to item number 11. And thank you to the members of the SFMTA for showing up.
Item number 11, file number 25075, complaint filed by Jared Stratton against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. On November 18, 2025, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force with no recommendation.
Okay, do we have these parties here tonight?
We have Lieutenant Hepler transferring to panelist.
Mr. Chair, just a structural question in the record. Where is the initial request? I only see a response to the request, but I'm looking at the table of contents on the first page, and it says initial request, page 2. So that's just a cover page. And then the next page after that is a response to the original request, but not the actual request itself.
I'm going to defer to Administrator Peterson on that. She compiles these packets.
1 moment, let me check the file, please.
Not starting at page 15 of the packet?
I think you're right.
There's also a version of it, it
In the
looks like
letter.
on page 7, where it says request :
Yep. So
Well, I think on the bottom of page 4, PDF page 4, it's page 3 of 285 at the bottom, where it says you requested, and I think it repeats it there. Okay.
Yep.
All right. That's why I think it'd be helpful to have the original request be placed in there instead of, this was from Great Deeds. I don't know who Great Deeds is. That seems to be Jared Stratton. I don't know. It was a little confusing to me. So, all right, carry on. Thank you.
okay, I think we're good on that. And both parties are here. Administrator Peterson, I'm sorry.
Both parties are panelists.
Okay. This was heard by complaints then, so let me turn this over to Complainant Schmidt to give us a quick summary of what this case is about.
Yes. As everyone can see, this is our second 50-year-old serial killer case in the last couple of years. A different serial killer that I've never heard of before. I think that this is the question that we need to resolve is fairly straightforward. The documents requested here, they go to some very old crimes. The investigative exemption was asserted over the file. So the question is, does it apply? Does it not apply? The law, I think that the cases that are cited by the parties are possibly compelling. I'll talk about the law a little bit later. But there was no production, and it was a non-production based on the investigative privilege. Members of the committee, was there anything else in this that you want to?
I mean, I think the question is, to me, can the investigative privilege exist in perpetuity or not? And I don't know if we can actually answer that question, as the task force, but it is a question for me.
Okay, just real fast, Administrator Peterson, Member Highland, I believe, had to leave, and so as of 7:02, I have him absent.
Noted, thank you.
Okay, so each side will have 5 minutes to make a presentation. We'll start with the petitioner, followed by the respondent. We may have some questions for either of you, and then we'll move to rebuttals. We'll start with the respondent for 3 minutes, and then followed by the petitioner. We'll deliberate and decide how we want to make a motion on this. So with that said, we will start with Mr. Stratton, and I will turn it over to our administrator to let you know when she's ready with the timer.
One moment, please. Mr. Stratton, are you ready for your 3 minutes? Five minutes.
Yes.
Excellent. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we overlooked SB 16. It states, obviously, if there's any bias during the investigation, those parts have to be released. And as of 2019, Chief Scott made an apology to the gay community. So that opens the door right there for the bias. We have the police chief admitting that they mishandled cases back in those days, and he apologized to the community. So those certain parts of the file have to be released under state law. The other thing that worried me was the balancing test. It said, the Supreme Court was pretty clear. The California Supreme Court was very clear in Haynes versus Supreme Court that there needs to be concrete and definitive evidence of a prosecution or an arrest. So there needs to be a warrant issued for this guy. There needs to be imminent prosecution, is what the law states. And it's been, over 50 years. Let's get real. There's no prosecution coming on this. Last time they actually made a move on this was 7 years ago to release a sketch of the person, which they won't even release the name of the suspect, who they know. They've mentioned that they know they have a strong suspect. They won't release that. They won't release dates and times of incidents, things that you can find in the newspaper. So they're being really protective of this file for some reason, and it's in the public's interest. The public interest outweighs whatever they have in that file. We're not looking for witnesses' names or anything, but we need some stuff. And they can't redact everything. They can't just hand us over a file that's all blanked out. The law states too that they have to use a scalpel instead of a cleaver. So I think you guys should compel them to release the records, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hepler, are you ready for your 5 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, task force members. Thank you for hearing our rebuttal here. Case overview for this: on 9/12/2025, the San Francisco Police Department did receive a public records request, reference P223477-091225, from a complainant via, I believe it was an artificial intelligence application named Gemini Pro, and it referenced information requesting a SFP homicide case known as the Doodler. The request was a voluminous request and has been provided to the task force. Therefore, I will go speaking about it in detail since it is very long. On the same date, on 9/12, we did respond to this request, informing the complainant that the request was denied due to the open case, open investigation exemption per California Government Code 7923.600. Inform the complainant that this case does remain an open investigation, and disclosure of the requested information at this time would endanger successful completion of the investigation and/or adjudication. Therefore, the San Francisco Police Department was declining the release of the records under California Government Code 7923.600, which exempts from disclosure of records of complaints to investigations conducted by intelligence information or security procedures of and investigatory or security files compiled by local police agencies. On 9/28/2025, we received another public records request from the complainant. This too was a voluminous request that was likened to the request on 9/12, requesting the same homicide case file. We responded to that request with a denial, citing the same section, Government Code 7923.600, the open case exemption. The SFPD Legal Division, which includes myself, did speak to the SFPD homicide detail and verified that this case is open and is an active investigation, and we're informed that no part of this case file can be released at this time. Based on this information,
If someone's coughing, could you please mute themselves?
Thank you. Based on the information and documented correspondence detailed above, the SAP denies the allegation that it violated 67.21 of the Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance. The SAP acted in accordance with applicable California Government Code provisions in withholding records related to an open investigation per California Government Code 7923.600. In addition, after consultation with our city attorney's office, we also believe that not providing these records, we are in compliance with 67.24D, which states records of the administrative code, which states records pertaining to any investigation, arrest, or law enforcement activity shall be disclosed to the public once a district attorney or court determines that a prosecution will not be sought against the subject involved, or once the statute of limitations or filing charges has expired, whichever occurs first, notwithstanding occurrence of any such event. Individual items of information in following categories may be segregated and withheld if, on the particular facts, the public interest in non-disclosure clearly and substantially outweighs the public interest in disclosure. This case statute of limitations has not expired, and it, again, is still an active open investigation by our homicide detail. Therefore, the denial of records was lawful and appropriate under the circumstances. And I would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll start off the questions here, just real fast. Lieutenant Hepler, were you aware of the, I don't know what to call it, if it's a policy or a flow chart or essentially something that your predecessor, I believe it was Lieutenant Ozzel, was working on to determine whether or not this exemption took place? And I know that he had been doing a lot of work, I believe, with the Compliance and Amendments Committee. You guys heard this, and forwarded on to us about whether to determine whether or not these types of exemptions apply. Are you familiar with that document? And if so, did you apply that flow chart to this particular case?
No, I'm not familiar with that document.
It was either Ozil, it could have been Beauchamp.
No, it's Ozzel. I have it right here in my email. So regardless of how we go in here, what I think we don't want to do is keep reinventing the wheel. And so I can, if it's helpful, Lieutenant Hepler, I can forward this to you directly because I do have a copy of it. But it'd be helpful on your end, on the police department, if there's a policy that's developed, if it has some type of continuity, so we don't have to keep going back to the beginning. And it may apply here, it may not. I just wanted to make sure that the work that we do before continues on, so we don't have to keep going through the same process over and over. Because I know we revisited issues similar to this multiple times. I'll turn over to anyone else wants to go.
So yes, this is not the first time we've talked about old cases. This was in reference to activity in 1974 and 1975, literally 50 years ago. Lieutenant Hepler, you made reference to the homicide division, and you consulted with them, and they indicated that this is still an active, open investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do they maintain a list or some kind of record? How do they determine that a matter is still open? Do they refer to it by a case name or a number, or how is it that they came to that determination? Do you know?
I do not know that.
Okay.
I don't have details on their case files or what they involve and how they investigate them. I just have the information they provide, whether they are still actively investigating this case and what we can disclose.
Okay, so let's say that this is 50 years old. If you were asked about something that's 60 or 75 or 100 years old, would they possibly articulate the same reason for non-disclosure, that it's still an active investigation?
We take every request in every case on a case-by-case basis. I can't make a general answer about a non-existing case.
Okay. So where I'm going is, at what point does it become, no longer an active investigation, and where arguably any public interest in non-disclosure is clearly outweighed by the public interest in disclosure? Whether or not you're applying that test, when do you come to that point?
Like I said, we take every case on a case-by-case basis. I can only speak regarding this case, which I'm here for right now. And I was explicitly told that this is still open and they still are actively investigating it. If we get a case that's 100 years old and we get a request for a case that's 100 years old, then we will evaluate that based upon the circumstances and apply the principles that you're mentioning.
Okay. How about that language? And I can't remember which case it was, the Haynes or the other case, about concrete indefinite. How does that work into the analysis here?
What's your question?
Did the consideration of whether to release any information turn in part on whether there's been a determination that there's, can someone help me with this? What's the concrete indefinite language?
Prospect of enforcement must be concrete and definite.
Thank you. Was that considered in the department's response here?
What was considered is the fact that after we did consult with the Homicide Division, we were informed by their officer in charge that it is an open, active investigation and that releasing documents would and could possibly interfere with making an arrest and prosecution. Therefore, we used Government Code 7923.600, open exemption.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Thank you for attending, everyone. This is for Lieutenant Hepler. When do you consider a case to become a cold case?
So I think this came up in the last committee as well, when on November. That is probably a general answer to that I cannot give. So in regards to homicide and how they determine something to be a cold case, that'd be a specific question for the officer in charge of the homicide detail or an investigator that worked homicide. In regards to sexual assaults or missing persons, I think they all have their own criteria based upon how they determine whether something becomes a cold case or not. So I can't give a definite answer of a number of years if that's what you're asking or something like that.
Well, I know what concerns me is that it just sounds arbitrary. Is it arbitrary?
I don't know how to answer that. I like I said, I'm not the expert in when a certain homicide case will be determined to be a cold case. I mean, if it sounds arbitrary, okay, but I can't answer that.
I guess it comes to kind of the crux of this as to whether a 50-year-old case, is in fact a cold case at this point, unless you can show that there is new and compelling evidence that would bring it back into activity this time.
I totally understand. That's why we consult with the investigators that are, handling the case and in charge of the case file. I'm not privy to go through their case files and review them to make a determination. Hey, no, we need that. I think that should be released. That is their case file, and we can consult with them. And if they're explaining to us at the legal division that releasing any information from that case file is going to be detrimental to their investigation or prosecution, then we are going to use, again, the government code section we used.
Well, but it said, but that very information is vital to this hearing. I don't know what else to say. I'll stop there.
Vice Chair Stein, then were you?
Yeah.
Member Schmidt? Okay.
Yeah, I have a few questions for Lieutenant Hepler. Am I correct in saying that your policy is to consider all murder investigation files permanently open?
I don't know if I could agree with that or not. I'm sure about the homicide details policy regarding how they consider their case files open or not.
Okay, do you know what the last date of known activity on this case was?
I do not.
Do you know who is in charge of this case?
I believe that the case is in the case file is assigned or with Sergeant Delaney, and the officer in charge of the homicide division is Lieutenant Sanders.
Okay, those were all my questions. Thank you.
I've got a question or two. First to the complainant here. So you didn't receive anything from your document request, right? Nothing, except the assertion of
The response, but no records.
an exemption.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Now to the respondent, are you the one who sort of did the work on this where the request came in and then within 24 hours response was made to the petitioner?
Me personally?
Yes.
No, one of our legal assistants in our office handled this request.
Okay. Do you know if they so it sounds to me like you're saying that they basically contacted the homicide department and were told the case is still active, and based on that, they crafted a response that said that nothing's going to be produced. That's your understanding of how it worked, right?
Yes, that's kind of yes, that's how the process generally works. And I believe that's how it worked in this case. But additionally, I myself also contacted the officer in charge and the sergeant that I mentioned of that detail to verify that because of this type of case. I wanted to ask that as well. So I did that on my own.
Sure.
Member of my legal staff, my sergeants. So
Do you know if anyone at any point in this process in relation to this document request ever looked at the actual files to make a distinction between what would be investigative and properly exempt versus information that wouldn't qualify for the investigative exemption that should be produced? Do you know if anyone ever tried to look at the files and make kind of a segregation between the two?
no, I do not know that.
Okay. And my second question is, now, when it was determined that the exemption applies to the entire file here, do you know if anyone within the police department took into consideration the fact that even though the exemption applies, you still have the ability to produce the files, and you could do that, and you have the ability to decide to produce either part or all of the files? Did anyone ever sort of consider that question?
Discretionary release.
I think I'm following what you're asking. I'm not sure of that.
Okay.
I'm going to say no on that.
Okay, so it
I do
sounds
not
like
know.
once the exemption was claimed, it was determined that the exemption applies, then it was pretty much automatic that the request was going to be denied. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes, that is fair to say. In addition to once the homicide division is contacted and consulted and a second time by myself and my sergeants to verify that no part of this case could be released, then that exemption is what we're going to use.
And I think you mentioned earlier that you think that the provision of the Sunshine Ordinance that applies to investigative records was complied with in this case.
Yeah, 67.24D, I think I mentioned. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Member Pippel?
It's not a question. It's just a point to Lieutenant Hepler on page 11 of the packet. It appears that the letterhead that you were using on September 12th of this year still had Mayor Breed and Chief Scott. I assume you've got updated letterhead. Just a thought.
We do. Sorry about that.
All right. I could find letterhead from 50 years ago. Never mind.
Okay. Any other non-letterhead questions? Okay, I think we can move to rebuttals on this one. So we'll start with the respondent for 3 minutes and then the petitioner for 3 minutes.
Lieutenant, are you ready for your 3-minute rebuttal?
Yes, thank you.
Your time begins now.
I just thank you for your time. Thank you for your questions. I think I've taken up enough of your time and stated our denial based upon Government Code 7923.600 and Administrative Code 67.24D. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stratton, are you ready for your 3-minute rebuttal period?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
SB 16, I think, made it clear, and I don't think anyone brought it up. If there's any type of biased language, using a derogative slur towards the victims and even the perpetrator, if there was a lack of follow-up, just anything under state law, that has to be released. So, and Lieutenant Helper came woefully underprepared. It's just, he has cookie cutter answers to everything. They have to release parts of this file under state law because they already admitted they were biased towards the community during that period of time. I think it would be a great step to heal the wounds of that community, and hopefully you guys see it that way too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Task force members, how do we want to proceed on this one? For those who have access to your email, I just want to point out that our administrator sent on May 8th of this year the flow chart that I referred to in my initial question. And I also forward that to you, Lieutenant Hepler, so you could take a look. And it does talk a little bit about how they're supposed to go through this and what actively investigating means and so forth.
Did you send it to all of us again?
I believe I can if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay. Just give me a moment. I will forward this to everyone. Member Pilpel.
Yeah, while you're doing that. Yeah. I just think we've been over a lot of this territory before. Unfortunately, I think state law is not great in this area. 67.24D has some encouraging language, but it's no more than encouragement. And I think we're kind of stuck. I think that it's great that there was a timely response from the PD, so I don't find a timeliness problem here. It's unfortunate that their response was, nothing for you. And even with the follow-up, the response was still 7923.600, nothing for you. I do think it is worth pursuing both in dialogue and perhaps in law that there should be a point in time where the presumption shifts to it being presumptively subject to disclosure rather than not. And maybe that's based on time, maybe that's, factual or, concrete and definitive. But this idea that we investigate matters and that certain things just stay open forever, 50 years or later, just doesn't, fly logically with me. And I think whatever effort the city put into this investigation over the years, which I suspect was not nothing, should be subject to public review. And even if there's a period of time during which an investigation is active, there should also be a time where it becomes inactive, is closed, and literally, everybody's dead. And I cannot quite fathom what interests are protected after the point of which everyone's dead. So I just think there's got to be a point where things like this are subject to disclosure. And, I don't know, maybe 50 years is a pretty good cut. That at that point, if you haven't gotten the people, chances are you aren't. And, even if you do, find something with the DNA later on, I can't imagine that anybody from that time is going to be doing a hell of a lot. So I'm not sure if I'm able to find a violation here. I just think that we've got to pursue some other avenues. And I appreciate that we dug up the flow chart. And again, whether it's dialogue or law or flow charts, there's got to be a better way than this. Shouldn't be forever.
So this is the part of the flow chart that I just forwarded to the members who have their email here. But I wonder if we need to focus on, because it says, for steps 1 and 2, the investigator needs, this is written by Lieutenant Oswald, this is what he wrote. The investigator needs to tell us they're actively, bolded and underlined, investigating the case. Parentheses, still following leads, getting a search or arrest warrant, waiting on CSI results, etc. Incidents that were assigned have become inactive, don't qualify for the exemption. So that's the prior position of the police department. So I guess maybe it's a question I should ask Lieutenant Hepler. Do you know if they're actively investigating the case, such as still following leads, getting a search or arrest warrant, or waiting on CSI results, or something similar to that?
Yes, thank you. According to the officer in charge of the homicide division, he told me that this is an active investigation. So they are actively investigating this case. In regards to the steps they're taking, I do not know.
I mean, I guess I'm mixed on this one, because I think there needs to be more than just saying it's active. And this is not against you, Lieutenant Hepler, by any means. I'm just the task force members. I was fairly comfortable with, I think, the work that Lieutenant Oswald and the Compliance and Amendments Committee did on this. And I think we kind of helped distinguish kind of that open, but still kind of just lingering out there, no one's really doing anything. And maybe one day some piece of evidence will be delivered, and that would be great, versus, more of a proactive, hands-on type of investigation. I think that's kind of what Lieutenant Oz was getting at. And I'm not sure that's, I don't know one way or the other in this case, if that's what's going on or not. So I think that's where I'm kind of stuck. Member Schmidt and then Member Sugarman.
Yeah, I'm also just not sure on this one way or another. I would concur with Member Pilpel that state law is pretty, it's a pretty high bar here to I mean, it looks like you really could, under state law, have a 100-year-old investigation and you could say you're still investigating. That's at least under the Williams case, which is probably the leading Supreme Court case under state law. And I don't know if the Sunshine Ordinance really, this part of the ordinance, just like a lot of them, it's just not written very well. The one thing that I feel is possibly a problem here is that there's, we sort of like talk about the file. And so there's this thing, it's unit, just one unit of some kind. I'm not sure if the law allows you to say, well, that's the file and it's the investigative file and we're still investigating, therefore it's all exempt. And there is a recent case. I don't know how strongly it applies. It's the Castañeras case, which I believe Mr. Stratton cited, which talks about in a different kind of context, doing an analysis of parts of the file to see if any of this might not be subject to the state law or the local law on investigative exemption. And so that's the one thing that disturbs me is there's this automaticness. I mean, they turned it around. Sorry, that one's, still going on that one 50 years later. And there was no apparent effort to at least just ask the question, can we take some of it and produce it? Partly because of the public interest, but I don't think the public necessarily has to show why they want it. It's just a question of, is anything not really exempt truly, if you consider all the subparts of this investigative file. So that's the one thing that I would say might support a motion for a violation here, that they need to do that analysis to confirm that every single piece of this thing is exempt.
Member LaHood?
Yeah, so, and we've run into this before with the police department. I know Lieutenant Hepler, that roles are often shifted after certain periods of time. We'll see cases where, different representatives are coming in and sometimes it's heartbreaking because it feels like we have to go back to square one. I guess, Chair Yankee, could we send this Lieutenant Olzel's, policy or procedures guidelines, which I don't think he invented totally independently. It seemed like there was some feedback and buy-in from others in the department. Could we ask Lieutenant Hepler to take this back with this, this procedure document, review the case again, and then come back to us next month, perhaps with a different answer? As far as what might be released, and perhaps we could even request that he bring Mr. Stratton's raising of SB 16 along with that to see if the police department would still categorize this as a case under investigation or would perhaps reclassify it or release parts of the file. Is that worth doing before?
Yeah, I think it might be. I mean, here's my concern is that this flow chart was born out of two prior cases, the one with Mr. Spencer and the one with Mr. Cicero. And in both cases, the police department said, there's an open investigation, we can't turn anything over. And
guess what happened?
In both cases, thousands of files were turned over. And they decided, oops, that was wrong.
Because we kept pressing on it.
We kept pressing on it. So I'm not convinced, particularly to Member Schmidt's point, that this seemed to be such a quick turnaround that they went through some type of deliberative process here to find out that it's truly active, and they can't because we've been through this before. And again, not directed at Lieutenant Hepler here, because I know, like you said, this was predecessors, but I feel like we did a lot of work on this to establish, I want to say a higher bar, but at least a more thorough internal investigation before that exemption is just thrown out to us or to a requester. And I feel like we backtracked on that because we've been through this before, only for the police department to say, oops.
Yeah.
Now you can have all these files because we pressed them on it. We took another look. And so I'm just not convinced the police department in this case did that level of research. I like your idea. I remember Sugarman, then you remember Wolf.
I don't have, I almost rescinded my earlier comment because I don't have too much constructive, but what you were just saying about the other cases, what I remember about that, or at least what I wanted to call attention to was that what I remember is we were asking, when we were looking for the information, the department was responding, oh, let's look at this department or this department. I wasn't in charge of this then, or someone else was, or the sheriff's office, et cetera. Like, could you check this place? And eventually it just became a point where it was like, oh, we're getting like the runaround on this and we have to push this issue. Whereas in this instance, it's just a flat no, this case is open. Therefore, we don't want to release the documents, which is kind of like, for me, this is the part that I was going to rescind. Like, I feel a little icky, like saying, oh, well, we've determined that it's not active. If it was like, but it's just a feeling. It's not really precedent.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Member Wolf, then Member Popel.
Yeah, so I'm compelled by the flow chart and how well or it's kind of worked, but I think it also helps with the balancing test. I mean, it gets the police department to at least contemplate its navel to determine whether the case is actually closed or unsolvable, becomes a closed case, or what could or should be disclosed. And I think that level of due diligence needs to be done with this one, as it was done with the others. And I don't think we should waver from compelling them to do so. I'll stop there.
Member Popel.
A few things. If we do continue the matter, I think, yes, we should ask that the flow chart be followed and see what happens there. We should also ask that either Sergeant Delaney or Lieutenant Sanders also attends next month. So if we have specific questions about the status of the case, that it's not just, that's what they told me, I don't know. So again, it's not just authorized, but having a knowledgeable person. And it's not that Lieutenant Hepler is not knowledgeable, but he may not be knowledgeable about the specifics of every single homicide case. And he probably doesn't want to be knowledgeable about every single homicide case. That's number one. Number two, hold on. Give me a second. Now I forget. Oh, I still think that the flowchart and any other documents that we've created in conversation with the police department ought to be worked into the department general order related to public records and approved by the police commission. I think part of the problem is that various people in the police department who, as we know, come and go, don't necessarily keep these as ongoing documents. And if it gets incorporated into a DGO, whether it's the text, an attachment or whatever, then it's binding on everyone in the department until that department general order is changed. So I have a particular affinity for DGOs approved by the police commission. And I'm sorry, I forget the third point.
So I'm kind of getting the sense that we're all starting to feel that, at a bare minimum, the flow chart needs to be taken seriously. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think your suggestion, Member Hood, was really good to have them go back, use the flow chart, which is something they worked on with us. This is not just us mandating.
This is what they said.
They
They
made
said
their-
this is a good procedure.
Right.
Yeah.
And we agreed, and it worked. And in two prior cases, it led to the production of records. If it doesn't in this one, at least I would feel better, because I'd feel, hey, in two of them it did, and this one maybe there is something. But I think that level of diligence, to Member Schmidt's point, needs to be worked out here.
I will just completely agree and just add that I think that effort that is contained in that flow chart, to me, it's also an effort to satisfy what the law actually requires here. Even if the terms of the law are unclear, there is a certain obligation, at least implied in the law, to do an analysis. And I think that flow chart is a pretty good effort to satisfy that requirement of an analysis.
I remembered the third point. Whereas normally we think that timeliness is important and whether it's an IDR or not, having a quick turnaround is useful. In this case, where there's a police file from 50 years ago, I'm not sure that I want a response the same day. I think I want the department to go through either the flow chart or some other process and consult and consider, and only after they've gone through that effort and considered what pieces, if any, can't or shouldn't be released because they're part of an active investigation, and the other information that's not subject to an active investigation but is available for disclosure could be segregated and disclosed. That these are not and should not be all or nothing questions. So I think I'm saying yes. No dress, but I'm saying yes.
So let's just say I were to make a motion to have them use this flow chart. Do we have any sense of how long, to your point, Member Pilpel, we want to give them to use this flow chart? Any thoughts? I mean, I don't want to say
How long did it take them for the last two cases?
I mean, those are cases I think we hung on to for months, if not years, on some of them. So I don't want to say a 5 days only to.
Yeah.
I'd rather than be deliberative about this and get to the right answer than a quick answer. But I don't want to give them too long either. Where
it's normally 2 weeks. If we continue this matter for a month to our January meeting, would that, to Lieutenant Hepler, would that give you sufficient time to consult internally, run it around, talk to whoever, and come back with an answer that night or beforehand in advance in writing?
Okay, yeah. Lieutenant Hepler, I emailed you the flow chart in case you did not have it. So now you have it. If we were to reschedule this matter for our next meeting would be January 7th, would that give you and the investigators in the police department enough time to apply this flow chart and come back with the results and let us know at the January meeting how that went?
Yes, thank you. I did get the email. I read through the flow chart. This is pretty standard to how our legal assistants do their due diligence to try to find information and go through our internal process here. So this is how our legal assistants are doing their job. So I could say yes, if you want us to come back in a month, we can let you know that the flow chart was adhered to. I will check with the legal assistant who completed this public request, make sure that he followed all these steps, and we can, if he did not, we will redo it and follow the steps and see what the outcome produces. Either way.
That would be great. This is Member LaHood, and through the chair, if we could have a written response of how that was followed rather than just, yep, we determined it was active.
It was either Member LaHood or Chair Yankee who also mentioned maybe, including SB 16 in that. I would support that. Just that one other.
Right. So we do it once rather than having to go back again and say, but what about?
Do you have something to?
I mean, I was just going to say, it's not really entirely in the chart, but I feel like if they're looking at whether any of these specific things that would constitute an active investigation were happening, like I would love to have a date or two attached to when those things happened. It's not like it's revealing a ton, but for us to know there are certain activities still happening, here are some recent dates on which they happen. Right now, there's just so little specificity to any of this that it's hard to like really weigh it against the fact that we're supposed to kind of give deference to petitioners if the respondents don't have a very strong response. And I don't consider it a very strong response just to say, oh, we checked, it's active. Yeah. I mean, it's just not very much information to go on.
And if they have a reason not to disclose a specific date, I would be okay with the range if they say within the last 6 months, we've done something. The last 6 months is different from the last time there was any activity in the file was 6 years ago, and there's no prospect of anything further happening. We're just waiting for, some new technology to happen, whatever. That's different.
And then Lieutenant Hepler, again, this isn't, meant to be directed at you or your current staff, but, we've been over this over several years here. And I mean, we have seen this exemption claim before, only to then have this process be gone through in a more detailed fashion, and a lot of records turned over. So I just want to be, clear that, not disparaging your current staff, but we've seen things reversed before from the police department as far as the disclosure of records. I'm sorry, Member Anderson.
Yes, the only thing I would ask Lieutenant Hepler, if the homicide department could let us know which district attorney they're working with on this case, actively working with on this case. So that would be helpful information too.
Just to clarify, I will ask them, but if there hasn't been an arrest made, I'm not sure if they're working with the district attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I will make a motion to continue this file until the January 7th, 2025 meeting, and request that the police department review and apply the flow chart for active investigations and provide a written response to the task force regarding the results of applying the flow chart and the implications of SB 16 on this file. Did I get it all?
Second.
Okay. All right. So that's motion made by me, seconded by Member Wolf.
Do we need to add, or is it implied that we're requesting that somebody from homicide also
They should
attend?
Yeah. I don't think it needs to be part of the motion.
Okay, but so they also, yeah.
So Lieutenant Hepler, if, I'm not going to make it part of the motion, but if there are people on your team whose presence at our meeting would be helpful, if they could call in January as well, if they can't relay the information to you, if they could also be on hand, that would be terrific.
Yeah, I will do my best to ask them and request that they attend via WebEx or phone, the homicide inspectors. I can't guarantee that they will. I'll stress the importance and being at the hearing and trying to get what we can out, but I can't compel them to.
I know. I appreciate that. If there's anything we can do to set it at a certain time so that, like, let's say they are available between 6 and 7, I'm happy to place it on a part of the agenda where we can make it so that they can be there.
I will let them know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have a motion.
I mean, there may be a police commission meeting that night down the hall. So if whoever's there for that, if they're tuned in, they could drop in here.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We discussed it a lot, so let's open up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 11? If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have one individual. Hello, Mr. Wilson, to comment on item 11.
Yeah, I do.
All right, your 3 minutes begins now.
I think it's good that you're trying to get to the bottom of these type of cases. I remember the one last month. So this bridge has been crossed by the Connecticut Supreme Court recently. And here's what they said. As the Supreme Court recognized, it's especially important to permit public access to investigatory records where law enforcement can't demonstrate a reasonable possibility of future action so that the public may exercise meaningful oversight of law enforcement agencies. And that's what this comes down to. And that's what they should demonstrate when you have your next meeting. What's going to happen? Do you have something? Do you have a suspect at the very minimum, and so on and so forth? Or have you just got nowhere to go on this, but you won't admit it? And that's where the oversight comes in, and that's where 67(1)(e), public officials who attempt to conduct the public's business in secret shall be held accountable for their actions. And I want to just say that I'm the most pro SFPD guy out there, and we need more cops than urban alchemy. But in this case, you've got a lot of these cold cases, 50 years, doesn't matter. Basically, if you want to adopt that standard, you don't have to disclose anything because there's no statute of limitations. They even have something called the dead suspect loophole. So, I mean, you don't have to actually with this, you never have to disclose anything on all the cases you failed, Hepler, to solve. No, we need accountability. Why aren't you getting your job done for us? That's what this is about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm lowering your hand. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, public comment is closed and we can move to a vote on that.
Taking the vote on item 11, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 8 ayes, 2 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you to both parties for joining us, and we'll see you again next month.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a thought. I'm wondering if we shouldn't try to incorporate some sort of flag or bookmark when these kinds of cases come forward before our committees when they're hearing for jurisdiction, to make sure that there's a question at least if the police department has applied the flow chart.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great suggestion that if that could be vetted out at the committee level. I don't know how best to memorialize this for our purposes, but
I don't think we'll be forgetting the police department.
probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're okay. So we're done with the complaints. Does everyone want a short break before we move on to the non-complaint stuff?
Yes, please. Can we have 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's do that.
And then can we start with item 6 and then proceed?
Yeah, we're gonna go back to item 6, then we'll go back. Yep, exactly.
The task force is in recess at 7:58 PM. Microphones are off.
and their
Microphones are on.
Okay, we're back on the record at 8:09 PM.
I'm here.
Okay,
Thank you.
so let's go back to, we left off at item number 6.
Item number 6, Administrator's Report. Task Force and Committee tentative hearing schedule with potential adjustments, complaints and hearing requests, pending petitions and complaints, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force member attendance, and communications.
Okay. So the first part, any upcoming issues with meetings?
These are the remaining item 1, the upcoming tentative hearing schedule lists only the remaining meetings for December 2025. The Complaint Committee scheduled for its regular meeting period on December 16th at 5:30 PM. A canceled regular meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee on December 23rd, and a scheduled replacement Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting on December 30th at 4:30. That will be a special meeting. Any changes?
No changes. I just wanted to say thank you, Administrator Peterson, and those you had to work with to move our meeting. That's extremely helpful, and I appreciate the extra effort that it took to make that happen.
Thank you.
And the room reservations have been put through there on, looks like page 8 of the file. So that's essentially the calendar we have for 2026. And if anyone notices any conflicting holidays that we didn't catch last meeting when we developed this, if you could let us know sooner rather than later so that we can make arrangements and changes.
Which is a good segue to item 2, the draft 2026 meeting calendar. At last month's regular meeting of the task force on November 5th, I was directed to go ahead and reserve the 2026 meeting dates and calendar based on the documents produced in November. And those hearing rooms have been reserved. And the final schedule of the 2026 hearing room reservations is attached to this report, and the website has been updated with these dates.
Remember the hood.
Just to let you know, because I know I am going to be away the first week of January. So unfortunately, I'm missing January 7th.
Okay. If you could send a follow-up email too, just so.
I will do that right now.
Excellent.
Yes.
I missed February 4th.
February 4th,
Send an
okay.
email right now.
Okay.
And to that point, if anyone knows you're going to miss meetings, then thank you so much for doing it now. The more notice, the better, because EOT had to be canceled because 2 of the 3 members within 18 hours of the meeting canceled. And then at that point, it's too late to even try to get replacements because we need to make sure that, respondents and petitioners don't show up to, a meeting that's not going to happen. So sooner you can let everyone know if you can't make a meeting, the better.
Thank you.
Oh, speaking to that real fast. Since CAC is meeting, EOT was going to do 2 compliance files that didn't get heard. I don't know how much work you need to put into the amendments part now, but would you be able to hear those 2 files in December? Because if not, they'll be pushed off till January now. They already got canceled for EOT last month.
If we can try to keep them brief, I assume that complaint is all backed up in December.
Yeah, if you look, well, as we move on to page 3 of the administrator's report, you'll see that.
Well, I would say this, we could consider them, but it also depends on the ability of participants to attend. And since it's December 30th, so I would say, Administrator Peterson, if pending your ability to schedule people to participate on that day.
Okay.
I can actually I think the agenda was posted. We can look and see specifically what they are. Hang on.
The cancellation has replaced that agenda.
Oh, it did? It replaced it? Oh.
Yeah, there is, there are actions that are taken when a meeting is
Okay,
canceled
so it's pulled,
that we
okay.
have to publish.
But there were two. So we could, I guess, check the parties and see. But if we can get them on there, that'd be great, because I hate to see it languish that long because of a attendance issue on part of the task force members. No fault of their own.
If we act on the 30th, other than an oral report on the 7th, it's going to be difficult to turn around something for the 7th anyway.
Well, and I'm not going to be there on the 7th.
Right.
Right, so I guess we probably will have to do like a final vote on the 7th or in the February meeting on any amendments. I think much more than that, if we're going to turn something over to the board. We could talk more about that.
Well,
on
we'll talk
that
about,
item.
yeah. But I'm just saying, we can certainly do the two compliance things. Can we just think for a second about the actual calendar? So if the 30th is a Tuesday, 29th, 26th, so the 24th or the 26th are when the agenda is going to go to bed. So stuff would need to be in by like the 23rd or the 24th. So yeah, I mean,
No, I mean, for the January meeting?
for December 30th.
Oh.
So I'm just thinking in advance that if we're contacting parties, that we really want to know that they're going to be able to get stuff in and attend on the 30th. Otherwise, we're just putting things on the
Well,
agenda.
notices to parties should go out the week of the 15th.
Or, yeah, but
Or
we may
sooner.
want to check with them.
Yeah,
and
or
say,
sooner.
Are you really happening?
Right.
And then we can send the formal notice.
Right, and then the final agenda for the December 30th meeting needs to get posted the week of the 22nd.
Right, which is going to be a tough week, and yeah.
And then the agenda for the January meeting needs to get posted the week of the 29th.
Okay. And some people are going to be around here to make that happen? I mean, yeah. Okay. So.
And luckily, January 2nd is not a holiday. So Pat, will you be available on January 2nd to post the agenda for the January meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Yankee,
Yes.
the November 25 agenda of the Education Outreach and Training Committee was file 25028.
That was a new file, right?
That was a compliance matter with Anne Marie and the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco.
FAM.
Oh, okay. One of those.
There was another compliance matter, file 25035. That was a complaint filed by Mr. Paul Kaniha against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency,
one with
also
the-
scheduled for.
That was that
follow-up.
lady who showed up here, the
Follow-up.
buzz person.
And one new action by, it was a complaint by Mr. Michael Turon against.
Well, yeah, well, that'll go to complaints. If you had to prioritize them, I would do the Kneehow one first, since that's a public records one and has more of a deadline, and then the other one, the FAM one, they're going to solve that issue.
As time allows.
In December. We've worked on it for what, 6 years now?
So
And haven't,
the two compliance matters,
we could try.
find out if they're available for CAC
Yeah.
on the 30th.
If they're available, and I'm guessing because of the timing, if we're lucky, one will be available.
And at least this way, if they can't make it, it's on them that they can't make it. We at least offer it. We try. Yeah.
And we really want both sides, not just.
Correct. Right. We want both
Yeah.
participants to show up. Yeah.
And then if you guys have anything that comes out of CAC on December 30th, it does give a small window to include it in the agenda for January 7th. If there's a really quick turnaround, like next day. But at this point, we should be getting close to,
Like, we should be close to having the table clear.
yeah,
Yeah.
and figure out what it's actually going to look like.
It may just be that we continue item 12, and so it's really a question of, do we have a document to slip in for item 12?
Wait, you're talking about right now? No, we have to finish going over the one from last month. Yeah.
Saying that if we continue item 12 to January, if we have a document that we evolve at the December meeting to put that in as the attachment for January.
Yes.
Yes.
Now I
Well,
understand.
it'll show up on every
I
single
thought you
agenda.
were
until we-
proposing that we don't discuss it tonight, and I was baffled. Okay.
Yeah, it'll show up again in January.
Okay.
So just swap out anything new in there. Exactly.
And back to the administrator's report, starting in January, we'll have at least 2, if not 3 months of dates here. So if members have known issues like Member LaHood and Member Stein mentioned, we'll be able to flag those in advance. I don't want to say too much publicly, but I was not pleased last week that EOT did not meet. EOT, it turns out, only met twice this year rather than 6 times. And I think there's a lot that we can and should be doing through EOT and haven't. And I'm really just disappointed about that. So I really hope EOT meets in January. And
3 months of meetings in advance are typically
Okay.
included in the administrator's report.
Okay, let's move on to the next part of the item number, let's see, subsection 3.
Subsection 3, I believe there were 18 new complaints. These are being processed with assistance from Mr. Young.
So it looks like we have quite the uptick in complaints lately.
We
I have a question about that.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
How many of them are from the same petitioner?
Well, I could count them here, but the complainants and responding parties are listed in this table.
It actually looks like to be a pretty diverse set of.
they're all over the.
Yeah, they're all over. So, Member Wolf, if you look at pages, 2, 3, 4, there's a list of all of who the petition complainants are. And there are all sorts of people and all sorts of respondents.
I got it.
On the chart in section 3, I could ask about the William Lindo matter, not accepted. I'm not sure if I care right this moment. I would note on 25-107, Charles Story, San Francisco Health Authority is likely not subject to the ordinance, subject to the Brown Act and CPRA, but probably not subject to Sunshine, if that helps anybody.
This is a listing of the complaints received.
Isn't that a county entity?
A quasi entity, I believe.
Yeah, it's a public entity, but it's not, and I don't want to get into it in detail. I just think it may not be subject.
Well, let's
to
let our administrator work out.
Right.
This is not time to
I'm just
discuss
saying,
those.
okay. And then on 25-111, was that actually 5 Keys schools, or is that part of some city department? Are you still sorting that out?
We understand that one of the 5 Keys schools is connected with SFUSD, which requires us to consider whether or not that particular program is something that would be considered by the task force.
So maybe not.
Yes,
Okay,
I
you're
am
figuring
not
that out.
familiar, sitting here tonight, with all of the 5 Keys schools.
Got it.
We have confirmed, however, with complainant that there is one school in the program that's associated with the school district.
Okay.
And I don't know all of the facts.
That's fine. All right. In any event, we've got plenty of complaints. There's no shortage of complaints. They're not all getting scheduled at complaint this month. It's getting.
And to that point, I think we all need to be cognizant of the time it's been taking to make our way through complaints. We only heard 2 today, and here we are at 8:30.
Right.
So we're taking a lot of time here, and one of them was a return one. So he's probably spent 2.5 to 3 hours on that first one if you add up the 2 meetings. We can't hear this many and stay on track if we don't shorten that amount of discussion time down. So we're going to need to think outside the box on how to do that or police ourselves better.
And to confirm, with the exception of the recent set of 4 cases by Mr. Aaron Wilson, generally we are scheduling only 2 items per meeting from a petitioner.
Yes, to make sure everyone has a shot at it.
So we'll continue that approach.
Yes.
Okay.
I think complaints may be having some suggestions on reducing?
Maybe.
We talked about it at our last meeting, and we think we may be able to vote on a set of ideas that may or may not have come up before in order to make us go faster on our complaints here.
And again, although the other members of EOT aren't here, assuming they're here in January and the EOT meets, I'm happy to spend an evening at EOT whacking through some complaints as well, if that helps chop down some of the backlog. Chair Schmidt.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to I think EOT is going to have hear some of these, otherwise complaints are going to be too backed up.
I don't know if we need to have a fourth at the complaints committee.
No. That we
Have
could
some of the
spend some of the
pending
complaints,
complaints will go to EOT.
some of the matters heard at EOT. So
Yeah, we can do all 18. Yeah, that's fine, right?
One meeting?
No.
You guys must be
Yeah, we
really
need
fast
help.
now with that, getting through those complaints.
same house, same call.
Okay, let's move on to 4.
Item 4. The backlog of cases is being worked through. The item that I want to call to your attention is the outstanding case awaiting full hearing from 2023. That is a Spencer versus Police Department case. We have spoken with the police department. Mr. Spencer has received documents. He received them in mid-October. I am following up with Mr. Spencer to find out his response to the documents that he received. He hasn't responded. He generally does, but I will still follow up with him.
That was the case, in fact, that flow chart came out of, that I just forwarded. So that is definitely not awaiting a full hearing. That was deep into the compliance process, and I
Right.
believe on the verge of being closed. So that's not awaiting full SOTF hearing.
That should be in the third.
That should be in the, yes.
Yeah.
Except
No,
I'm going to trust you on this.
I found the motion. It was, it said, you guys had a motion, just confirm that he received it once we confirmed that he received the records to close the file. That was back in April.
Right.
And I don't know why it's still open, because I think we're good. I think that April timeframe is,
Yeah, sometimes I confuse them when we've got the same petitioner and multiple cases.
Yeah.
So, okay, good.
and that was when, back in, then in May, after April meeting, a couple of weeks later, is when we got that flow chart to the full task force. So I think we really worked that one out.
After that, the active cases are 2025 cases.
Well, that's good. So, and the 2024 one was just an OD that we approved. So we'll be on 2025. So that's the good news.
But that OD is scheduled for tonight.
Yep. That's something I'll be closed out then for.
Did that.
Yep.
Been there, done that.
All right, item 5.
Yep.
Item 5, the bylaws and the attendance records for the past 12 months. Please let me know if there are any errors that need to be addressed. Otherwise, this is the attendance record that we have. And lastly is item 6, communications. There is a communication from Ron Cicero. Received November 8, 2025. He was providing an update to the task force on the status of Cicero versus the San Francisco Police Department, file number 22010, regarding the release of San Francisco Police Department documents and the possible release of a wrongfully convicted man.
And this
Records
was
provided.
another one of those cases where the police department used that exemption and then.
Yeah, and I was going to say, if you haven't read this letter, read the letter. This is fascinating.
Are there any questions about the administrator's report?
Just a comment, no more questions. This bleeds over to the annual report discussion later. I think it would be good to either incorporate this into the annual report or at least reference the Cicero matters, the Spencer stuff, the Lataki stuff, that we really have spent a lot of time on police matters that are complicated, that have results that save the city money, that advance the public interest. I mean, some kind of spotlight on the police cases, I think, would be useful in the annual
Yeah,
report.
just in general, I think that's a great idea because this is the words of, I think in fact, using his exact words because it shows the value we have, that we're not just meeting until 10 o'clock, discussing nuanced things that are meaningless. I think we're actually making a real difference and it leads to real tangible results. Okay, let's do public comment for that if there is anyone.
Give yourself a hand, folks.
We have no one in the room. We have one hand raised.
Okay, me again.
Hello, Mr. Olson.
Yes, I want to say thank you very much. It was a pleasure spending the evening with the body here and Ms. Peterson. You guys doing a fantastic job. And thank you for letting me speak here. And I look forward to seeing what else you guys are going to be up to in the interest of the Sunshine Ordinance. The public has a right to know, and you guys are the ones that are going to make it happen, because these departments, they think it's theirs and they don't have to share it. And so that's a tough road to hoe, but I'm glad you guys are all willing to take it up. So thank you very much for your involvement.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We have no other hands raised.
Okay, public comment is closed and we can move on to item 12 now.
No action.
No
Item 12, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance amendments, discussion and potential action regarding proposed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance.
So just to be clear where we left off, we are, actually now I'm looking at my other document. I want to make sure I'm the same. We got as far as the authorized representative section. So this is not updated from last time because I just wanted to finish the whole thing and then update it. So Chair Yankee, I don't know if you want to take it away from authorized representative.
Sure, let me pull it up here. My computer's being slow. Let's see. We were on, okay, let's see. So we did supervisor. Okay, did we do authorized or?
No, we have not done authorized. So
Okay.
what we have not covered yet are from authorized representative on down.
Okay.
So seeking commentary.
Okay, so I think for authorized representative, if I recall, a few months ago, we passed some type of resolution kind of urging people to send most knowledgeable. And I think it sounds like you guys are.
Yeah, so we should probably take that language and suggest that it be do we want to suggest that it's incorporated in the ordinance?
Yeah, and if I recall, some of us felt uncomfortable voting at the time that current language means most knowledgeable, but I think we all kind of, even though we didn't necessarily vote on it, felt that it should say that. It's just that it currently doesn't. Or at least not necessarily most knowledgeable, at least knowledgeable or something.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to add and knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Authorized and knowledgeable.
Yeah, I think it's
Like, it
perfect.
doesn't require anything more than like 2 words.
Where it says authorized representative, there's a heading. Any other thoughts on it, Ed, or moving on to custodian of public record?
Okay, I guess we'll move on to the next part. So I know the first bullet point was mine. And I sent that after going through the October hearing for that case that we just heard. And seeing as we ended up 5-4 on that, it's obviously is ambiguous and I think does need work. And that I think demonstrates why.
So should we talk about that now? What do we want to do with a more specific definition of custodian of public record, and what do we feel comfortable saying? And I think the challenge with the last case was that they were defining custodian in a different way, but in such a manner that intersected with their work in terms of responding to public records, and that caused confusion.
Can I chime in on that for a second?
Oh, go ahead.
So the way they were using the word custodian is like a custodian in a school, like maintenance, that kind of thing, making sure things are are fixed and working and, you know, that kind of thing. It's not necessarily a regular term in the tech world to use the word custodian. So, you know, I use the word curator, but that may not even be a good word either. But I think, you know, I think what needs to be clear is that the word custodian, for the purposes of creating policy around ownership or possession of records or public information, needs to be specifically to the Sunshine Ordinance, and that the entire city family has to be cognizant of that, including the city attorney, who's maybe reviewing these policies before they get written or as they're being written. You know, whoever's assigned to those entities or those departments. That's it.
Yeah, and you know, in my mind, when I submitted this and how I thought of that case and what I think needs to be worked on here is, I think access to and custodian of, I think, means different things. I keep thinking back to the example you used, Member LaHood, about, you know, we store, you know, documents, hard copy documents in the building. Does that mean that anyone who's involved in facilities is now a custodian of that? Because it's, I mean, and that might be kind of a stretch, but I think that's the distinction that needs to be made. Otherwise, I think we kind of blur the lines of who's really responsible. And I can't think, and to me, I don't think it's appropriate to have multiple responsible departments, unless there, you know, there might be in some cases multiple, if there's a contract and it's signed by multiple departments, but I would consider them all the custodian, but I wouldn't necessarily consider, you know, someone who if there's interoffice mail, the person who does interoffice mail to be custodian because they delivered it in an envelope from one department to another, right? I think something like that needs to be fleshed out a little more clearly. Ownership of the data or something like that. Member Sugarman?
What about another flow chart, like a worksheet? I know it's funny, but I also think it might be helpful. Like, to what level, like if they answered a question that said to what level they have access to or responsibility over a document.
Yeah, the other thing is, you mean like a chain of custody kind of thing, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. The other issue is that there may be multiple departments or entities that have involvement with the same, you know, information. For instance, like the zoo. The zoo has information. The Zoological Association has information. Rec and Park has information. The city administrator has all the same information. So, you know, you have that level of possession of record and ownership at the same time. And people are looking to corroborate between departments.
Member Popel?
I've always approached this a bit differently, and maybe part of it is captured in the next bullet. I just think we should change the concept of custodian to department head, that the city is organized through various departments, that you vest with each department head the responsibility to designate a point person and any assistance or backup people as necessary. And ultimately, it rolls up to the department head that they've got to have some process in place to handle public records requests. You know, it has never made sense to me that you can hand a request to a bus driver or a nurse or a custodian or a gardener and say, I want blah, 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 and I expect a response by the close of business tomorrow. Whether they have access to records or are the custodian of the records or even know where the computer is, doesn't matter. That's not their job. They should say, if you want stuff, the department head is blah, they're the person to send it to. All I can do is take it, and if you can't get it to headquarters, I'll find a way to get it to headquarters, but it's not going to get clocked in until it gets there, and that's their job, right?
I respectfully disagree because
Okay.
there are plenty of people who work for the city who have access to information and a higher level of knowledge of their area of specialty than the department head, and can actually respond to records requests much faster. And if you force everything to go up to the top and then get distributed back down, it's going to take forever and we're going to clog the pipes.
Okay.
And you create gatekeeper syndrome.
Yes.
Okay. So let me be clear. I'm not saying that you have to send it to the department head. I'm saying that the department head should ensure that there is a process and system. And if they say the best way to get it is send it to POL.recordsrequest or MTA.recordsrequest, whatever email address, or here's the phone number, or here's the address, and that will get checked several times a day and routed to the right person, that's fine. If you've got somebody better to send it to, that's okay too. But that in terms of compliance, in terms of who's responsible, that it's ultimately the department head. It's the same thing, in my view, as language access, ADA, hiring and firing, contracts, all kinds of things. I mean, department heads sign a bunch of contracts and in some cases have delegated contract approval authority to various folks, but ultimately it's on them if there's a contract problem. I just think that
Got it. We're going to have to move on
Okay.
because there's a lot of bullet points and where it's already
fine. That's my view.
got it.
Thanks.
Any other thoughts or weighing in or dissent, concurrence?
So,
We'll see what comes out of CAC. I think there's good points
Okay.
on all sides.
Should we move on to clarifying language and clarifying provisions for immediately disclosure requests? Can we better define which records are subject to IDRs? What happens when IDRs are sent to employees on vacation and leave, part-time employees, or board and commission members who do not work full-time? Again, this is something that, we've run into again and again. Perhaps, and this is maybe where I do agree with Member Pilpel, should IDRs, I don't know though, should IDRs be sent to a shared fully staffed department contact rather than individual city employees? I don't know. What do people think?
I sent this and I think yes, but others may disagree. And I think for those reasons, I mean, number one, I think media disclosure requests should be kind of like those readily available things. We're talking like agendas, maybe copy of the budget. You're not stuff like the zebra murder file, right? That's not an IDR, right? So I think those types of files would be best kept by someone, a central place, right? Who would be able to access. You're not going to want to give an IDR to use Member Pilpel's point, an IDR to a bus driver and expect to get a copy of the budget for SFMTA, but the next business day. But you might if you had a central contact who has the budgets and some of those, more frequently requested documents. I think it also helps get rid of those situations that we ourselves, I mean, I think half of us, if not more, have a don't contact us if this is an IDR, send it to SOTF, right? But not every employee uses their computer or checks their voicemail every single day and can appropriately respond to these things. So I think it sets reasonable expectations, not only for members of the public on how to best get their documents as fast as possible, but sets reasonable expectations for people in the city also.
I think we also need to be cognizant that our ordinance is unique in that it does place the onus on a single person as a custodian versus the California CPRA that puts the onus on, a department, an agency, an entity. And I would hate for us to keep suggesting that it should be more broad based and and the end result would be deprecating that notion of a custodian being an individual. Just a thought.
Mr. Stein?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in line with your thinking, Chair Yankee, on this. I mean, we've just seen so many cases. We have a disproportionately, I think like a third of our cases are IDRs that were not answered in time, or it has been at least in past years, and often because the person hasn't checked. People, aren't really, maybe they even only work part-time. They're not necessarily equipped to do that. So I think the way that it's written is highly problematic. And I think it's okay to have this one exception. I don't think it taints the rest
Right.
of our law and changes anything to do with it. It's sort of a special category of information that's readily available, and you should want it to go to someone who can answer it that day, not go into somebody's inbox who's not checking and get lost. So I feel like it does a service for the petitioners as well to have a designated place to send that, where they're highly alert to the fact that they can get ITRs.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Moving on. All right.
Clarifying when extensions are allowed with regard to both IDRs and other records requests, and at what length throughout the ordinance. CPR has its own extensions, but allows local ordinances to enhance. It's not 10 days to respond and then another 14 days just because CPRA allows that. And I think we hear that again and again. It's like, they wait 10 days and it's like, hi, we need more time. We're invoking a 14-day extension when things could be delivered faster. So I don't know. What do we want to do with this?
Well, I think we see this a lot, and so I think we should take, and I think it's ambiguous, potentially, how the Sunshine Ordinance and their deadlines interact with the state. I think we've interpreted one way, and I think the city attorneys, perhaps the good government guides, interpreted a different way. I'm pretty sure that when we watched that video, that they interpreted
The opposite way we do.
right?
Yeah. So what are we going to do about that?
So I think if the language in those types of cases is ambiguous, we need to be more clear and perhaps say something along the lines of the local ordinance shall supersede or shall not allow this exemption in state law. Because I believe there's a part when it talks about allowed exemptions, so there's part of the Sunshine Ordinance, it's now using the wrong code number, where it explicitly says, you may not use exemption found in Government Code 62555 or something like that it was, right? I think we perhaps need to be that explicit if that's the intent that we want to hold. Because right now it says there's a deadline, but it doesn't necessarily say you cannot use the state deadline. It just is kind of assumed that if we made our own, you can't. But I think that's where the ambiguity comes from.
On this point, and Member Wolf and I have gone around and around on this for a while, I don't think that an IDR ever converts to a regular request. I think that a department in some cases can treat it as a regular request, but I don't think the law is particularly clear. And perhaps if we have language that says when a department has no immediately, what term are we using for IDR? Readily available or immediately available records, right? That when a department has no immediately or readily available records, it shall so state in writing, and only then may shall the regular non-IDR deadlines apply. That they have to put that in writing, and so then if there's a dispute here, we can say, okay, did you say that, and what was your basis? They were just asking for the agenda for the meeting in 2 days. You really couldn't find that? Well, look, a puppy. If they say, oh, well, they actually asked for the zebra file, no, we couldn't find that. All right, well, so maybe that wasn't an IDR. But, there's no specific requirement that I'm aware of that they have to put in writing that they did that quick search and could not find it. And that's why they didn't treat it as an IDR.
Member Adams?
Are you on?
Microphone.
Are we back?
It's fine.
I've really bonded with my special table over here. I did think about it, but I like it over here.
All right.
So this is tangentially related to this. So sorry for derailing slightly, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around all the parts of the Sunshine Ordinance, and I have come to appreciate how much detail is in here, even like the different types of requests that there can be. And so my question is actually just, is there like model legislation to pull from, or are we just like, it seems like there's a ton here, and it's hard for me to think about how this all fits together and what we should be doing. Obviously, you guys have been at this for a long time, but I'm curious if there's model legislation out there for this type of public record stuff, or
This is the
I would say
model
that-
legislation.
yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, okay.
They all use
This is the model.
Yeah. All right.
And other jurisdiction, they all do it differently.
Yeah.
And this is probably the most comprehensive.
Okay.
But I was going to say, like, a lot of what's in here to me is very similar to laws that have been written in other countries more recently, as opposed to our very old Freedom of Information Law or even our fairly old California Public Records Act. That there are other countries that have written Freedom of Information laws or right to information laws, they're often now called, in the last like 15 years, that are more kind of state of the art of contemporary thinking of how to protect rights to information. And this has a lot of that in it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but are there any countries that I should look into on this? Because I'm very interested in what the state of the art is.
So I've met with Germany and Japan. They came here
Germany and Japan.
specifically to talk about.
There's a lot. I could email you like a
That'd be
little
great.
list if you want of some of the more recent ones. But I'm trying to remember, there's some organizations out there that have also done reports on like who has the strongest right to information laws, like some big nonprofits, and they'll have it kind of listed, including like a ranking of at least as in terms of how the law is written. And almost all the ones at the top are recent.
Cool. Appreciate it. Thanks, folks.
Probably look it up and send it to you.
Next bullet point.
Yeah,
Move on.
you read it while I type.
Okay, I'll read it. So this is about rolling document production should apply to all record requests, not just IDRs, as long as the defined deadlines are clear. I'm not gonna get into the rest of it, but so I think the current issue out of that one is that the rolling response part is kind of buried in the IDR section, and
And it needs to be elevated.
I think it needs to be elevated so that people know that. Yeah, I think it's even if it's, even with the 10 days, I would say if you had them available, some of them in 4 days, you should trim them in 4 days, not wait the full 10 days.
Yeah.
To turn them over. I think the expectation is over, as you get them, as soon as you get them, turn them over. There's no reason to hold on to that. So, does that make sense to everyone?
Yep. That was my.
I guess I think that's, moving along.
There is
okay.
language about not having delays, but we didn't explain that that means when you
Right.
find a document, you review for redaction or exemption, and once you're done with that, you make it available as soon as possible.
And then as you work on the next batch, you turn
Yeah,
that over
right.
and so forth and so on.
Yes, batchification.
Yep.
One other thing, just a step back on the, kind of convert the idea of converting it from an IDR to a regular. If you're going to consider Member Pilpel's suggestion, there has to be some kind of real notice to the requester that is happening.
Right.
Because this thing with the respondents just showing up and saying, "Oh, we just converted it to a regular request," with no notice to anyone is ridiculous.
I think there's been a lot of emphasis on request and document production, and where there's things lacking is the back and forth, the acknowledgement that there's been a request to narrow or prioritize if necessary, an acknowledgement that there's been some production and that there are some documents that are under review. It just seems to me that there's not enough communication, and it's all like, we got your thing and here's a big pile of stuff, we're done, right? And there can be huge times of silence, and there doesn't need to be, like a daily, or not necessarily daily, but a periodic, we did more work, here's what we have now, we still are on your request, and we're making progress. Are we correctly prioritizing? If not, please let us know, right? The kind of like the "we want to work with you" bit, that seems rather lacking.
Maybe that's something to consider putting in there. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be like a specific mandate, but that departments are encouraged to communicate and have a deliberative process or something with petitioners to ensure the most effective outcomes, however you guys word it, but something to that effect. I think you're right. That's oftentimes lacking. It's very robotic. Back
We
and forth.
encourage you to do the right thing and to communicate effectively and to that end. I mean, it's like, seriously. Okay, all right. If we have to write that in, let's write that in.
All right, let's keep moving. I think the next two are kind of related. So I'll read both of them. The first one is make records. Requests have been fulfilled with digital records publicly viewable and accessible on the department's website. Could require these to be included in index of records, which is not currently very useful. And then public records requests and responses made on next request unless they contain information that is not publicly disclosable are public records and should be disclosed. What records retention policies be on this information? There's not consensus on this.
Yeah, because I think there are departments that just sort of like flush it out every 30 days. They're like, they just get rid of things, and I think they consider it just part of like notes and process. And
so my question, I guess, would be, since we're probably, I think, leaning in the direction of doing more high level changes, is this something we think we can figure out and come up with great wording on by February, or is this maybe one of those? It needs work. We know it needs work. We'll continue working, but it's not going to make.
You know what the challenge is with this is that not every department does it the same way, and not every department even uses next request,
Right.
which makes so
Some even use their own
system
or none at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking this doesn't get fixed by February and it is a good longer term project, but not maybe a this go around type of thing.
What are other people
But
think?
that's my thought.
There's some language, I think, in dash 29 or either 29 or 29-2 that requests that a department regularly receives, that those records shall be put on their website. And we could strengthen that language. I don't want these things to necessarily reside on next request, but I think if they know that they're going to get a request every month for police shooting info or homelessness reports or blah, 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 and we could establish a standard in law or in practice. If you get 3 or more requests for the same thing in the same month, you should put it up on your department website.
Exactly.
Right? It's like, if you get a one-off thing for, hey, I'd like the history of blah, 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 okay, that's a one-off thing. If you get, 10 or more requests for the same thing, chances are a lot of people are interested in it. Put it up on the website, So yeah, 3 or more is good to me, but whatever.
If the case comes before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and we find that there are records that are available to be released, and then those records are released, why are they not through our own portal?
You mean on our fancy website that
Yes,
we designed so nicely?
That total fancy website.
Yeah, if we had the fancy website, I think that'd be a great idea.
We have a government page though.
Oh, but it's not, ours is under the Board of Supervisors. Ours is under the Board of Supervisors. Yours is under the mayor, the executive branch.
No?
Who's what?
Member Sugarman's.
Member Sugarman.
Sorry, should have announced myself. Just me asking.
I think longer term, I know Angela Calvillo, who's the clerk and who we're under, I know they're working on a new contract, a new system to update and modernize to make our orders of determination and our file packets and all that be more searchable. But as of right now, I don't think it's just a bunch of
scanned
PDFs.
I completely support what it says here, that the people that are, that are in possession of the records should be releasing them in their own way, in their own place. But it's like in a lot of these instances, we discuss compliance and like whether if we ordered something or if we said that someone was in violation, we want to know whether or not that person had complied. And I feel like a good way of doing that, if they actually had complied, would be to release it through, again, our fancy website that we don't have. So that's that's all.
I long for the searchable database.
I think that's a great idea if it would let us do it. Like, if we issued an order and there'd be some type of response to our order, and then you could click on it and see exactly what the response was to that. And I think it's a great idea, but.
Chair Yankee, I do have a question on the technology side of this stuff. I'm curious if there's a collaboration opportunity with, maybe it's DT, maybe it's before COIT, maybe it's digital services who they're trying to roll out a more unified experience for the city. But I'm curious if you guys have thought at all about the Sunshine Ordinance as an opportunity to bring some sort of standardization, right? I know a lot of departments, especially the enterprise departments, they all have their own systems. But I'm curious if you've thought at all about if it's even possible for us to recommend like suggesting via the Sunshine Ordinance that there is a place where public records requests go kind of regardless of the department. Because I don't know how else you would accomplish that kind of standardization. I don't know if this is the right place for it, but it would certainly be appealing from a metrics perspective, from a throughput perspective.
I love this idea, but I don't know that we have, I mean, yeah, if you have ideas about how we could accomplish
Yeah,
that.
and I guess should it be written into the law or is it a best practice?
Right.
Same thing with the next request. That's how I was kind of getting at, I think we have kind of our things we'd like to see, but does it belong in a law? I think to me, that's more of I would love to see that. I'm not sure if that's something we would write into the Sunshine Ordinance, or if we would, how we would do so.
Comment.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I used to dive into this pretty heavily. I used to go to COIT meetings all the time. And it's an entrenched problem in this city where every department, as far as this technology, is decentralized. So as we heard earlier today, that every department has their own kind of software or platforms or things like that. They're not interested in centralizing everything into one big enterprise. And so you end up with that kind of entrenched problem. So, that's why, it's more of an internal kind of issue and it's been going on for a long time. We go through CTOs just because of that over the years.
Yeah, if you look, there's that sf.gov platform that they came out with, I don't know, maybe 5-7 years ago, Member Wolf? I know you were working with that to even get us migrated over. And we were working with, I know I believe, and former Vice Chair Wong were working on that to get us migrated over. And the clerk of the board doesn't want to move over to that. And so that project was killed. So there's a lot of, even when the majority of the city moves in one direction, some of the city doesn't want to.
Yeah,
That's why I was wondering about the lever of the law.
And I'm no fan of that platform. I was just going to say, perhaps, Member Adams, if you want to spend a little time crafting some, if you're bored sometime, just write up some records requests and, kind of think about the different city services and departments. And I would think of it in terms of operations, programs and services, support, things that departments do, and then sort of finance and admin. And like, what things would you ask? I know what I care about. I don't know what you're concerned about, but ask it in a way that would apply across the board. And then if we develop some better templates, like, the way you ask about a budget, I don't know, you should be able to get a similar response from different departments because you're just asking for their budget, right?
Sure.
How many cops are on the street tonight? I don't know. I don't know the answer, but they ought to have a way to figure that out, right? Which shouldn't be radically different from, Muni or Rec Park or the port. I don't know. But again, they're all very siloed.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not sure how much of this is technology and how much of it is just basic standardization and say, okay, here's the template. If somebody asks about the budget, here's a good way to respond with your budget. Like, you get the budget, you attach the budget. Like, it's not that hard, but they make it so complicated. And the average person doesn't know about the structure of the city and department codes and expenditures and obligations and this and that. They just want to know, like, how many cops are out on the street tonight. Seems like an easy question.
I would refer to the any anonymous era where that person did somewhat of a similar type of thing, asked the same question of multiple departments to see how they processed and
Member Hood,
responded.
you had something?
I was gonna say, do you know about Anonymous?
I do not.
Okay.
It's a good story you'll talk about.
All right.
So yeah, there was this, as Member Wolf said, there was a person whose identity we do not know who participated remotely for more than a year, filing requests of different departments and complaints, and a lot of it was around Prop G calendars, which was very interesting, and I think inspired some change. And I had another thought and I've lost it. So, oh yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we still don't have anywhere on a city website where one can look at all of the meetings that are going on in City Hall on a particular day. I mean,
That's
that
right.
would be so simple and
That would be,
straightforward.
yeah.
A place where somebody could walk into City Hall and say, I wonder what's going on today, and have a list and links to an agenda.
Particularly after the Streamlining Task Force supposedly comes up with a real list of boards and commissions.
Yeah.
That we now know who all they are, because before, no one
This should
would
be
know.
so easy, and yet it does not exist, and there is not a clear plan
Yeah.
for making it happen.
If there's an index to records, there should be an index to meetings or something,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
There's no plan. It is not, it's the easiest thing in the world.
Mhm.
It should be, right?
Well, that's why we're not doing it.
Right, exactly. And there's so many opportunities to build from that to say, okay, this may not be a public meeting, but it's an event at the library, or it's a community meeting about fill in the blank, right? It's a way to engage the public.
Okay, I'm sorry, do you have some, remember?
I was just gonna do a time check.
Oh, that's what I was gonna do too. I was saying, great conversation. We need to keep moving on this list. Okay, so I think that's kind of where we were with the next request thing. I think it was kind of.
Okay, so maybe what we can do is create a separate list that will not, like, things we're not putting in the ordinance that could be addressed at some point.
Yeah.
And maybe we can put this in the annual report, which I think we've probably done.
I think, I think, we need to make sure that, that we don't come up with things too controversial, because I
Right.
can sync this, and anything that's too in the weeds could also
Right.
sync this. And I think we need to
Right.
say super high level, what needs to get in here and what we work on as like a stage 2 or stage 3.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Practices, good ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not everything needs to be legislated. Some of this probably could just happen.
Do it now.
Okay, next two I think are somewhat, and these are ones I put together, so I'll just kind of summarize.
Go for it.
This is the record retention issue we get into, and we've had this happen before, where we will have, and let me see which one is it, 6729.7. We will have people invoke 6729.7 if a department replies and said the record's been deleted. So 6729.7 is really the only place I think in the ordinance that really gets to any type of records retention thing, saying that the mayor and department head shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents, correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandums, invoices, reports, proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So obviously the department head can't disclose every single record that exists in the department, right? So to what level does this provision place records retention under us, and should, knowing that it's rather ambiguous, and I think we've run into this before, it is rather ambiguous, should it be more limited, less limited, or what do people think? I mean, I have my own opinion on how to read this, but I suspect everyone reads it a little bit differently. To me, I think it applies twofold. Number one, it applies to the actual things that the department had, their own personal records. And two, I think it gives them some type of responsibility to create records retention policies and make sure that overall there's a policy to preserve records. I'm not sure that we can invoke 6729.7 every time a record anywhere gets deleted, but that's my thought. And do we want to go further or less? What's your side?
Just my initial thought is I kind of would want to go further, because I feel like there is a lot of, it's an easy way around actually providing records, is to just decide that, you don't need to retain certain kinds of records at all. They're too ephemeral, or you don't need to retain them for very long. Even in cases where it may take more effort to delete them than to leave them there for any period of time. And I feel like it is something that we should probably address.
Yeah, to that point, we've heard things about phone hygiene and deleting texts. I recall that was a new term I've never heard of before, to your point, that takes more time to delete things. And then if that's the thought, is this the time to do it? Or because records retention is in a separate part of the ordinance, it doesn't actually require a modification of the Sunshine Ordinance. At any point in time, the Board of Supervisors could just say, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall administer section, I think it's admin code 8. Just like they did with 12L and put us over 12L and wrote us into there. So while they can't take things away from the task force, they can't, be more restrictive, they can add to our responsibility. So it doesn't necessarily need to go in this rewrite if that's the direction we want to go.
Well, I would be surprised if they would relegate that to us because it's kind of a big thing, I think, for a lot of different departments, but I feel like we can at least maybe have some minimalistic, minimal guideline of what we think is appropriate if it's possible to get something like that passed. Maybe you say it needs to be at least 2 years or something, but you don't get involved beyond that. Or you say nothing is ephemeral, anything that might have, public communication on it is included. But I just don't see them giving us that power.
Briefly.
Well, question is, we're not dealing with hard copy paper anymore for the most part. So saving it somewhere is cheap and abundant.
It's not as cheap as one thinks. Number one. Number two.
I'm in the business, man. I know how cheap it is.
Number two, 29-7 was intended to just reinforce the record retention and policies and schedules that are elsewhere in Chapter 8. I think the thing that we could do if we're going to the ballot somehow, someday, is to add to Chapter 8 that in approving changes to a department's record retention policy and schedule, that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force either has to approve that change or at a minimum will be provided the opportunity to review and comment. That's what I would do. And I think there's also a tie between here and the index to records, which is another effort that's whatever. But I think that we should not wait and assume that the board's going to assign that to us.
No, I'm not saying that they would. But my question was, is that something we try to get in this go around, or is this something that's like a version 2, version 3?
I think we put it on the list, and that's something we're willing to defer or trade. Because I think it's pretty easy to just amend that section of the code elsewhere, as I
right. That was my point.
And if they say no, that you're asking for too much there, fine, then we can back off on that, and we'll seek that in round 2.
Just to be clear, you're saying that so you're saying in addition to what, that we should be given an opportunity to review and comment on records?
In addition to keeping 29-7
Okay.
roughly as it is, and or futzing with the index to records point 29, right? Or 29-2, wherever it is right now, that we amend the admin code, whether it's 8.16, 17, 1.56, I don't know, wherever it is right now, that when reviewing amendments to a department's record retention policy and schedule, that either the task force shall have approval authority, just as other folks in the city do, or at a minimum that we should have the opportunity to review and comment.
Okay.
So that's a very straightforward one sentence fix.
Okay.
All right, why don't we move on? Next part, ability to amend the ordinance, up for debate. Should we add a section that would allow the Board of Supervisors
to amend
certain aspects of the ordinance under certain conditions? Great concern that this could be abused. So right now, as I stated, because this is voter approved, anything that essentially weakens or changes what's in the Sunshine Ordinance needs to go back to the voters. That could be both good and bad. It's good in the fact that, you can't have a presumably activist board that decides that Sunshine's no longer important and tries to dismantle it. On the flip side, there's the situation where we're dealing with a 25-year-old ordinance that doesn't even contemplate things like text messages. And now, here we are trying to figure out how to get it updated, or when we find parts that are ambiguous or just were never thought about, that it's hard to get those small fixes made. So thoughts on this? I think this was the initiative came from Member Popel.
Yeah, and I've gone back and forth on this. There's the 2/3, or you could even make it 3/4. That's if you believe that there will always be good people here and that there will be reasonable people elsewhere in the building and that reasonable people get listened to. These days, I'm not so sure about any of that. I'm more comfortable with the folks here, but one could also say that at least once every 4 years that the task force shall review provisions of the ordinance and recommend amendments, and that the Board of Supervisors shall at least convene a hearing on those proposed amendments and whether or not to send them to the voters for approval. You could do that.
Isn't 6730 or 31 or something like that? Isn't there a provision that just says at any time?
Yeah, but that was at any time when the board could amend. Arguably now, the board can't easily amend, so it kind of says one thing, but it's not particularly operative.
No, I meant the other way around, that the task force can recommend changes on and on,
Right.
At any time.
Right, but we don't regularly anymore.
And even if we did recommend them, the board couldn't pass them anyway unless they went to the ballot.
Right.
Unless
So-
there are things that give us more power.
Right. So either we want to think of this as a thing that gets amended from time to time, or it only happens in, every 30 years.
Member Adams?
My general sense of where things are going, just like the broad political winds, are in the direction of returning authority to the government to change things. And so we'll see what happens with upcoming charter reform, whatever, but there's been a lot of discussion around the constraints that emerge when everything has to go to the voters. So my sense of this is that things are kind of moving in that direction anyways. And I think, I certainly, Member Pilpel, I certainly understand your concerns about, having trustworthy people in the chair to vote on this from the board. But I think if we abandon hope that the board will be on net a force for good, then I think we're sort of forfeiting a lot of the premise of what we're all about here in representative democracy. So I think we kind of have to bet that we'll have good representatives more often than not. And if you want to have some sort of high threshold for votes to change it, maybe it's 2/3 or 3/4, I think that could be very interesting. But I think generally speaking, if you always have to go to the voters for any kind of change, then you end up in a place where you have a law that has no concept of text messages. And I think that's no good.
There are problems either way. I acknowledge that.
Any other thoughts on this one?
Okay, one more thing I would just add on to this is, regardless of what this task force ends up deciding to recommend, again, it does seem like things are going to move in that direction, and we could just be sort of washed over by the political momentum. So I would recommend, at the least, it's worth thinking about what this looks like when the board could modify via ordinance some provision of the Sunshine Ordinance, because we might end up in that reality regardless of what we recommend here.
Yeah. Sobering thought.
It makes me nervous, but.
Yep.
I'll second that.
And I think those are good points. I think it needs to be not so rigid where it stands out as this needs to be changed. And oftentimes when that example of something needs to be changed happens, pendulum swings the other way and it goes too much the opposite direction. And then it's So I think we come up perhaps with a reasonable way to change it. That's better than being stuck the way it is, and then someone comes in later on and says, we're getting rid of things like this entirely. Granted, I mean, as of right now, anything to change this would need to go to the voters the way it is, but once that happens, then who knows? Member Sugarman?
I have personal feelings about this vision generally, but in a broader context, I don't think it's as relevant between now and let's just say 10 years from now. It's more like this provision existing in the future. Like it was introduced now, but then 30 years later, there's still a sunshine force, and now the Board of Supervisors has power to change parts of it. And no one remembers why that was brought up in the first place, or who's on the, or as Member Pilpel had mentioned, like what's the makeup of the board then?
So as a transition between here and the next point, SB 707, which we might still talk about tonight, introduces some new concepts and requirements statewide. We don't really have a definition in the Sunshine Ordinance of an advisory body. You know, they've been talking about that over at Streamlining with templates and models and adjustments and exceptions and whatnot. If we had a concept that defines an advisory body as something that's not a board and commission, not could be created in ordinance, but has no final decision-making authority and will advise a department or some other body about something, and that has slightly looser requirements than Sunshine, but certainly has all the Brown Act requirements, that might be an interesting model. And whether or not, you know, they've got detailed minutes or have the same public comment requirements or whatever, you know, we don't have anything like that. And so that's a good example of, you know, we're locked into these definitions. Okay, so somebody creates something else new that didn't exist and doesn't neatly fit into one of these other things. How do we deal with it? We don't have a way to deal with it.
So what do we think? I mean, should CAC work on a way to amend the ordinance outside of the voter initiative process? Do we think yes, no? Present some options? I'm sorry?
No. I want it to be the voters and the voters only.
Anyone on the leaning on the yes side?
I mean, the Board of Supervisors already got their kind of in on it with Prop B in the charter. You know, they got their they got their toenail into it. You know, I just would hate for there to be, you know, more incremental getting a foot in the door.
Well, if you really want to be scared, go read the, you know, Spur report that came out about a month ago. That should scare you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think we need to make a final decision on that now. We can kind of think on that. I think there's persuasive arguments on both sides.
Right.
I'm not sure where I would end up. Maybe CAC or the folks could think of some options if we were to consider.
That's probably a good idea, that we come back to you with scenarios.
Yeah.
And then we can discuss.
Yeah, we can actually maybe take, you know, do we want to do only, let's keep it as is, only initiative? Do we want to go, the board can just outright change it? I don't think.
I mean, I wrote language to do it. It's only like 4 sentences. It's pretty simple. We don't have to include it, but I'm saying we've already, you know, kind of already wrote that.
Member Sugarman?
I just remember when I was appointed and a supervisor had mentioned to me that they had hoped there was like better communication between departments. I brought this up before in meetings. I'm wondering in this instance, like, aside from the idea of the Board of Supervisors being granted like the ability to modify the ordinance, what about instead, or as an idea of like a way to thread the needle would be more like having a time of year that we welcome the recommendation of that. Like there's actually a discussion of it that happens with the Board of Supervisors, as opposed to just a flat out, here's like the ability to modify the ordinance.
Yeah, I think I heard some iteration earlier is that like, every year or once every 2 years, the board shall hold a hearing based on,
Right.
like a shall, at least something that says that discussion has to take place.
Right.
As right now, it doesn't even, nothing.
Yeah, because I think there is like a lack of dialogue there.
Yeah. And maybe that's a good middle ground, at least say that, at least we have to revisit this issue, at least hold a public hearing, have discussion and, because right now there isn't that.
Okay.
Great idea. I think that's, okay. New Brown Act provision, okay, that's not really, and then the last part is functional cosmetic updates. I think this really, we don't have to walk through this as a.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe just scan these and tell me if there are any that jump out at you as raising issues that we haven't seen.
So it looks like update state codes. Yeah, that needs to be done.
And I'm hoping that the city attorney's office can help us with that.
Yeah. Add references where it aligns with CPRA and Brown Act throughout and where it expands rights. Consider allowing hybrid meetings. I think that
Didn't something that new?
I think that's part of 707. I think.
Yeah.
So I think we probably don't need to get into that right now. I'm sure the city will be busy enough.
Okay, so we don't need to get into that because it's going to happen around us anyways.
I think so. I think that's part of 707.
Although
I mean, you can say hybrid meetings as per, any provisions or amendments to the Brown Act or something like that, just to make a notation that the ordinance will follow.
we could also require hybrid meetings for passive meeting bodies. Because remember, passive meeting bodies are entirely a local creation. So just like IDRs, we could write that however we want. And that may be an opportunity where, the mayor sets up a blue ribbon panel about, muni funding or homeless services in the Tenderloin or whatever the heck, that people don't want to schlep down here, but want to see and hear what's going on. And it's not hard for them to put it on a laptop with a camera these days.
All right, next one is clarify description of policy bodies, passive meeting bodies, and other meetings. And I think we kind of already talked about that a little bit, that even the streamlining task force may in some way make up a new definition of
Right.
decision making versus non-decision making.
So do we hold off? Do we just?
I don't know. That's another. I'm like,
Yeah.
right now, a lot of the Sunshine Ordinance uses, I think, boards and commissions enumerated in the charter versus ones that aren't. But now we're moving to a new decision making versus non-decision making, and then there's also passive meeting, which is its own kind of third category. So that could get complicated if we think we're going to fix this, and suddenly it's even more complicated. I don't know.
Did the complaint committee have this on the agenda last week, and did you have a discussion on it? 67.3, I thought I saw that on your complaint agenda.
We sort of have an ongoing discussion, and it's sort of finally turning into something finite. And I think we'll have a set of proposals coming out of our next meeting as to ways to try to make these meetings shorter. Now, obviously we have to vote on these things, et cetera, but we're hoping to present something, but only on, meeting length issues. We've got a couple of other things that we're going to be talking about.
I thought it was about definitions. Never mind.
No.
Okay.
I would say if we're going to be making these proposals for amendments, that no matter what comes out of the streamlining commission, unless they're going to try to codify it somewhere, we have the opportunity to make these definitions and put them into law.
Well, they might codify part of it into 67. Well, I brought it earlier, 16. So they're going to start to dip their way into the Sunshine Ordinance. At least they're going to try to. I think they've already passed that recommendation.
What was that number again?
6716, the one that talks about meeting minutes. But there's a variety of other ones that it may touch on also. I mean, not what Commission Streamlining is doing, but there's similar enumerated in the charter type of things, I think, about meetings. There's also one about City Hall. If they meet at City Hall or enumerated in the charters.
Right.
So there's a variety of those types of odd.
Just be on the lookout for any charter amendment that includes language that would supersede what we can do or other structural things. So they could bury something in, 4.102 that says, notwithstanding any other provision of the charter, each unit of government shall do blah, 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 or may not do da, 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 da. And suddenly, that would supersede the ordinance because it's in the charter. Be careful.
Okay, moving on. Rules for closed sessions scattered out, need to consolidate.
Yeah, that's a
that makes
cleanup
sense.
thing. Yeah,
Place his and her or her with their throughout.
easy. There.
Yep, update disability and accessibility language.
I'm actually going to ask this. Could somebody on the committee volunteer to locate this and research and come to the committee and say, this is what the city is using now
For what?
for updating disability and accessibility language?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Okay, so update references to technology, consider adding a provision that will allow the board of supervisors to add but not remove new technologies to the ordinance with a simple majority vote.
That was, I guess, one of the thoughts for how they could get involved. I don't know if that makes sense, or if we just need to write things so open-ended that it could be interpreted.
I would lean towards open-ended, like instead of saying emails, text message, communications technologies,
Yeah.
or something along. I think the more specific it gets, the more as times change, we no longer use terms, and then yeah.
Yeah.
Facsimile machine.
Yeah.
And not mention specific technologies.
That's what I would, I would try to remove references to specific technologies and use the broad category of just, communication technology.
Okay.
We could actually pair this with the ability to amend that, among other things, the task force shall consider and recommend amendments in part to address new technologies as they emerge.
I hear what you're saying. I think the recommendation was to remove the names of specific technologies, which would.
I understand, but I'm saying without regard to a specific. So as new technologies emerge, that we should propose ways to address them. Because if we had that 10 years ago, we might have said, we think the city's social media policy should be blah.
Yeah, here's another good example. Searchable PDFs.
Mm-hmm.
The city at one point was only doing image scans and making PDFs of them, making them not searchable. So we actually had somebody come in, give a demonstration of how it works, and basically introduce the city in how to do that. That came out of this body.
And there's now apparently a new federal standard that's going to apply, but they're grandfather provisions, and we need to learn more about that. All right.
I just want to say thanks to the task force. If it was you guys that got the searchable PDFs, because that's fantastic and greatly appreciated. So nice work to you all.
Our award-winning PDF work.
Yeah.
Pretty damn funny.
All right, next one, hours, business days, calendar days. I think making that consistent is excellent.
Yeah. Does anybody have a preference, or what makes most sense to most people in the world?
I would say calendars.
I think generally calendar days, but it depends on the context. So if we're tracking with state law that talks about business days, then it should be business days. But it should be as clear and consistent as makes sense under the circumstances.
I mean, the problem to me with business days is that how do holidays fit in there?
Right.
You count them or not count them?
Well,
And
right,
what's
I
the
think-
holiday? Is it the city designated ones? Is it religious holidays? Is it
Right.
only state, only local? I mean, so that's my concern with using business days.
Yeah, and calendar days, and the city, let's think about this. Does the city ever have,
Yes.
hold on, more than 3 days closed in a row when you have like a weekend and a holiday? If it never has more than 3 in a row,
No, it'd be Thanksgiving,
Oh,
Friday, Saturday,
that's
Sunday.
4.
That's correct.
Huh.
Yeah, I would put something like an exception,
That's the
Except
only example.
US
where-
federal holidays.
That's the only example where you've got 4 closed days, including weekends, is Thanksgiving and the day after. But this has been a problem, not so much for records, but for meetings where you could, the day before Thanksgiving, tack up the agenda somewhere for a meeting Monday morning, like this week,
Yep.
Monday morning, and people have effectively no time to do anything about it over that holiday, other than madly look things up, but you can't go find anybody because they're closed.
So I hear all of the words that everyone is saying. It's not clear to me whether you're advocating for business days or calendar days.
In general, I would say calendar days, business days where that makes sense. And
What I would like is for us to find one way to refer to it everywhere, rather than sometimes saying business days and sometimes saying calendar days.
But again, it depends on what we're tracking from in CPRA or Brown Act. Because in some cases that refers to calendar days, and in other cases it's business days.
Well, who decided that?
The state legislature over time.
Yes.
And we could add in a couple of places that departments, boards and commissions, agencies should bear in mind that holidays happen, and to post or make things available earlier when holidays intervene.
I think
It's not in there anywhere right now.
I think it's simple disclaimer that if, holidays extend beyond, 2 consecutive days and a weekend, that it should be 5 days or 6 days notice.
How about this? What if we just use calendar days? Then with the exception that if city hall is closed on a weekday, you can add a calendar day. Like I would say it better, but essentially for every holiday, you get an extra day, but not weekends. So if it's 10 calendar days, that includes weekends. But if there's a holiday in there, you get 11 days.
Yeah,
And if there's 2 holidays, you get 12 days.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to. That's something
figure out
you
a way
use
to word
all the
it.
time. Yeah.
I will figure out a way
Yeah.
to word it. Okay.
That's a good way.
Okay, then make time, date, and money payment references consistent throughout.
Okay. Hang on one second.
Okay.
Let me write down the calendar day things. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any thoughts on time, day, money payment references being consistent, like 1 cent versus?
I think that's more of the same.
Yeah, I think that's more the same. I think that's
The next one, the tailored.
training for sunshine training for city contractors.
Is that a can of worms?
I don't think so. I
don't think so.
I think what we really mean to say there is tailored training for various categories of people, including city contractors. So this is something I've been saying for a while, that you don't do the same training for everybody. The
Right.
department heads get a chunk with a department head thing. Members of boards and commissions get their thing. Regular employees, PIOs get that you get the training that's appropriate to your station.
Yeah, the training now is very one size fits all. That I'm not sure.
Right. The 8-prong test about what do you call it? Property related conflicts of interest don't really apply to everybody.
Yes.
Okay, and then
Okay.
other possible changes in progress. Are these things that we don't think are like first round, top of the list version?
I'm trying to remember this, or if these were ones that just didn't get fully sorted. How about this? Let's look at them quickly, and if you feel like any of these have already been mentioned or should be or just too much in the weeds.
Okay, remove requirement for proposed action or discussion only, or add a third option for hearing and possible action. Yeah, that could get, I think, fixed, but I'm not sure.
Agenda clarity.
Yeah, I mean, like our agendas, for instance, we can't always put what the possible action.
Right,
Because who knows how the hearing.
And I forget, who is it who keeps coming at us and,
We did have, I think,
no, it's is it Hillier?
Hillier,
Yeah,
yeah.
Is that?
That was it.
anyways,
Yes, you're
okay.
absolutely right.
And
That's
he's
right.
like, if you don't say what you're gonna do, yeah.
And then also said, even if it was on the agenda, we had to vote on what that question was, even if that's not.
Where's it, Mr. Warfield?
No, it was.
Okay,
They
okay,
both have concerns.
okay. But it doesn't fit what we do.
No, and it can't fit. There's certain things that can't fit. There's
Yeah.
certain things that are going to depend on how the hearing goes. And if we were to ever say,
Yeah.
should we find a violation for X and I put that on the agenda and we think, well, no, it's not this, it's really something else, then we
Right.
would be able to do that. So,
So should we modify that language, or again, because right now, their argument is that it says there's a requirement for specific proposed action or that it's discussion only.
I mean, to me,
Yeah.
I think they're being overly picky in the way they're interpreting that. I think the proposed action is we find potentially find a violation
Yeah,
and issue an order. They want us to somehow
okay.
come up with a preconceived notion of what that violation will be.
So would you leave this alone?
I think it's just.
Okay,
Yeah. I would-
okay.
And proposed action can be no action.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I think we actually talked about, simplify and clarify when closed session recordings become public. Again, I think if we bring everything about closed sessions together, that might sort of,
That'll take care of part of it.
it'll
Yeah.
take part of it, take care, yeah.
More closed session stuff for, I think, 10 and 11. So I think that kind of all, the next bullet
Yeah.
point. Barriers to meeting accessibility, review this section closely and update on 6713.
I think that can go with the disability and accessibility, and maybe broaden that to and any other barriers to attendance.
Okay.
I mean, the point is there are physical barriers to attendance. The room's full, you can't get in.
Right.
You can't get online because you don't know how. There are language issues. There are accommodation issues. There are all kinds of things that prevent or limit or make harder public participation, and we should be about minimizing those.
Yeah.
Not necessarily eliminating them completely, but minimizing those and saying, if you need help, you need to let somebody know. You can't just show up 5 minutes before a meeting and say, I need a translator into, some language that you're not familiar with.
Yeah, but we do have here, because there are a lot of new technologies now that could make this easier. Yeah.
But putting that notice on the agenda
Uh-huh.
doesn't always happen.
Right.
They're like,
I see what
okay,
you're
you
saying.
should just, assume. Well, what do you assume? You don't assume anything.
All right. Translation services, I think that's part of it. Should that be updated?
That's all part of
I
it.
think that's all part of that.
Yeah.
Recording meetings need to update and streamline. I'm not sure what that
I don't
was.
remember what it says.
That is.
That's 6714. Audio filming and still, that's really not one that's come up as a major issue for us. So
Yeah.
if you think about it, go ahead and
Okay.
do it. But
Yeah, again, I think that's why we didn't
Yeah.
elevate these so much, because either they're already going to be fixed with other things, or, oh yeah, and this thing about advertising agreements and meeting with lobbyists, we talked about keeping some.
oh yeah, those odd.
It's like, why is this in here?
Bay Guardian, 1999.
My
late
concern would be,
90s.
I mean, I don't think they hurt. They don't make sense. But my concern would be
You don't want to pull the thread.
if we
unravel
pull it
something.
here and some department is relying on it, we don't put it where it should be. Now it's no longer the law.
Right. Right.
You know, I think there needs to be a comprehensive review and like what's in the sunshine ordinance that doesn't belong, but I'm not sure.
Maybe we leave it alone.
It's kind of like, it's not broken, don't fix it, kind of like we were talking about the streamlining, like if it's not one of those issues and no one's complaining about those provisions right now.
Even though we notice that it doesn't like match the rest of the furniture, just leave it alone.
Well,
Okay.
or we put it in the same basket with supervisor of records and say, okay, this is a discrete program or a provision. Either it's working or it's not working. Do we keep it? Do we not keep it? Do we change it? It doesn't have to be a long 2-week conversation. It's kind of like pull in the people that are dealing with this.
Yeah, but the thing is that if this is going to happen and get on the ballot this year, I don't think all those conversations are going to happen.
Right.
So I think
maybe we.
this is, I'm saying like a round 2 or a round 3.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's call that.
And I forget which of my colleagues brought up the last one. I would like to give credit to whoever said it, but we should be mindful of avoiding proposed changes related to responsibilities and duties of city employees, which may trigger.
That was
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get the credit for that. Yeah. We're
Because-
not thinking about that.
Because if we say any employee who's not a department has to do something, then suddenly this goes to meet and confer. If you recall, there was even something on the ballot, a Prop F or something, I forget which. It was the
always
one
Prop.
about that you had to do something and suddenly the union filed a lawsuit to stop it. And so we have to be very careful when we say city employees, even if it's, you know, city employees need to attend 3 trainings a year. Now you've made a new thing, or city employees are now have to do this obligation. That,
So
that,
who's going to help us with this? Like, who's going to, I mean, are we talking about like talking to our DCAs, or do we have to talk?
number one, member Sugarman's gone to 44.
I think there's a new supervisor out there that might be interested.
Okay.
I think as long as we're cognizant and we're going through it, that we're not making new obligations for city employees to have to do. I think we're okay. I mean, and I think so far we've done that. We've not opened up the, you know, and there was something about managerial employees, I think, which really is what stood out for me, I think in 6734, when you think about that. I mean, because managerial employees are unionized employees. And if we do anything with that, except maybe remove it, which I'm sure would be less obligations. Right. I think it should be removed from there. But if we talk about, you know, you messed up, you didn't turn the record over, so now you have to go to like additional training. I think that was batted around as an idea at one point. If that's anything but department heads, we've now made a new obligation.
Okay.
It would be, do they go on their own time? Do they go on work time? Is it, you know, paid? Is it, you know, that's the whole can of worms that opens.
Okay.
And again, I think where we place responsibilities with department heads, we can do that pretty easily. If department heads want to say to one of their subordinate people, look, you keep getting bashed at the task force or whatever, I want you to spend the time to do blah, blah, blah. That's up to them to figure out, right?
Yeah.
But we
Not-
shouldn't, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when we say that something like the mid-level city employees are going to be subject to a $50 fine and they, you know, lose their yogurt privileges for a month, that's where we get into trouble. And for what? What is that going to, you know, and the wall of shame stuff and all those other.
Right. So yeah, there were some things I was hearing as ideas over the years. I'm like, we need to be real careful how we do that. So that was what that was about.
Well, one of the ideas years back was that if there were enough stains upon a certain department that they had so many complaints against them, that might press again during budget time, that the Board of Supervisors might dangle a carrot to say, hey, clean up your act and we'll give you this chunk of money for this program or something like that.
Yeah, every time I hear that, though, I'm reminded that in most cases, they don't need fewer resources. They probably need more resources to do a better job. And if you starve them, then they'll say, oh, okay, well, instead of responding within a day, now it's going to take us a week or more because we only have one person.
Yeah, I can't see.
Well, but that's assuming that it's a institutional issue. I think we're dealing with more people who are recalcitrant than anything else. You got more problem children than you have an institutional problem.
I'm not seeing the threats of firing a social worker because human services didn't turn something over, or even the multiple police things that we deal with, and the solution is somehow withhold funding for 5 police officers is the answer. I'm not sure that.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the direction.
it feels too many steps removed.
I think in our last discussion, we had some potential ways to beef up enforcement. I don't think that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be more enforcement, but I'm not sure that the budget's the way to do it. 'Cause really the budget should be working for the people, not for the city employees.
Yeah.
So punishing the citizens of San Francisco for shortcomings of employees doesn't seem to be a solution.
So can I ask one quick, thank you for going through this quickly. We got to the end of this. Question to all of you, but especially to the CAC committee members. I feel like we are coalescing around some very specific ideas. The question is, would it be most effective to come back with a cleaned up, consolidated list or actual changes to the ordinance? And how are we going to make this happen? Because here's the thing, as others have pointed out, like, you know, we can, yeah, or both. I don't know. I mean, do we try to do both?
Do both what?
Like come up with the specific list and with a possible annotation, which may or may not be used because somebody's going to say, you guys don't know what you're doing. This is not how we do it, but we'll take your list and make it pretty.
I mean, I think at this point, we need to come up with something that's going to be pretty much as close as possible to the final product.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be, I'm assuming that, okay, I'm assuming the way the process will work
Mhm.
is that if we find enough a supervisor to sponsor it, that they'll obviously at that point work with the city attorney's office and have them do a review on the legality. My understanding is they won't do that unless the supervisor is actually sponsoring this. So we can't just send it to the DCAs and they're going to somehow fix this for us. So I think we need to have some type of model, you know, actual language in there, get a supervisor to sponsor it, then have the city attorneys review it. And hopefully that's a collaborative process. If they find
Yeah.
things that are problematic, that we can have that done.
And where they're actually working with us and
Right.
helping us. Yeah.
So I think, I think there's two things. I think number one, I think CC needs to work on putting these ideas now into actual language.
Yeah.
And we may have to go through and take a series of votes on, do we want to keep?
Is
one,
this
yes or
worth
no?
it? Should we let this
Yeah.
go? Yeah.
And I think some of them we may not all agree on. So, I would say put more. And if we need to trim it down as it gets to before all of us, and I don't know,
Mhm.
just February, maybe we can shoot for our final vote on it. But I think more in the meantime, we need to find a supervisor to sponsor this or else.
Okay.
Or the mayor alone. and
We'll-
sponsor this. Member Adam.
Remember Adam.
We'll talk about some of that offline. Okay, so the request to CAC is to come up with,
Both a list and annotation,
okay,
but limited to these things, not all the other things that even though I think all of our other work was really great, really focusing on these changes.
Yeah, and I would certainly keep a file of the stuff that you.
None of it is disappearing.
Right, yeah.
In fact, much of it is attached to all of these agendas that have been
Yeah.
going out for the past 2 years. So, yeah. Okay,
so it's a summary and
annotation.
full text.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can we also continue to reach out to Rick and SF for Sunshine? Because I'm starting to think that we may not get anywhere in this building on this in the next year. And if we're serious about going to the ballot, somebody may need to look at other ways to get it to the ballot.
Please invite comments, invite them to come on December 30th and yeah.
Vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when they last presented, what their version looked like had a lot of significant differences from what I think
Right.
we're looking at now. So we
Yes,
need
but their versions were also constructed years before. Am I correct?
Over time.
I mean,
yeah.
over many
Yeah.
years, and like things have evolved.
Yeah.
So I think they would even throw out some of the things that they had initially proposed. I don't know, Member Wolf, if you have thoughts on that.
I think it's worth a conversation.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt to talk.
Yeah.
And I hate to say this publicly, but I guess I will. It may be that 2026 plays out with streamlining and other charter reform and whatever else is going around the building. And this doesn't actually get attended to until 2027 and doesn't get on the ballot until 2028.
But it's still worth doing the work.
No, I'm not saying don't do the work. I'm I'm saying it may be that we've got to see how these other things settle out first. I mean, we may be solving for how to do board and commission meetings and end up with 3 boards and commissions left because they're going to convert everything else into an advisory body. Blah, but I'm just saying. I don't know how you capture blah in the minutes, but good luck.
Are there any members of the public with?
Unintelligible.
Oh, yeah. Why don't we take public comment on this?
We have no one online and no one in the room.
Oh, okay. Well, are we ready to move on to annual report, which I think we at least need to get through that.
But we will do more. This will be on again.
I will continue putting this on until we either decide that we've
Okay.
forwarding it on or we decide that we're going to pass on.
And I'm really sorry I won't be at the January meeting, but I will.
Yes, you could just,
I can't.
You could call in.
No, I can't.
You could call in as a
Can I-
member of the
Can
public.
I call in as?
actually, that's a good question to our DCAs.
Yeah.
I've never considered that, but that's a very good question.
I believe
Under
there would
SB
be,
707, maybe.
noticing requirements. I believe there would be noticing requirements.
So if a member of a committee can't appear in person
Because they're out of the country.
because they're out of the country, but still doesn't want to vote,
Correct. Does not
but
want to.
still wants to be part of discussion or provide, let's even say as a member of the public,
Yeah.
right? Can they call into a meeting? If they don't have like the specific, health waiver.
Under the new law, they could.
Oh,
It's December meeting. It does take effect on January 1.
right.
The new law. But you're-
And it's going to be January.
Oh, that's right. That's
I'm
right.
good,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
January
Oh,
7th.
you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This is DCA Lopez. I'm just trying to draft the question because I'll have to get back to you on this.
I mean, that's a
this
good question even more broadly. Let's pretend that even,
But this is just specifically to a committee hearing, correct?
No, this is a full task force.
Full task force.
Yeah.
Okay.
but it's a good question for committees as well. Like, let's pretend that you're really interested or someone was really interested in something that CAC is doing, but they can't make it down to City Hall. But Member Schmidt wanted to call into your CAC meeting. Could he
Right.
do that?
But just to clarify, it's for a remote appearance with no voting rights?
Right.
Correct, because, is there even voting happening in January? I don't know. It might be.
But if they're a member of the committee and they attend the meeting remotely,
But this is the full task force hearing that we're talking about.
And let's say it's just for this item.
Sure. It could be just for this item.
So Member LaHood's working on this item. She won't be here in person in January, but is it possible for her to call in and at least verbally participate in the discussion, knowing that she can't vote as a member because she's not here physically? To what extent can she participate, I guess?
Right. And I don't want to push things and do something wrong. So so I don't want to weigh in if I shouldn't.
Okay. I'll circle back.
Thank you.
And if we can find out by December 30th, that would be even better.
Okay, no action taken on that, no public comment. Let's move on to item 13.
Item 13, hearing on the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's 2025 Annual Report. Discuss and authorize production of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's 2025 Annual Report. Members of the public can view these documents online at the link that is included in this agenda. And no password or identification is required to access the document at this link. Or members of the public can review the printed versions in the agenda packet. Public comments on these documents can be sent directly to lstein.sotf@gmail.com or made during public comment on this agenda item. And then there is a link for the current annual report 2025 document, and it is in a folder.
I just clicked on the link at the top of the page and it says the document has been removed.
Well, you send an email to the DTIS help desk.
No, it works for me. I just clicked it.
Really? at the top of 13.
Yes.
No, oh, no, wait, I'm sorry, click the, hang on, let me see. Click.
It opens to a Google Drive
Where it says member.
Just be able to go into the drive and see
in
that.
Yeah.
document. Because this drive is going to be a
Looks like this
a
when I click it.
repository for multiple documents.
I'll click the link. It's like this,
It should all be in there.
like a folder.
You know what? I'm going to try a different browser because. I
And
feel
then
like
the other
this
one
has-
is a PDF. So one comes up as a PDF and one goes to the
And put,
Google Drive.
there's only one thing in there now.
Yeah.
I made a folder and then put everything in the folder so you could have direct link to the PDF or just go into the folder and see.
Is it possible that I'm looking at, you know what? I'm going to try to look at a different version of the agenda. So hang on.
Are you logged in Google Doc?
You might have to be logged in with your SOTF email.
I should be in this browser. That's why. Yeah,
So-
this is, I don't know. I'll figure, well, I personally can get in because you shared the link with me, but I am not able to. Yeah, okay.
But may I?
Yeah.
But for purposes of the agenda, the link is live for any member of the public, and the PDF of the document that is in the link in the Google Drive is also available.
Yep, so it's both places.
Yeah.
I'll turn over to you, Vice Chair Stein.
Let's also just be sure that where we say no password or ID required, that that in fact is the case and for future agenda.
It was publicly, oh, I think it.
All right, all right.
You can't get it either?
Well, when I clicked on it, it didn't go there.
Yeah.
But it is supposed to be public view. I thought I said it, so I will look again and check on that. But basically, it's in the packet in any case as a hard copy, so the public could also get it that way. No real changes here, but I will just say that I'm again, committed to developing reusable document language that will basically describe who we are, what we are managed to do, introduce some of the content sections and how the content is being processed and understood. And I'm willing to take on a review of how we handled all of our complaints in 2025, also including whatever metrics we can get on compliance. I continue to think that maybe at some point we need to discuss tracking compliance so that we have a better understanding, but to whatever extent we're tracking it now, I would try to get that in there. I also noticed in looking at the Commission's streamlining task force that they're considering recommending a standardization of reports that are made by commissions that would include documenting commissioner names and qualifications along with details about staffing. So that's something I could easily put in. That's not mentioned in this proposal because I just kind of came across that a couple days ago. But that could be another component. And I think it's actually a kind of useful one to know who was on the task force, know a little bit more about them that year. And maybe long-term is a way to kind of track, who the membership is of the task force. I did have one question in terms of what I have described in the past as baseline data, which has to do with the survey of records requests and responses by the city. I wonder whether we really need to do that annually or whether we want to make that something that we do, say, every 5 years, as long as it's an annual report. I started it thinking we have no idea how many requests actually are kind of floating out there, but I'm not sure that things, I'm just not sure whether it needs to be done every year. So I wanted people's feedback on that. I also wanted to mention that if you do want to write something up about practical or policy problems, January 30th is the deadline that I'm asking for it by, so that I have time to kind of look at it, slot it into the report, and so that we can vote on it as part of the report, whether we want to authorize it or not. That's really, I think, all I need to kind of highlight out of this proposal.
So, so did I hear in there that we may or may not do the department survey?
I want people's thoughts on, do we want to do it or not?
Okay.
And also, there are other things like additional data we could collect. And as I kind of mentioned last year, if anybody wants to take any of that on, I'm totally, I think it could all be valuable additions to the report. Things like doing a survey of the complainants or doing a survey of the respondents who come in front of us, if we had specific things to address in that. But yeah, so thoughts about public records requests and responses from the city. It's a pretty minimal survey. It's like 10 questions.
I mean, you've had pretty good response rate to it, haven't you?
Response rate. And part of me does think, well, if we continue to do it annually, I think it's going to help the response rate. It's going to
Yeah, like
people think, oh yeah, I should do this. And it literally takes probably less than 10 minutes of their time.
and I think if anything, it actually helps the city talk about all the work that they do on their side and gets to the point that, we only hear a fraction, a really small fraction of the amount of actual public records requests that are fulfilled just fine out there. So I think it's almost a bragging point to a certain extent for the department. So I think it's kind of a good thing to keep out there, but.
It's a good response rate, but the data is, incomplete always. The data doubled the 1 year that the police responded.
Oh.
And that they did that not last year, but the year before. And then last year they didn't again. So it kind of went back to like the original numbers. But it seems like the police got as many requests like everybody else.
Yeah.
Combined. So the numbers are not exactly, accurate, but it does give us some sense of at least some of the requests that are coming in and what those numbers are like.
And then not exactly related to that, but about complaint resolution part, about how we put forward our data, because I believe the streamlining task force, in fact, relied upon that.
They did cite it.
Yeah, they did. And so I'm trying to think about the best way to do that, because there's certain things that, like, for example, take DCA advice. We had one that sat for a long time because there wasn't, do we need DCA advice or didn't get in? And there are things that delay it. I think they're kind of outside the normal process. And I don't know how best to have that not skew numbers
Of the
of a typical thing, right? I mean, because there's like the exceptions to the rule cases, right? Ones we may have to continue multiple times, or ones that make it look like it's taking it longer when.
Yeah, but that's also why we look at median and
Yeah.
mode. And I actually think, I haven't put together any numbers as of yet, but I think I think we're going to, I'm hoping, but I really do think that this year we're going to see a huge dramatic drop in the number of days before cases were heard.
Yeah. And then is it when we hear it, or is it when it's last goes to a compliance hearing?
Well, I think I was actually looking, to resolution. I was looking at between hearing and resolution and how long until it was heard. I think it was both.
I don't know,
I'm inclined to authorize the survey and suggest that it be as relatively easy for departments to respond as possible. That there be both a component for records requests and processing on their end, and maybe something more on meetings of bodies, because I think for whatever reason the report has focused more on records issues than meetings issues.
Well, I don't think they track any data on their public meetings. Like what kind of data would that be?
I don't know. We could ask commission secretaries how many public meetings as defined were held last year, and were there any major issues with notice or attendance or minutes, right? Give them an opportunity to talk about, what worked and what didn't.
Actually, what's really interesting about that, to your point, Member Pelpel, is things like how many requests for disability access, how many translator,
There you go.
We've talked about that, but how much are those barriers to attendance or not barriers to? I have no idea.
Right.
3 people asked for a translator. Is it 500 people? Right.
Right. I mean, I would suspect that the Immigrant Rights Commission gets a lot of requests for translation and attends to that. And I would suspect that Rec Park gets fewer of those. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but yes, those are good questions to ask. What is their, what do they call it, lived experience with this thing day in, day out? Good to know.
Or, does your board or commission offer hybrid meetings or not?
There you go.
That's another thing that's scattered all over. I don't even know how many do hybrid. I mean, we do, we're very lucky, but
probably about half these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that too may change here. Next item.
Well, I guess if you have things you would want to add to the survey, maybe
Let you know.
submit to me
immediately.
what the research question is and how the specific questions are going to answer that question. And we'll see if we can fit it in. I'm not sure. We might have a limit on how many questions we can.
Yeah, and maybe because this has to go out soon, maybe this isn't the year to do it. And because of the new law anyways, it might be better to plan ahead for next year. What do you think? Because that, because we're going to get a lot with the new law.
Or if we just ask one or two open-ended questions, what is your experience with blah, 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 and let them say no major issues, or we had a huge problem with blah, however they choose to respond.
Well, I guess if there is an idea, a little more, it would be good to write up something about what you think the problem might be and how the questions are going to address the research question, if that works out. I'm just saying. And maybe next year, I don't know. I mean, we're like down to the wire here, really. But we would need to put this survey out. Ideally, we would send it out like Jan 1.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our digital plan.
You said January 1?
Yeah, that's what we have in our annual report timeline.
That's a holiday movie, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, we would send it out close to Jan 1 as possible with a deadline of around Jan 15. And I can't remember like what platform we use and whether we're limited in how many questions we can ask.
We used Google Forms.
So we can ask more than 10 questions, right? Yeah.
Yes, and I believe the results were collected in an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, yeah, they were. They were in a spreadsheet. Yeah. Yeah, so if people have proposals for specific questions or they want to write up a particular question, feel free to do that and send it to me.
And I guess just finally
from the limit
on the task force statistics, I'm not as concerned for whatever reason about time start to finish or number of complaints pending. I mean, if that's factual and we want to include it, fine. I guess I'm more interested in thematic things like the police, or that we dealt with several requests from public employees related to their files and various other things. Kind of the ongoing themes that we've dealt with that weren't one-off requests, and maybe what we learned about that over time. I don't know.
Well,
just my thought.
That's something I think would go into practical or I mean, I'm trying to keep it to like the format in a kind of standardized way that kind of gets at, did we meet our deadlines as expressed by the Sunshine Ordinance? That's why I have like, how long did it take?
Okay.
And then practical policy problems, but I can see something like, recurrent issues with the police could go into that practical and policy problem section. So that's something, I want to encourage people to write up the things that they're concerned about and send them to me by, what date? January 30th.
And maybe something about our relationship with the Ethics Commission, which is,
Yeah, that could be another one that goes in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the idea is that individual members here, or teams or combinations would write pieces, and it goes into the report. And so go for it. Write it up, and I guess submit it to Vice Chair Stein.
And then it will go before the task force and we can vote on if we endorse that. But it will still be included even if we don't endorse it, but it would just be.
Yeah, I think we've done it before as like an addendum that was not,
And it may take us a few months to get through this, given other things going on with amendments and whatnot. Do you need a motion to?
Yeah, so we've in the past, I was looking up, had a motion to authorize the production of the annual report pursuant to the proposal.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Pilpel, and that was to authorize the production of the annual report pursuant to the proposal.
My only request is, Member Stein, I don't know what's going on here, but if you could just share the folder with my
I'm going to
SOTF.
look at that right
Because
now.
I can't, and I think I'm the only Mac user here. I cannot get in.
Were you clicking the link on the PDF attachment or from the agenda?
On the PDF attachment.
Go back to the agenda and then click that link. And that's the one that's working for me. That's the one that's been working for me. I think the other one's broken. The one on the agenda seems to work.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm thank you. Now I understand what you're saying. Okay.
I don't know what happened.
So there was a broken link.
There is a broken link. It's on the
I think you
PDF.
were all telling me that I was the only one who could not get into this link.
Well, I did. This is the one I kept clicking. And I was like, why
Broken
just,
link was on the proposal.
yes,
Okay.
that's on the
Yeah,
PDF.
that's my mistake,
Yep.
sir.
Okay.
But what's in the agenda should work.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
definitely made it publicly viewable.
Fantastic.
So that action was moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Pilpel to authorize the production of the annual report pursuant to the proposal.
Yes.
Okay.
And
I have authorized Vice Chair Stein to prepare the annual report pursuant to the plan that was proposed. So it's very specific.
however,
Okay, all right.
I don't think it matters.
All right. We have no one in the room, no one online.
Okay, so there's no public comment. I think we can just vote on that.
One moment, please. Taking the vote on item 13. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar, absent. Member Highland, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 ayes, 3 absent.
Okay, that motion passes. We can move on to the next item. And it's time check. It's 10:15, so we're going to probably have to move very briefly through this item.
Can we set a time limit on how long we talk about this item?
Yeah.
I'm just really facing here. It's
Yeah, I know.
late.
Can we do this like in 10 minutes? I know it's a lot.
We set a time limit?
Yeah.
I propose that we set a time.
Yeah. Let's get through it. This is Member Pelpel's item, so we're not going to be able to dissect 707 right now. We can just do a super quick summary and then. Oh, we need to read it into the record. I'm sorry. Item 14, Administrator Peterson.
Item 14, hearing on SB 707, modifying the Ralph M. Brown Act. Review changes to various public meetings effectuated by the passage of Senate Bill 707 and potentially take action to communicate implications to city departments and officials.
Okay, Member Pelpel.
Okay, so I happened upon this recently and found that this was going to make a number of changes, some welcome, others perhaps less so, and that it's pretty complicated. What was included in the packet is the text itself, which is fine and great, and the final analysis at Senate out of Senate rules. What I thought was more interesting when I read it a while back was some of the analysis from outside law firms that advise public agencies on what they needed to look at and who it applied to and blah, blah, blah. I am wondering, I've not had a chance to speak to DCA Lopez on this. Do you know if the city attorney's office has gotten into this and issued any guidance yet to city departments on how to implement it, or if you're looking at revising the good government guide. Kind of, do you know where the government team is on this whole issue?
DC Valerie Lopez, no, I'm not aware of any status updates my office has taken on this.
Okay. As I recall, there are some things that take effect January 1 and others that don't take effect until July 1. And I'm sorry, at this hour, I can't remember which fall into which category. I do think it may be useful to prepare a brief memo to city department heads and board and commission secretaries, saying essentially that we're aware of this, that we know this is going to have some, significant implications on agendas, on outreach, on translation, on a number of things, and that we hope to provide better guidance in the future, that we assume the city attorney is going to advise about legality, but that we were more interested in the practical implications and that we're on it. And I would think that if we send that, before the end of the year, that would be good. Otherwise, I think we potentially look bad that this thing passed. We either knew about it and didn't do anything about it, or didn't know about it and should have, and that this is not something that we caused by action of the task force. This is state law that was passed, but it's incorporated into the ordinance. And so therefore it is to some extent our purview. That's kind of where I'm thinking out loud.
Well, don't we have to follow it? I mean, we're going to have to adjudicate based on this new stuff.
Yes, I'm slightly less concerned about how that affects our operations as a task force. I'm more concerned about how this affects all of the bodies of the city and what they're going to have to do to translate things and to make things available and to do various things, perhaps soon. And, although I like the idea of hybrid meetings and teleconferencing, I think some of the technical issues around that are going to, require some working out.
EOT?
Well, if EOT had met last week and had this on the agenda, that would have been good. Wasn't on the agenda and it didn't meet. We could talk about it in January at EOT after some time has passed. I suspect that we're going to be kind of busy at CAC in a few weeks on other matters. So yeah, maybe EOT end of January, unless we have something from the city attorney for the January full task force meeting. It might be nice if they had a plan. And by that, I mean more the government.
DC Lopez, are there typically, when there's major state legislation like this, regardless if it's Brown Act or Public Records Act or any other thing, does the city attorney have like a all city letter or some type of like general guidance that it oftentimes puts out to city departments, letting them know of types of legislation that may impact citywide like this? Like, how would this ordinarily be communicated, I guess is what.
DC Lopez, I mean, there's so many laws, federal, state, local, that change often. So I can't speak to a particular situation where there's like a general practice. It's really, I could inquire about this one specifically, but I can't imagine, or I'm not aware of any formal process where we just issue memorandum every time there's a change in the law. I mean, there's so many, right? So
yeah, I mean, so this, I mean, to your point, member Pelpel, if there's 100 and some boards and commissions out there,
right,
and some of this may affect them, and some of them may not have people who are tuned into following this legislation, we could inadvertently have a bunch of boards and commissions violating state law without even knowing it. And so I'm thinking, I don't think that we can delve into the details,
right?
right now. But I think if we were to authorize a memo that alerts boards and commissions and their secretaries, however we want to say it, of the passage of this bill, urging them to review it and to contact the Sunshine Task Force with any concerns or questions they have. Then we can go with, if they contact us, we can work correctly off of that. But
Okay. Or that they contact us about practical things and contact the city
right,
attorney on
legal issues,
legal. Yeah.
or something along that line.
Yeah.
Member Anderson?
Yeah, I would go more for a suggestion of that each of these commissions and departments should contact the city attorney. Because the city attorney at this point should have seen this, because they do have advice attorneys there. Someone should have seen that it was going to have a huge impact on departments and commissions, and should have, I would think, have prepared something to alert departments, these are the things that are coming down, because they do follow legislation that comes through. And from what you're saying, this is big legislation that came through that impacts many departments and commissions and task force in the city. So yeah, there should have been something out of the city attorney's office. Yeah. Or there may be something there. We just don't know that it's there.
Or
because
something, or something in the works. Yeah.
Something
The concern I have is obviously there's statewide, committees that follow these things. There's like
Of course.
county clerks and, election officials for the counties, and there's, I'm sure, city clerk ones. But,
Could we ask Administrator Peterson, have you heard any?
yeah, maybe has anything like this come out of the clerk of the board, because they would be the one.
Yeah.
I'd say CEO would have been alerted to this and been very involved in this in League of California Cities. But my concern is that a lot of these small boards and commission secretaries aren't part of that.
I can inquire and return
Okay.
to Chair Yankee.
Yeah, so maybe Angela Calvillo in her office is planning to do some type of.
And it'd be great instead of us like reinventing something if they already
Yeah.
are about to release. Yeah.
And could we ask that our city attorney, vice attorney, if you could let us know whether there's something floating in there about this particular piece of legislation? That would be fantastic.
Just to clarify, this is DCA Lopez, just to clarify whether or not my office is working on something or plans to.
Or has had an opportunity to take a look at the legislation and have written advice to departments on how to respond to the legislation that was passed.
I mean, in my understanding, this is like probably the most significant sweeping rewrites to the Brown Act in decades. So it's not like it's they added a language you have to translate. I mean, it's like, a huge, big reinvention of Brown Act and how it applies.
And if I may on that, the rewrite a couple of years ago of the Public Records Act was largely just a recodification and moving pieces around. It's a little easier to read, blah, blah, blah. But in my view, it didn't really change a lot of the substance. So the old 6255 is now 7923 point whatever. Okay, that's nice. This actually changes some fundamental requirements and provisions and introduces new concepts. So yes, it is pretty big.
I mean, I remember the city attorney's office put out several memos that we got copies of when we went to hybrid meetings during the pandemic. So I know they've been, following this type of thing, and since this authorizes hybrid meetings again.
And whether it's Paul Zarefsky or Manu or whoever's dealing with Kate Kimberlin, whoever's dealing with it over there, somebody should be on it.
Okay, so with
do you want to move?
Do we have a motion, or should we put this again on January and just see where it lands?
Why don't we do a motion authorizing but not directing a memo? So if after consulting for a couple of days, it seems like a memo would be useful, then we'll have authorization to do that. And if not, then we'll see where we're at in January. Does that work?
Go ahead and make a motion. We'll see what people think.
Okay. It's to authorize a brief memo to city departments, probably board and commission secretaries primarily, about the legislation, that they should contact the city attorney for legal advice, and that they can contact us about practical issues and that there may be more in the future, that we're alerting them to its existence.
That's a lot of words for a motion. Can we?
Well,
Pat needs to
that
write something in.
that we authorize a memo to city departments regarding SB 707.
I think that's good. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, seconded by member Anderson. No one's out there. No one's online, so there's no one for public comment. We can move right to a vote on that.
I'm sorry, the second was
Anderson.
Member Anderson.
taking the vote on item 14. Member Pilkell.
Aye.
Member Pilkell, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman, absent. Member Kumar, absent. Member Highland, absent. Vice Chair Member Wolf.
Aye. Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absent, 7 ayes.
Okay, that passes. Moving on to item 15.
Item 15, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Public comment on this item is limited to subject matters presented by members of the task force. However, we have no one.
Okay, so
Community.
anything for this item? I think we're good. I think we talked a lot about pretty much everything, so. Okay, nothing for this item. Item 16.
Item 16, adjournment.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Seeing no opposition, we are adjourned at 10:30 p.m.
Adjourned at 10:30 p.m. Microphones are off.
Have a good one, folks.